Take me where I wanna go. I know that you know I know. The only place I wanna go, yeah. You know, yeah. With you. Take me where I wanna go, yeah. I know that you know I know. There's no place that I'd rather go. You know, yeah. You know. Take me where I wanna go, yeah. I know that you know I know, yeah. Only place I wanna go, yeah. You know, yeah.
Down and rising up, but always seem to fall behind. And all the lights and all the tunnels faded out and left me blind. 'Cause in the wild I was getting drunk with something I don't know. Oh my, oh. The queen of love promised me that I'd be fine by tomorrow. Oh my, oh. Like a maniac and I don't know what's going on. Now all the love within my heart is flowing like the Amazon. 'Cause in the wild I was getting drunk with something I don't know. Oh my, oh. The queen fine by tomorrow. Oh, mama, oh. Oh, mama, oh,
Many miles away from home, steps were difficult, I'm exhausted, but I did not fall. I hope something good is coming up. Free like a bird, but also bound up, and my footsteps on the ground. I raise my head, listen to the sound, I'm happy with what I have found. Just breathe, just breathe, just breathe, just breathe. Just breathe, just breathe, just No one ever told me how hard it's gonna be. My way is full of branches, like the roots of a tree. Where should I go from here? I need a good advice. The elders waiting for me at sunrise. I'm in the prison, open doors, 10 directions on the floor. I lose my mind, lose my sight. Tell me how I'm gonna win this fight. Just breathe, just breathe, just breathe, just breathe, just breathe, just breathe. Take the courage, babe. Everybody breaks. This is not your fate. Avenue take. 'Cause I would rather die than to live a life not being who I wanna be. Have you ever tried? 'Cause I would rather die. 'Cause I would rather die not being who I wanna be. Just rather die, 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 die. 'Cause I would rather die. Just breathe. Take the courage, babe. Everybody brave. 'Cause I would rather die, die. This is not your time. 'Cause I would rather die.
Hello. Good morning. It's unbelievable to be here with you. It's a real privilege. Hello to our friends online. Turn around and wave. Okay. This is really exciting. Hannah, did you make sure that Helen Kenworthy got on? Thank you. Okay. I have 20 minutes to welcome you. But I've already spent an hour welcoming you, and you've already met each other. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to share 3 things that we don't yet know about each other. Okay? Take a minute. Take a minute. And they can be small and silly, or they can be grand. And feel free to overshare, because we love that round here. It's great for social media. So, what? This is a high-trust space, no? So we're going to take some time to go around this room, and I want you to understand that I'm putting you on the spot intentionally, because we're really not into comfort zones around here. Oh, Vicky Charlton.
Sorry, you said that you're not really into comfort zones. Well, how about, what's on Vicky?
What, did you think I wasn't going to test you from the first minute?
Right,
Come
so,
on.
you see, I was thinking
Love her.
we could jazz it up a bit.
Come on then.
We could do... We could... You know me too well. We could do two truths and a lie. No,
I can't.
Two
I love
truths
you.
and a lie.
I can't lie. It doesn't work. I can't. No, I'm serious. You're hurting my brain now. Okay? 3 things I don't know about you. Vicky, I'm coming to get a clever one in a minute. You were telling me about blue whales. Okay, 3 things you don't know about me. I'm wearing a watch even though it's broken. I don't know why. I don't know. It's broken. I haven't fixed it. I'm still wearing it. 3 things. Well, you know this already. My handwriting is appalling.
It's all right.
And between me and Odette, we have 9 children. And 2 husbands. Who's next? Come on. Come on. Come on, Georgina.
Hello. I used to promote music events when I was at university, which seems very different to my current life and personality.
That's awesome. Guns N' Roses?
A bit smaller. Lots of indie bands who weren't famous at the time, block party kind of genre.
It was all about the after party.
Exactly, yes. Spent some time diving with sharks, and also have a massive scar on my leg where I once viewed my thigh bone. And I like to pretend that those 2 things happened at the same time, and that I was bitten by a shark, but it was a door, and that's much less.
Don't put that on the Airbnb post. Fierce doors. That was stunning. Thank you. Andrea, can you please make sure that everybody in the online room are sharing 3 things about themselves?
Okay.
And when you get some fun ones, when you jump in, please, and let us know.
Oh.
Awesome. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Come on.
Because mine are really, really...
Nobody's going to be left off the hook, gentlemen.
So
I love that there's a boys' corner.
I'm Charlotte. I was on Blockbusters and asked for a pee, please, Bob. Did really badly, only got £45 because I got stage fright. I do an amazing Basil Brush impression, but don't ask me to do it now.
Oh my gosh. Boom, boom.
No, I can't because it sounds like something else. And,
Not Zoom Zoom.
no. And I was in a band called Tinky Winky and the La-Las.
So good. Daniel, I feel like you're next.
I trained as an anthropologist once upon a time. I lived in Asia for going on 10, 11 years. And I am a homeschooler.
Awesome. Now we know about you. Thank you. Melly? Whimper.
Your mind goes blank. Do I know anything about myself? Well, interestingly, this gentleman and I have discovered that we are both secretly salsa dancers.
Wow, you're not that. Doesn't count as one of yours.
No.
Ayush, that does not count as one of yours.
Before children, and I realised I was super shy coming in here today. I've literally been online for 3.5 years. Whereas before, I could stand on a stage and dance and be lifted over someone's head in front of 2,000 people.
Hands up, who else is super shy? Charlotte, keep your hand down.
So, yes, I think I'm at the point where I've lived more years outside of the UK than in the UK, and I'm sort of back now. And in my house, I think we speak around 11 languages, I think. So it's a very interesting household, but that's sort of my thing. So
I have so many questions. I don't care. But the languages and the topics, and you've blown my mind. That's awesome. Carl?
we're passing.
Double mic'd. I met my wife on a family holiday in Turkey.
That's his wife. Oh my gosh, it was a holiday romance.
Yeah.
There's a story in that.
And now we have a child, so I'm very into heavy metal music.
Yes.
Did you go to download? I did go to download. A third one. Oh, I'm not that interesting. I used to be a rower at university.
Good.
Yeah.
There you go. What position? That's the thing, right?
Wow.
I'm just blacking it. I haven't got it yet. Well done. That was 3. John.
Hello, everybody. Were it not for a slight MOD mix-up about 15 years ago, I would currently not be in front of you all now. I would be on an aircraft carrier flying fighter jets. Wow. I passed all the tests. They've lost form.
Oh.
Passed the Admiralty interview board, passed everything, and then when I said, okay, I'm ready now, they said, oh, no, we've lost it. You have to start again. So never mind. It's worked well, because now I'm in front of all of you guys, and that's a good thing.
That was their fail. What?
That was their fail, never mind. What else do you want to know about me?
Marmite.
Yes, I do like Marmite, and I like learning about lots and lots of different things. So people for a long time have asked me to provide them with facts from obscure and interesting places.
No, that's a game. Ask John random facts.
It's been a game for about 30 years.
Yeah, my husband can do borders, country borders.
I'm okay on country borders. I'm pretty good on geography, much better than my wife Sam, who has got a geography degree.
Sam's not in the room.
She's fantastic at many things.
Very
but
good.
naming a country on a map without the labels is...
Geography wasn't on the curriculum. I mean, countries weren't on the geography curriculum. It's colouring in.
She's extremely good at colouring in, and I'm terrible.
All right, enough. Jason.
Hello, I'm Jason. My mind has gone blank here. I can't swim, so that's a thing. I'm quite jealous of the row in the front row. I'd quite like to row, but basically that can't happen because if I fall in the water, that's me gone. See you later, folks. I'm out. I have a pizza oven at home. I've been fairly. Don't get too excited. Because I'm missing a gas canister at the moment, and I've been missing this gas canister.
Odette's got spare pizza boxes if you need.
No, it's not. No. And there's a long story there. No, but because I would have liked a multi-fuel situation, but anyway, don't worry. There were supply issues.
We could do some pizza oven CPD at one point, I reckon.
You're
not running it.
Yeah, no, hold on. I'm not the person to run it, but I'd be very, very interested.
Okay. Hannah, we've had a sign up.
It sounds as though you're...
Right, it's in the eyebrows.
Julia, it sounds as though you're joking there, but I'm taking that quite seriously. So, ideally, we will have some sort of pizza-based
We will put it in the roadmap.
But soon. Okay.
I hear.
How many is that now?
There's 7 or 8. Helen Osmond.
Am I done now? I mean, I don't currently, but maybe...
Take the mic away from him.
There was no way you were going to be able to hear us
Jason,
from behind
awesome.
a pillar. I am a grade A pianist.
Yes.
I've flown a plane, and I didn't crash it. I mean, they'd landed it and took it off, but I flew a plane. There you go. Yeah, as in... Yeah, slightly more skilled. I didn't have a driving license at that point either, so I was doing really well.
You're a worry.
Yeah, we've been saying that for a while, Julia. And I was a pirate on stage at university and got mistaken for a man.
Oh.
Pirates of Penzance.
She was a pirate and a pilot.
I was a pirate, and yeah, somebody came in and said, "I'm sorry, sir."
Oh! Okay, that's...
Yeah, the makeup job was really good.
Pass it to Claire.
Thank you.
Well done, Helen.
Right, hi, I'm Claire. I've done a PhD on dung beetles.
I was wondering what you're a doctor of.
And I did that at the Natural History Museum, and that was amazing.
Awesome.
And my specimens I collected are with Darwin's specimens. So that's my claim to fame. I can't eat bananas or pineapple because I've had 3 kids and each one of them has killed me. And raw spinach and nectarines, peaches, all sorts. Oh, stomach cramps. It's horrible.
That's what's for lunch?
I know.
Spinach.
I can have it cooked.
Bananas.
Yeah, but I can have it in banoffee, but not as just a banana. It's just not happening. And actually including someone else now, Adette, and I went to the same school.
Yes, you did.
Brentwood County High Rules.
Were you on the other?
Bren or Twad?
Bren. I was R.
All right.
R. Were you
All
R?
right. Let's come. Come on.
Right.
Yes. Brent or Twad.
Giggling together. So, we've got, it was, I think, if I go up, I think it was Angela, that's it. Angela Bonehill has just said online that I saved 2 people's lives. One was a motorcycle accident and the other was drowning.
Oh my God.
And it gets better after there've been lots of wows. I said, I'm going to share that. And then she said, I know, and both when I was a teenager as well. So I think she wins.
She wins. Angela,
she's
you've
won LTF4 already.
Yeah. Should we go home? Sarah, no pressure. Okay. How many people have you saved?
Do you need to talk about that?
Well, good brag.
Okay, so I have to fly every month because my partner lives in Sweden and I have an intense fear of flying that I cannot get over. So if anyone has any tips, that would be great because I've tried everything. What did you say?
Don't let Helen fly the plane.
Okay, it doesn't seem to matter who flies the plane. So yeah, that's something that I struggle with. I lived in St. Petersburg for 6 months, and it was the coldest winter since World War II, and none of us had any thermals, and once went out when it was -40, and yeah, it didn't end well, but you know.
How many toes do you still?
Most of them.
Okay.
And then, oh gosh, a third one. I think probably my crowning achievement was when I won an award at the age of 5 for reading the most books in the library. Yeah, such a dork.
She read the library.
Yeah, go me.
Okay. She said this, but no. Everybody's got their 3 things in their head. So please turn to the person next to you, share your 3 things, because otherwise you can't move on. Go. Anna, share.
I'm not even sure.
The question is, do I still have it? Well done. Thank you so much, Claire. You went quiet on 5. I appreciate that very much. There you go. Ayush and Melly at the back there, I'm going to have to separate you or make you dance. Okay, so we're going to get the panel up. Carl is hosting. I'm going to be on my best behavior. We're going to do our best not to mix up our remarkable notepads because yours is much more sensible than mine. Let's go. Okay, so do the thing.
What is this?
Is it all right with you if I just stay on the table? Because
of course, please.
I'm a bit worried I'm going to fall off this chair.
Hey,
Richard, how you doing? You all right?
Good, thank you very much.
So I dropped my mic, so I hope it still works.
Yeah.
You didn't.
Well, we're here again tomorrow. There's
tomorrow next
another
door.
event as well. It's good. Oh, my favourite.
Bad things happen if you cross the white line.
So I'm just going to sit.
That's what the man said.
We can test it.
Okay.
Great.
So we've been working together with Carl from the online school for the last year or so. And it's always a joy because you're going to agree with me here. He's curious like a little kid. So when Odette said, should we let Carl host this panel, I knew it was a good idea, because what you're going to do is you're going to bring that curiosity and find out all sorts of things about leadership and tutoring that we've not covered before. And that's going to be really, really exciting. So over to you, and I'm going to zip it.
All right, so we'll try. We'll try to be as curious as we can and be as nosy as we can about you all. So this panel being on leadership and the successes that you guys have had in all your different niches, I thought that probably the best place to start would be an introduction from you all, but specifically what I'd like to know is how you found the niche that you all operate in, because you all operate in slightly different sectors of the education kind of world. How you found it and what you're kind of doing in it right now. So we'll just go down. So let's start with Kirsten.
Okay, I'm Kirsten Coftree. I founded Gaia Learning in 2019. We are the only online school in the world dedicated to students with neurodiversities. I was homeschooling and flexi-schooling my son. I have 3 children. I'm a single parent. I am hugely passionate about education and love teaching, and was just so kind of brokenhearted that there wasn't a place where he could thrive without medication, and also where I could be a teacher and an educator and earn enough to provide for my family. I didn't realize at the time that I also had ADHD, and in fact, working online and in a hybrid space works really well for me. And about a year ago now, we really embraced that in our marketing of the school to, well, when we realized that everybody that we had, both a lot of the educators and all of our children, had autism or ADHD or dyslexia, and that working online helps them to thrive because we can personalize it for them. So I really kind of realized I'd found a happy space for both me and my kids, and that there's a huge need out there. I speak to parents and mums every day who are in a similar position, and it's helpful to know that, yeah, I'm not alone in that. There's lots of people that need that alternative.
Yeah, amazing. Julia?
So we spoke yesterday in a session about finding the right shaped hole for ourselves. And I wanted to give and share and support and nurture, and I didn't want to deliver curriculum. I have a real struggle with the idea of teaching 4 times tables for the rest of my life. But what I do love is early years. I love coaching and I love leadership because those are all the same skill sets. And what I've discovered since I left school and I've been building qualified tutor is that entrepreneurialism feels like play to me because I'm always stepping out into the unknown and creating something fresh. And so what I found by stepping into tutoring, which is this really agile space where people are so more closely matched to their own best selves, and by incorporating the sort of the business building in that, well, the creative side of it, Odette does everything sensible. What it's allowed me to do is really find myself through this journey. And like Kirsten says, you build yourself up and then it flows outwards. And Ayush and I had a really interesting conversation once, and we spoke about how giving from a place of, I've already won. This already feels right. Everything else just flows out from there. That's my happy place.
Yeah, that's great. John?
My name's John Nichols. I do a few different things, but one of my jobs is I'm president of the Tutors Association. I'm also interim general manager until the middle of August. But in that role, I suppose I end up meeting and speaking to a lot of tutors and people that know something about tuition, which is a pleasure, including many of the people in this room as well. and probably some of the people online, although I don't know how many people or who is this online. So the Tutor Association, very briefly, is just the body the professional body that represents the tuition sector in the UK and increasingly as well internationally. I'm a bit of a pragmatist, so I do a lot of the boring things like answer people's questions about government regulation, solve their problems about legal or commercial questions and all these sorts of things, come up with plans for how we can do interesting things as a sector and mobilize people to do that. So yeah, that's a bit of one side of my job. The other side of my job is, I was a tutor for a reasonably long while. I taught quite a lot. But I also now run an e-learning company at the same time as well. So the e-learning company that I run, Get My Grades, doesn't do a lot of work under its name, Get My Grades. A lot of the work we do with different partners in different places around the world is actually under different names, different guises, but effectively trying to make sure that we can provide really solid, effective e-learning tools for people in different places around the world and making sure it does a good job. So yeah, I'm a bit of a ruthless pragmatist and get stuff done, but yeah, I suppose if you want to get stuff done, come and talk to me.
Hey, love Tutoring Festival. I love when I walk in, there's just full-on stand-up going on. This is why
That's Jason Priest. You can book him later, yeah.
So I'm Richard Evans. I know a few of you, probably a few of you online as well. That's where I tend to hang out. So this is a rare, getting offline appearance. So I apologize if I seem uncomfortable with, social interaction. I am a professional online tutor. And I don't think we hear that enough in the UK. It's a fantastic job. I see lots of nodding because we're all right. And really, I want there to be more people coming on stages and saying, I'm a professional tutor. So I finished university. I was meant to be a lawyer or, God forbid, a banker or something. And I didn't really kind of fancy that. So I said, well, what's a career that I like doing? Well, during university, I picked up some students, and this is great. I really enjoy it, and actually pays much better than student bar work. I seem to be half decent at it, and these kids seem to be achieving really good outcomes. So I just stuck doing that. Slight problem, this was a few years ago now. It wasn't kind of obvious what you do after that. So I thought, well, let's go and build something for that. So I started The Profs, my first company, and our niche is very much adult and university education. It's a very, very competitive industry. What is probably not known by many people at all is that according to Google, tutoring is the third most competitive industry online. It is thousands,
what are the first two?
Thousands of companies. I don't know, probably Amazon, social media. But it's this absolutely crazy competitive field. There are hundreds of thousands of people all around the world, and with global online tutoring, we're competing against every single person who has access to Wi-Fi. So you said we need kind of niche, right? So we moved into university tutoring. No one seemed to be doing that, and I always say it was like we overturned a rock, and suddenly there was thousands of students really needing a bit of extra help because universities weren't always getting it right, or in some cases they were just really, really smart and needed one-to-one help. So focused on that. I brought in my brother, my business partner and partner in crime increasingly these days. Problem was he was in Brazil, so I said, well, that's gonna be tough. Most of my clients are down the road. So he then created BitPaper. Yeah, thank you, love it. Which is a fantastic.
Give the girl a subscription. She is the world's best ambassador.
I'm pretty sure she's running it now.
There you go.
You should probably tell her. And then that started this whole online tutoring thing, which was very niche back then, and now it's the majority of tutoring, so 85% of tutoring is now online post-pandemic. We think it was about 8% before the pandemic. And yeah, I'll carry on hopefully through the panel, but I'll let some other fantastic panelists with better stories speak. But I think what I'm most interested in is just the evolution of the industry, right? When I started, there was none of this, right? You might get a couple of people meeting in the back of some shady bar somewhere, sort of talking about tutoring. We have production values now. This is great, right? We've got microphones and multi-cameras and amazing tech crews. So it's just really exciting to see how much the industry has progressed in 10 years, and certainly some of my panelists are the cause for that.
I think this evolution's really interesting because it's something that I'm sure everyone here and everyone online has been to a number of education events before, and we all talk about this future of education. And I think for the most part, most educators have a fairly aligned view of where we should be heading towards. But in my experience in the last, well, the pandemic was the biggest thing to actually shock the system. Before that, and even pre that, the change has kind of slowed down again. So I think one of the things I want to talk about on this panel is how do we start making this change? Not what should the change be, but how do we start doing it? And I think, well, you all mentioned in some capacity technology, and I think technology is an important factor here in this change, but it's also slightly a controversial one. I think this AI jumping up and everyone wondering, you know, what is it going to replace? I think we're probably all agreed that it's not going to replace humans in the loop of teaching, but what are your thoughts on how you use technology in what you do? So I think we'll start with Kirsten, because I think what's really interesting is that I work with a lot of students with special educational needs and students on EHCPs, and pre-pandemic we found that parents were really adamantly against going online, and we had some experiences during the pandemic that really changed that mindset, and I'm sure you did too, so I wonder if you could talk about that.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that technology has the power, ironically, to make us more human, to enable us to have more time for our own well-being, for students, as you say, especially those on EHC plans or who have special needs, to access tutors, specialized tutors, from wherever they feel comfortable. So we work with a lot of kids who wouldn't ordinarily come out of their bedrooms to even access school. And now technology enables them to be in their trackies, have their hoodies up, you know, put their cameras on when they feel ready to. And that, I think, has really challenged school leaders and parents' preconceived ideas that this isn't something that would allow access for their kids. But we've had so many just heart-bursting, wonderful case studies of lives changed through building up their beliefs again and personalizing and building their confidence. Because I think when kids have been outside or away from school for a long time, and everybody experienced that with COVID, I think we're seeing a whole generation of kids who are finding it really hard to reintegrate. But for kids where that is difficult anyway, then having to go back into social situations, even like this, like you're saying, as someone with ADHD and agoraphobia and all that, I find these things difficult. And so to have a space where you can build up your confidence, feel like you're not behind, then going into those situations, you're just dealing with the social. You're not dealing with, oh my gosh, I haven't learnt that topic or that. So I think that technology is hugely part of what is. This isn't the future of education. It's happening right now. We're a fully online school operating now. We have for 4 years. We're not talking about how we're going to do this in future or complaining about the situation now. It's happening.
Can we arrange a Mexican wave?
Yeah.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
I think, I mean, what's interesting, we found, and I was probably in the same camp with some of the parents wondering whether this would actually work. And we found that, and I think most educators talk about a level of personalization, and personalizing the delivery was actually something that hadn't yet crossed my mind, and thinking that for students with special educational needs and who need extra support and who have had poor attendance, actually just starting with a chat in a text-based chat can be the on-ramp to getting them back into school. And that's very much was my experience, that the chat, then start with the audio, no video, then audio, video, and then, you know, next week we had them in on site. And I think that in this kind of world of technology and online tuition, people forget that it doesn't replace socialization, but it can actually support it and encourage it.
Yeah, and also for the teachers as well. I think our dream is that they're in the future, this isn't something we've achieved yet, but in the future there are no kids in the corridors, no kids getting kicked out of class because they can't sit still on their chair, or they're having a panic attack, or they're sent to the hub or the green room or whatever names we have for these rooms that we put kids in, where I was having a discussion with somebody about supply teachers, and you go in and you get the most difficult kids, or you having to deal with that space, whereas if they can go into a place with a personalized tutor at the other end of it and alleviate the stress for classroom teachers, and still be learning in a way where all of their progress is being captured and monitored and shared between all the stakeholders, that's the future of education. I'd love to see more available to every single child.
So I'm going to jump around the panel now, and I want to come to you next, Richard, on this. If we're looking at a future where tuition is more and more online, and you said that 85% of tuition is moved online.
The future is here.
Then what happens next when we bring AI into the picture? I don't know if you've seen Sal Khan's TED Talk on the amazing things that AI can do. Can it replace a teacher?
Yeah, why not?
That's it. Mic drop. Gone.
Let's mix it up. No, I'll do about tutors first. I mean, love tutoring festivals, although our lovely, lesser cousins in teaching are fantastic. But no, teachers and tutors are friends now. Statistically, Guardian has shown we're actually 25% the same people as well. But there's a misunderstanding of what tutors are. I can't say what teachers are. I've never been a classroom teacher. I'd be terrible at riot control. I'd be a terrible, terrible teacher. Pretty good tutor, though. Decent one-on-one. For some reason, little beings tend to sort of listen to me. Don't know why. Adults don't. But we misunderstand what tutors are. And actually, I think a lot of tutors misunderstand what tutors are. As John said, I've been very lucky, right? I've interviewed personally probably over 1,000 tutors. I've met probably near 10,000 now over the 10 years I've been lucky enough to run various networks and webinars. And still, I think the majority of even tutors, and certainly students and parents and governments, when we met them to work the National Tutoring Programme, misunderstood what tutors are. We're certainly not babysitters, to speak to that last one. It's not about passing on the knowledge. So a lot of people misunderstand and think that education is just passing on knowledge. Well, that really ended with the library, but certainly with the internet, right? You have for many years been able to go and find out the internet knows Pythagoras' theorem and can tell it just as well. So if you think that teaching is just the imparting of knowledge, then absolutely AI can replace it, and it's better, and it's more knowledgeable, and it's cheaper. But that's not what tutoring is. Tutoring is many things, but it's actually coaching and mentoring. It's actually personal training and development. It's actually part counseling, big brother, big sister, putting your arm around the kid metaphorically online. I've done my safeguarding training. When they've had a really bad day, or even a good day, and no one else has just told them they've had a good day, right? So that's what it is, and people misunderstand it. So when people say to me, and I'm getting really, really, really enjoying the question from all the investors, is AI going to enter your business? It's a really fun one I get asked now 10 times a day. I say, well, did the running machine end personal trainers? Because you can buy the gym equipment. I understand how to do a press-up. I'm not particularly good, despite my fantastic physique. But I don't use trainers for that. I use them, so I need to get this objective. Help me to get from A to B. And that is what teachers and that's what tutors do. And absolutely no, AI is never going to replace that, because you can make the best systems and adaptive learning and these fantastic things we should embrace much faster than we are. But there is something about the fundamental human, pedagogical, slightly parental connection of I'm going to help develop you as a human being that kids, adult learners, all students just absolutely love. And no, I don't think that's going to be replaced by AI.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah, please do.
So when you said those things, those parental elements and those pedagogical elements, I think there's also something lovely about how messy it is.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That we don't want children to jump through systems that are so very slick, you can't even spot that they're adjusting for you in real time. What you really want is the messy bit, the texture, the relationship, the tension. And those things we would miss if everything was delivered by AI. So it's not just relationship, it's also...
I think
There's something more to it.
I think that Richard touched on something here, and it's something I talk all the time about, the difference between teaching and tutoring. And I think there is this view, and Julia and I talked about this the other day on our call, that sometimes tutoring capitalizes on a broken system. And I've actually had two people, a school leader and a parent, say this to me in the last couple of months. And we talk about change because we're passionate about education, but there is, and I find this is very different wherever you go, the work that we do in Dubai, the schools there are very different towards tutoring as an option compared to what they are here. I mean, are they complementary, or does it require one of them to not be very good for the other one to be needed? I see Kirsty wants to jump in here. Go on.
Well, no, I don't think there should be competition when it comes to education of our children. They should be at the centre of it, and all stakeholders around them should work together, and there should be just more possible connections, and this is where I think technology comes in, of communicating between and sharing the message, because it's their future that we're supporting. So it shouldn't be competitive, and it shouldn't be closed off. I think it's such a shame that schools do, hold on to their budgets and haven't used the national tutoring program as much as they could have. I think that there's still some I think there's stigma around it, and I think there is I think it's funding, to be honest, where, as you say, in the competition side of it. But we shouldn't limit it, and all stakeholders are important.
I think the other element there in terms of technology and AI, and this is a spoiler for my talk later, I read recently in David Spink's work that community fills the gap that AI and Google can't touch. Yeah? And so collegiality, reaching each other, reaching all the stakeholders, and building community and using technology to leverage our connections is one of the most interesting things that I'm seeing happening in tech at the moment.
If we're pushing towards this future where things are more online, or as Richard says, it's already here, can the community be online?
I'd love to know what you guys think. Well,
Helen, I hear from someone online.
So let's test it. People online, are you enjoying being here? No pressure. I do think that there is a energy, there's a connectivity that we create when we get together and see that we all have feet, which is really exciting. And the Love Tutoring Festival, entirely online, was exhausting. It was exhausting because there's something about being in front of the screen the whole time that is, unless it's Netflix, completely exhausting. And this is rejuvenating somehow. So that's just about intentionality. It's about knowing when to be online and when to meet up in a coffee shop. And you don't have to have this level of production value, although it's completely awesome. It can be simple, but it has to be real. Either way, it has to be real.
But that's not to say that what's online, what you create online, isn't real. I've come into this room and I know almost all of you.
And everyone looks younger. Everyone looks younger in person.
But it's real. I know, we've been oceans apart, but you're real. And I know that the connections, Melissa, that we've had before, Yulia, we've spoken. So you can build it online. It's necessary for us to build it online. It's necessary for it to be online so that we know that it's always there. I know when I turn on LinkedIn and I see all of your faces that you're real people behind that, and that I know that you exist. But these energize, as you say, and are also vitally important. And I think where we can get students together in real spaces is always beneficial. Working with schools is...
Yeah, please do.
Just out of interest, because you talk about meeting face-to-face as being an energizer, do you ever think, or have you thought about a time, I know it obviously depends on geography of where your students are, offering a face-to-face meeting with, I know obviously some of yours struggle to get out of the room, but for those who could, would you ever consider, or have you considered a one-off, like once a year or something, face-to-face meeting as an energizer?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Our new students, wherever possible, one of the team will meet them and their family face-to-face. I'm a geography specialist, so if there's GCSE geography requirements, then we'll meet on a beach and we collect the data wherever we can. What is interesting, I think, is in the Ofsted guidance for online schools, is that you are not qualified to apply as an online school if you have face-to-face centres, which I think is interesting.
Yeah.
Centres. So I hope they are not going to cut out the possibility of meetings, because I think that is vital. But any, just filling out the form, you've got to talk about where you have structured meetings. So I think, and we haven't gone through the process yet, we've applied, but yeah, I think that is a conversation. And there is tutoring, the tutoring business and that model, which, John, obviously we've had a lot of support from the Tutors Association in being a tuition business thus far. But as we migrate into being classified differently as an online school, connections with schools, with families, all of that has yet to be defined and outlined.
I love that even though it has yet to be defined, you're still already blurring the boundaries.
We're still just doing it.
You've already
and doing
created
what
a
feels
hybrid
right.
version of what online school will be, because that's what your question was speaking to. It was speaking to a hybrid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because we've talked about the regulation before, and I think that the online school, not to go too deep into this, but the online school regulation, Ofsted are very unlikely to get this right. I mean, I've been head of a small tutorial college for a number of years, and they have yet to understand that model, of which there are many. There are many tutorial colleges. London's full of them, and you've got big players like MPW, and every year they struggle with Ofsted. Or most of them have moved to ISI because of that. But I think it will take players in the industry like you to go in and actually help shape what Ofsted are going to do, because it's a huge problem that hybrid schools, which is actually probably likely to be the best model in my opinion, mostly online, but having these regenerative meetings, likely in a centre that's built for purpose, wouldn't be classified
or an
as
equivalent
a
of
school
a
anymore.
WeWork.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yes.
So like roaming classrooms that you can just
Exactly.
land in. Surely the homeschoolers have worked that out.
Well, but then as homeschoolers, you are not allowed to congregate in more than 5, or you are a school. So then that's illegal schools and things. But like you said, we're trying to fit into boxes as different shapes. And we're all different shaped things trying to... Just need to...
So I'm gonna jump to John here and say, you've obviously worked with governments here in the UK and abroad, and how do we bridge this connection with something that feels quite new, this sort of online schooling, or something quite old like the tuition industry that still is yet to build bridges with traditional schooling completely?
So the Tutors Association represents quite a broad church, and that's deliberate because we recognise that tuition comes in a huge variety of different forms, in different contexts, from tutorial colleges, in-person tuition, online tuition, tuition in different subjects, tuition that's very hands-on, tuition that's very academic and paper-based, tuition that's done entirely or mostly mediated by online tools, etc., etc. The list goes on. Now, the Tutors Association has for quite a long time, part accidentally and part deliberately, chose to represent all of those categories, because otherwise any of those categories that are excluded are represented by nobody. And it is, this is the first time you've heard it, we are now looking into representing online schools specifically as the best placed people probably to be able to help to do that before such a stage where the online school sector on its own might at some stage in the future, I don't know if it will or won't, might at some stage in the future want to specialise its representation in itself. But at the moment, online schools are a fairly nascent component of the education sector. The education sector is huge. Schools make up a huge part of it. And pretty much everything else, the supplementary tuition angle, which is my catch-all term for pretty much everything that's not a traditional school, I think it's a sensible idea for the Tutors Association to support and represent all of those bodies to governments. Now, traditional schooling has one major advantage, which is that it's a well understood model that is scalable at a large scale at a relatively low cost per learner, per student. Now, it falls through the gaps on loads and loads of other things. So I'm not trying to say it's perfect or it doesn't make mistakes or anything like that. Not at all. But there is a reason why traditional schools are still going to exist for a very, very, very long time. Because if you want to teach everyone in a country how to read, and you don't have any traditional schools, good luck to you. You're probably in a lot of trouble. And I've been to countries where schools will happily have 80, 90 or 100 students in a class. And they don't all get the same experience you get in a tuition setting. There are going to be a lot of cases where some of them have unmet needs or the needs that could be met better in some other way. But they get an education, it's scalably delivered at that level. Now, traditional schools for a long time have had a bit of a monopoly on mainstream education. And that's not necessarily an entirely good thing, because they do have these failings which are intrinsic to their design. It's very, very difficult for a traditional school, and by traditional I just mean like they have classes with a number of kids, there's one teacher probably per class, that kind of thing. And it's quite difficult for them to personalize learning. Now, online education tools will enable them to do some of that, but it will never be at the same level that online schools and tuition providers and tutorial colleges can offer. And it links into one of the other things you said earlier about does a school have to fail for a tuition to be necessary or to have a market? And the answer is obviously no. Schools aren't failing if they don't personalize things to the level that one-to-one tuition can offer, because that's never their design in the first place. Yeah? My car doesn't fail if it can't drive across the English Channel, because it was never designed to be able to drive across the English Channel. If I want to get a ferry, I get a ferry, right? So the schools have limitations in what they're actually supposed to be able to do. Now, the supplementary tuition sector and all of the technology that can be channeled and used for various different purposes, including AI, which we can talk about in more detail later if you want, all of this stuff has the capacity to link into the education sector and support and provide a huge driver for innovation that traditional schools aren't necessarily very good at doing themselves. They tend to be quite large institutions. They tend to move fairly slowly. They are almost always regulated by government bodies. And if government bodies, they are the slowest moving bodies for change, generally speaking, on the planet. So the supplementary tuition sector, by which I encapsulate, I'm sure, probably everybody in this room and online, has a huge role to play in leading the way on innovation, which I think is its firmly best place to do, and already is doing, has been doing for a while. Leading the way on innovation and providing the services and the support that traditional schooling struggles to provide. Not by failing, necessarily, but just not designed to be able to do that. And if we want that to exist, if we raise the standard and say we want people to have this kind of level of educational support, we want students to be able to have tuition if they need it, we want students to be able to have access to online schooling if they need it and it's a better choice for them, then traditional schools need to accept and understand that there's a place for that and that sometimes is a better choice. We need to be able to fit into and around the traditional schooling model and work well with traditional schools to make that possible. And finally, coming back full circle to the original point of the question, governments need to accept where they're not very good at things and leave other people to do them well. And my job is to help ensure that they do that as much as possible.
I'm staying quiet.
And bring the dogs to chase after. No, I'm kidding. And to help governments do that as best as possible, and to help them create frameworks. The governments have to exist, and they have to operate, and they have to do the regulatory side of things, but it needs to be done in a sensible way.
Kirsten, you want to say something?
Well, I just want to jump in there. I think that it's urgent for the government to do this. This isn't a choice. The way that schools are failing students' well-being is, I think, from what the conversations I have daily with parents, is at unacceptable levels. There's nearly 2 million, at least 1.5 million, possibly 2 million kids missing from education or being home educated. We don't know where they are or what standards of care and support that they're getting. Parents are feeling unheard, unable to support them, and so, yeah, their needs aren't being met. So I think not about we can't go at the slow pace that government are going with this. And it feels scary to be a business that is pushing outside of, there's no regulation for this, because as you say, I've got Tutors Association have taken me so far, but now there isn't anybody else. I'm writing the policies. I'm looking at the things going, well, will that, and writing in things of how we're doing it. But I don't want to get it wrong. I want to get it right because I want to solve a problem that I've had personally and that I know actually exists.
So I think that's some of the work that we've been doing together on the International Tutoring Framework. Yes, because what we did was we brought together what we know about what works in tutoring, safe, skilled, supported, relationship, reflectiveness, responsiveness, pulled them together into behaviors that are conducive to the best, most precise, most responsive, personalized learning. And simply by creating a framework like that, I've shown it to some really awesome educators this week. And everyone's like, yeah, that's what that should look like. And it's not complex and it's not confusing. And many of us worked on it together yesterday. And what we found with this framework is that from doing the framework in March to doing it now, we've already seen progress. So there are people who the minute that and tutors aren't used to measuring progress beyond how busy am I. Yeah, and so giving ourselves a structure that is far more neutral and far more professional rather than focused on the economic drivers will enable us to have this shared collegial approach to frameworks and raising standards in tutoring that doesn't wait for accountability agendas. So some of us know here that one of my kids has been at home since January, not attending school, and Kirsten's helped me, and the MASH team have helped me, and the school have been approaching it as a safeguarding issue, and it's not a safeguarding issue. And I had a social worker, this is as personal as it gets, as a social worker sitting with me in our garden this week, and at the end of this very long meeting, she said, I can see that Mum's got her child's best interests at heart, and I can see that Mum knows how to communicate with her child. And I thought, why did I need a stranger to come into my home to evaluate my parenting? How top down? And why is it that we, who were raised in these school systems, are waiting for somebody to jolly well give us instructions? Enough. Stop waiting for the bell to ring. Be proactive. Have a growth mindset. And work together in environments like this. And lead change.
The competition sometimes isn't between the schools and the tutors. It's the parents as that we do feel outside the loop in making those decisions. I think also the tuition industry brings together professionals from outside. Like, you didn't go through the traditional teaching route. I certainly didn't. I haven't come at this as a head teacher in a school. I've come at it from an entrepreneur and working in industries and startups and different countries in the world. And I think you can't change this education system in the slow way that it's changing unless you get injections from outside of it, different ideas, and join up the stakeholders and don't see parents as a threat or tutors as a threat. We're all working together in the best interests of those children. But communication, I think, and visibility and frameworks that are inclusive, not here's an Ofsted framework that works in a school. Well, we're not replicating school online.
Yeah.
It has to be agile. So there's another piece. I wrote two things down that I wanted to answer your question. One was about community that I feel we've covered. The other is about digital credentials. Why? Because Kirsten's saying it's not only that we don't have a relationship with colleagues, also there's a tension between the tutors and the parents. And being able to use digital assets to close the knowledge gap between parents and tutors will give us a real sense of trust and agility that will allow us to continue to grow without leaving our security blankets too far behind. Yeah? So the more that we can close the relationships through community, through credentials, through the different resources, the stronger we are when we speak to the slow-moving elements of it and say, we're okay, we're here, we're solid, let's be recognized together.
I 100% agree. Because one of the important things, people complain often to me, they complain about government regulation or whatever governments do, or legislation, often legislation that's decades and decades old, and in some cases older. But the thing is, the Tutors Association existed from the beginning, and I know Qualified Tutors has done a lot of the similar kind of thing, to set standards for ourselves first, so that we say, well, look, we can design professional standards, especially minimum standards, and sort of what we would recommend and what we would like to see as best practice. And we can decide that as a sector much more effectively, and the government can't. Effectively, they can't. And they still have never, I mean, there's still the case in the UK and in many countries where there is no legal prescription on going out and calling yourself a tutor, no matter what your background. So if I turned around on the street and said I'm a tutor and I've just walked out of prison for committing some horrendous offence, and I was manifestly unsuitable, there's nothing to stop me. It's not illegal. Now, what's illegal and what shouldn't happen is not necessarily the same thing. Now, when it comes to the other end of the spectrum, in terms of like what do we want the tuition sector to look like and be like, and the additional online schools, everything else, we are innovative. We can be innovative. We can design structures and standards and frameworks that are effective. We can adjust them much quicker than a government could ever adjust a framework. We can design those things, put them out there, and then say, okay, this already exists. Now we've created it. Now we've gone off and created this. Why don't we start recognizing this rather than trying to impose some sort of alternative, unsuitable regulatory framework on top of it? And then that's when you need to have delicate discussions with the right stakeholders, and you need to understand political cycles, you need to understand legislative cycles, you need to make sure that you understand that whatever you put in law doesn't come out. So be very, very careful as to what you do. But if you have a coherent plan, I like to think I have a coherent plan some of the time at least, then you can eventually lead the sector towards effective change that allows for innovation, continuous change, but has some level of minimum standard that's held across the board, which is obviously what we all want. And then parents and schools and the traditional schooling, they can look for markers that are trusted in supplementary tuition providers. They will know, oh, they've got this credential, they're member of this organisation, they follow these standards, they follow this, therefore I trust them, and I understand that they meet these standards. This is not just some random stranger turning up who might be a problem.
And I think the other element that's really interesting there is the peer endorsement. So the idea that it's not that somebody is coming in top down and inspecting, it's that we as a collective of tutors are saying this is what makes good. And so the TTA and Qualified Tutor, and I know that Richard's always been a real proponent of safeguarding and DBS as an entry point requirement for tutoring. And that far precedes the future of education. And really it should be an established expectation by now.
Should have been there already.
But what's also interesting is that parents don't know what to look for. Yeah, parents who don't know what questions to ask, or they're shy to ask them, or they don't have systems in place, they're not educated to ask those questions, and they don't have to be. They're experts on their children. They don't have to be experts in education. What we need to do is create simple systems where we understand this is what the tutoring professionals endorse, and this is what good looks like to our profession. I wouldn't go in and evaluate a consultant in medicine. I wouldn't go in and interrogate a lawyer's, well, I'd hope they're going to do a good job for me, but I can't analyze that work, and I don't need to. I just need to understand that they are peer endorsed so that as a community we're moving in the right direction together.
So I think you can see that everyone is quite passionate on this panel about what they do. And, but we're all I think there's some really practical steps there in how to do it. I think what's interesting is that you all have slightly different stakeholders and that you're kind of thinking at this from a different angle. And I think that's really important in this collaborative aspect. I think I was actually rewatching the panel we were on last time, and one of the things you said, Julia, was that not one of us has the answer. Not one of us is going to be able to pull this entire change in education off by ourselves. It's the collaboration between us, and it's because we're all thinking about the problem slightly differently towards a common goal. I think what would be really interesting for people to hear, because you're all quite accomplished in what you're doing, is for just to share a success, no matter about how big or small, and what kind of steps led you to that success. So if we work back down the panel, start with you, Richard.
Cool. If anyone's wondering I'm quiet, I've sunk many a love tutoring another panel with regulation, so I'm just saying I agree. And I look forward to my inspection that's coming tomorrow morning, 9:30, down the road to talk about, funnily enough, not education, but the government wants to talk to me about everything else. But, so I won't go down that rabbit hole, but, minimal regulation. I would like the government to talk to us more about education, things we actually know about, and a little bit less about the, specific payment integrations of an employment business. And it's just, is that helping your kids? Is that giving you energy, or is it taking away the energy? And let's not talk about regulation anymore, because we let them win when we talk about it. So, what, sorry?
Move on from regulation.
Agreed. I've so many success. I'm very lucky. I think that the personal ones are probably the best. And you said, does the schooling system have to fail for tutors to pick up? Absolutely not. And a few of you might have heard this one before, but that really taps into an old kind of stigma and an outdated view, and really what we're doing as a tutoring industry very, very effectively in the last few years, again, lots of good organizations doing it, is we're actually rebranding. So I say, if when I grew up, gyms weren't a cool place. If you said to someone, who goes to a gym when I was very young, I could close your eyes and imagine a gym goer, you'd pretty much get an overweight, white, sort of mid-50s guy, possibly with diabetes, who needs to lose weight so he doesn't have another heart attack, right? That was what the gym was. You kind of think of it now, and weirdly, almost 80% of people give it the same, so the brand's been very good, but you actually get young, professional, blonde female who's running ultramarathons.
Is this a different conversation?
I'm not sure where I should step in.
We look at what tutoring is, and it's changing, right? So gyms were about being overweight and being a failure. And now, no, being a gym is a good thing. If anyone's ever tried to go on a dating app in the last few years, you don't write to the gym, your problem.
Why I don't go to the gym anymore.
So, it's aspirational. Going to the gym is about being a good, effective human being. And so tutoring used to be about this shame product. You're failing at school, you're dumb, you're stupid, you're a rich, stupid kid, right? That's the old fat bloke. It's not. It's about aspiration. It's about being the best version of yourselves. And I find it's very funny because in our niche, we almost exclusively work with students at a first class, at the highest grades, almost exclusively at the top 5 universities in the world, trying to get into the top 3 companies in the world. So I find it very funny when we talk about tutoring as kind of, is it about, schools failing? No, the failure of the school is that they don't have the resources to help these brilliant people go and actually be, the next Stephen Hawkins or whatever genius they're going to be in their field. So we've got to rebrand tutoring away from this shame product and into this aspirational product. It's about education. It's about who do you want to be and how do we get you there? And so, to answer the question directly, a success. The student, she was from Nigeria, lovely, a competent student, had graduated very, very well in university. But she wanted to apply to London School of Economics. That was her dream, and her family, supportive, said, that it's not for you for many different reasons. And I think there was things more than just education going on in that. But there was this kind of stigma. And she said, well, I'm going to get a tutor. And again, the family said, lovely, but tutoring's not really for getting into good universities, right? Tutoring's for if you're falling behind and you're going to get kicked out of your school. Fast forwards, she applied before I met her, and she got rejected. And what I love about this student was she didn't use it to bring in this thing, I'm stupid, I'm a failure, I can't do it. She said, well, who's the best? And so, hey, luckily, ended up working with my lovely company. She not only got in, she got in with a full scholarship and is the first student in her extended family, and she said her extended community, to ever go to university. And what a high bar she set getting into LSE for management. So tutoring is about aspiration. And I'm so keen for us to move the conversation away from the failing schools and against teachers and all this. It's education, and something you said that was to me very, very powerful. It's only ever good. Education is proper education, in my definition of education, where we're not including miseducation, is only ever a good thing. We need more of it. And this kind of taps into, is private tutoring bad? And we need to be open about this. Is it helping? Is it worsening social equality? We shouldn't shy away from that conversation, because that's how we get the regulators in. We should say, that's a complex question, and there's a lot of private schooling and a lot of private tutoring that is certainly harming the distribution of education. But does that make private tutoring bad? No. It's not about private tutoring, it's about the funding models and how we get access to it. So the question isn't, should there be less private tutoring, should we fund down, should we embrace the stigma? It's how do we get institutions, bodies, governments, charities, and people funding more education? Because one-to-one education has, of course, been proven to be the most effective way of achieving life outcomes. So really what we should be doing is sitting around and saying, how do we get more of it, and how do we get funding to unlock these abilities to supercharge these kids?
Yeah.
And that will come with a start from rebranding away from stigma and towards aspirational product.
I completely agree. I mean, it was shocking to me that people still think this even now after some of the change in mindset with the NTP around, but I think that was so badly put together, especially in its early stages, that perhaps it didn't do more harm than good, but there was an opportunity there for that rebrand, and we didn't get it. And I think that's a bit disappointing. But that's where it takes people like you guys to go in and actually push this down the right path. John, tell us about
National
success.
Tutoring Programme. Goodness me, how many things have I got to say about that? I won't say all of them. Don't worry. I mean, tutoring is now a prominent feature of the educational landscape in a way it wasn't 5 years ago. Yeah. And Richard's right that tuition historically has had this sort of, oh, it's a bit secretive, don't tell anyone. I even hilariously, my children go to a school, and one of the other mothers, whose children are roughly the same age as mine, came up to me and whispered in my ear, John, can you help me find a tutor? But shh, don't tell anyone. That happened 2 weeks ago. That happened not 10 years ago. That happened 2 weeks ago. It's still a thing where she didn't really want anybody else to know, but she trusted me and she wanted me to help her. Of course, I said I'll help her. But changing that perception amongst parents that tuition is not a secret thing or a dirty thing or a bad thing, or it's not bad to go and get a tutor. Great, right? Just like you send your child to some club or some dance club or whatever, or ballet school.
John, I love my kid. I'm trying to get a chess coach, right? I love my kid. I'm trying to do better outcomes for them.
My son goes to chess club and football academy. My daughter goes to ballet lessons, and I don't turn around and it's not secret, right? Partly because there's other parents there and they sort of see. But I mean, it's not a secret thing. And then because tuition is normally one-to-one, it can be a secret thing. It's almost like people default to thinking it should be. Obviously, it doesn't need to be. Now, the National Tutoring Programme propelled tuition into the public consciousness in education. Prior to the National Tutoring Programme, the DfE website had almost, I think it was 4 or 5 references to tuition anywhere on the entire .gov.uk DfE site, right? And they were not easy to find, and they were not prominent, right? Obviously, it's a welcome thing that that's now changed, and that there is a discussion around how should tuition fit into the national education picture. What should the education sector look like? Where should tuition be, and how should it work with the other components? Now, yeah, the National Tutoring Programme didn't go well. The very, very short answer is, number one, they picked people to run it who didn't know very much about tuition, especially about the practicalities. Number two, in the first place, they chose too few tuition providers. In fact, they chose very few tuition providers. I remember being on calls with someone else that's on this panel now, explicitly warning them, you're not going to pick anyone who is a tuition provider if you use this kind of approach and framework. Did they listen to us? No, but we've moved forward and we try and get things going in the right direction. Many years down the line, it's now in a much better position, ironically the year before it ends, but it's in a much better position whereby they accept that they need to sort of check what the standards are, and then leave good tuition providers to get on with delivering good tuition. And there are schools out there that have had good experiences with tuition who will be keen to see that continue in the future. Their main problem at the moment is funding. They don't have very much money. Separate issue. But tuition is now a part of the education picture, and it should stay a part of the education picture. As I've already said, and I say again, tuition and supplementary education providers are the source of a lot of the innovation in the education sector. We should insist on core minimum standards that are absolutely should be mandatory, and then aspire to that top level of excellence, which most people are really keen to try and push for.
Yeah.
And provide an amazing service in conjunction with governments and the mainstream schooling sector.
Yeah, I guess there's a bit of momentum now, and we can kind of use that to start the rebrand. Julia, tell us about
I think my answer is the same. I tell you why. My mum finally knows what I do. And that's branding. Yeah? That's Lululemon. All of a sudden, tutoring has some X factor.
Oh, tutoring's in vogue. The first European edtech unicorn, and this is a big thing in the finance world, is a private tutoring company called Go Student. I won't comment on beyond that, but it is important, and we're at government representation. We are now one of the most investment heavy, I think, after fitness tech, and health tech and edtech are the two most investable sectors. This is huge. So this is still our moment, and whilst the National Tutoring Programme certainly had its failings, we are part of all these conversations. And it used to be, should tutoring even be in the conversation? Now it's like, right, how do we get them into the education system?
So to pull back, and in addition to my mum, who was my greatest win, I had a message this morning from somebody on the other side of the world who said she's been following Qualified Tutor and the Love Tutoring Festivals since COVID, and she's finally ready to not be alone.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And she said it beautifully. She said, I will always back myself, but I know that I don't have all the answers. So creating a place where she finally feels able to step forward, because we can have all these structural ideas, but really structures come down to individual people making personal life decisions. And if you don't create systems where those people can step forward, then you haven't really made the change that the people need. Yeah. So that person, who I won't name, has a lot of love from me this morning, because that was a joy to receive.
That's amazing to receive something like that. Yeah. Congratulations. Shows the good work that you do.
And my mum.
Yeah, and yeah. Kirsten.
I've been wondering how personally quick to make this, because final thing, but it was Gaia Learning's 4th birthday at the weekend. So I feel like this is
happy birthday!
And 4 years ago, when I set it up, controversially, I'm going to take this away from tutoring to personalised education, I left a marriage. It was a domestic abuse situation. The police and social services helped me to leave. But as part of that leaving, I lost the personalised education that my son had, that he needed. And because, again, stigma-wise, you don't think those sorts of things happen in middle-class sort of things, but he came out of his private school. And I was devastated, because I knew that's where he thrived and what he needed. And I thought, well, do you know what? If I'm going to end up in a refuge and all these things, I'm going to create a school for my son that is personalised. And I don't have the money to pay private school fees, but that's what I want for him. I want him to have all of that. And my success is that this week or this term, we have been trialling our full timetable, full school for years 5 all the way up to GCSEs. And I'll tell you about one family who, she won't mind me sharing this, because she's been talking about us on Capital Radio and all sorts. Her name is Jodie. One of her children, Courtney, came to us through funding from a partner school that we work in. And Courtney had been written off by everybody, wasn't accessing anything at all. She's now been coming to all of her classes with us. She's brave enough to talk to adults now. She puts on her camera. She speaks to not only the tutors, but the other kids in the class. And Jodie now has been able to access our services by getting EHCP funding for her younger son, Carter, And in fact, she's the second parent who has been able to get funding, because now parents are in charge of their personal budgets for EOTAS, and they are effectively paying private school fees, which is what it costs to come to us full time. But it is personalised. The classes are of 12, which is what I aspired to for my son. And everyday women who are also in difficult situations and have left bad relationships and are single parenting and are trying to make money themselves have got it. So I feel like our numbers are still small, but it's real and it's happening, and I'm proud of that.
As you should be, yeah, well done. How long? The discussion has been very interesting.
Just say that thing about EOTAS. Just say that thing about parents being able to access.
So this is just a fun change there was a landmark case earlier this year, which means that parents now can have ownership over over a personal budget to get access to what their children need if their needs are not being met in a school. So you do need to get evidence from professionals around the child. It is still preferable that you keep the child in for as long as possible on roll, so that you can prove that the school can't meet their needs. But then we've had several parents successfully getting that funding, and then they can choose us as part of a portfolio of other things that their children need, which is actually groundbreaking. So, yeah.
Getting the funding for right places. This is good. This is very, very good.
Yeah, because
funding for good things is always a good thing.
As more funding to people creating good solutions. This is how we win the war.
Carl, can you tell us a win? Come on. I know you're hosting, but tell us.
Well, mine would be very much in a similar vein to Kirsten's, that we work with students in the college that this is my last week, but in Carfax College, we work with students who have struggled to get their attendance up to attend a traditional school. And we have a number of students this year that we're actually getting back into a traditional school after a few years of working with us. And a lot of it was high levels of anxiety from the pandemic the first year, really destroyed their confidence being in the schools. We then, in the second year, started working with them and started getting them back in through that text-based, audio-based, then video-based, and then, coming on site for a day of the week. And I think the flexibility that we have in a tutorial college, and it's exactly what John was saying earlier, that we shouldn't, there's no blame to be pushed around here, and there's no failing. Schools are just not set up to have a one-to-one setting. The students who would be better served starting at 11 and not 9 can't make that work in a school. And I think kind of honing that flexibility that Carfax College has had, seeing the success of our students and kind of leaving on a high there is my success.
And that it is flexible, and that there isn't a this forever or that's the solution. It's a blend, and it's a non-competitive.
Yeah, exactly. That getting them back into a traditional school was the
maybe
goal for some of the students, but not for all.
But getting them back into a community, I think that is what the thing is. To get back into something is what we all were thriving from being part of today.
Yeah. And that it doesn't have to look like it used to look.
Yeah.
It can look different. We were having a really interesting conversation about how leadership means holding space and not finding all the answers. Yeah?
Yeah. And I think that's what's been really interesting about this discussion, and hopefully people have found it useful, is that we don't have all the answers, but the way that you answered the questions, I think, was quite exploratory, and I hope it's given a few people ideas in niches that they will soon operate in, and bring some leaders up that will help with the change.
Awesome. Thank you, Carl. Thank you.
So Odette says we've got 10 minutes. So we can, I think, should we ask some questions, please, Charlotte?
It is specifically for John and Richard, but obviously it's open to you all. You both talked about schools. Many years ago, the Labour government were bringing in new initiatives. One was personalised learning. I did some consultancy work on personalised learning at that time. And they were going to bring in the creative curriculum, which obviously never happened because they got kicked out. The point I'm making is those are things that we talk about as tutors. We talk about personalised learning all the time, and it was something I worked on a lot within schools at the time, and really working on bringing personalisation into schools, and it's kind of drifted off. Obviously, the creative side of things never came in. But what I'm trying to say is those were things that would have been really good if they'd had enough funding and worked properly and were going into schools. You've got schools in places like Holland who are really working on the flipped classroom, things like that. And what I'm trying to ask is, if those things really took off in schools and there was the funding for it, they would make a school much more like we as tutors are trying to bring into the tuition system. So the question I'm asking is, you said schools can't do this because they're not meant to do that, and that's where tutors come in, and, you know, the car ferry analogy. But what is your kind of ideal school? What would it look like? And what do you think schools are there for then?
Yeah.
And if they were our perfect ideal of a school, would it impact on what our use was, or would it still be the same in terms of our complementary provision? Lots to ask.
It is an interesting question. It's a very interesting question. What do we want perfect schools to look like? And then you've got the other question, which is, what do perfect schools cost to build and run, and are we prepared to pay that cost as a society? And that's a difficult question to try and answer. I mean, there are a number of things I would do to change schools, but it would need to be a phased approach over a long period of time. So if you're asking for my sort of like wish list, I would move schools towards cumulative assessment. So rather than solely based on high stakes end exams, there would be lots more tests, but they would all contribute a very small percentage of the summative assessment at the end. So therefore, anomalies in an individual test are much easier to identify and deal with. People don't like the idea of testing sometimes, but that sometimes can be controversial, but we can discuss that at a separate point. I would move the schools to, so the idea that the one teacher teaches a class of 30 probably needs more questioning than it's had. Now, there are, this is because it gives rise to this weird situation where teachers are some of the only people who, when they're very junior, they carry out their job almost entirely alone without supervision. It's not that good a thing, I don't think. I was a junior teacher in a challenging class. I was part of the Teach First programme, and I will happily admit to everybody it was terrible. It was terrible when it happened, and I'm a much better teacher now, and I would go back and tell a lot of things to myself all those years ago. But we probably don't really want a situation where junior teachers, I mean, the teacher workforce is under a lot of strain at the moment. I don't think it's a secret to anybody. I would move towards having larger classes, much larger classes, but with multiple teachers. So you could have a junior teacher and a much more senior teacher teaching a class, and one or two TAs perhaps, teaching a class of maybe 80 or even 100. But you would structure things very, very differently. Now, there's huge problems with trying to migrate to a schooling model like this. Number one, every single classroom in the country nearly has been designed to fit around 30 children, plus or minus 5. You can't go back and immediately just transform all the walls of bricks and mortar. So it's not really a viable thing to just switch that straight away. You'd need to pilot it. Teach training would need to change, because teachers haven't been trained to teach in collaboration with other teachers. But if we imagine that kind of hypothetical school environment, you could have a class whereby where you do just need to get all of the students to do the same thing, because there are times when you need to do that, when you do need to give them an explanation about a key concept at the same time, there are times when you need to do that, that you can efficiently do it with either the senior teacher or the junior teacher who's being supervised to 100 children at the same time.
You could do that with the online.
You can also do it online.
She's done it already.
You can also do it online.
It's 100 classrooms in a classroom, or
and maybe
30
that's part of the solution to the bricks and mortar issue.
And you could turn it on tomorrow.
You can turn it on online. So, I mean, these are some of the things I think would be useful innovations to consider within schooling more broadly. I am completely realistic on understanding that that will not happen anytime soon. But you asked me what I wish schools would become more like, and I suppose that's the direction we should go in. And if online can help us get there, then all the better.
Can I have a play with this question as well? Thank you, because I was at an awesome event with teachers and teaching professionals this week, and it really seemed to me that what we needed to do was interrogate the point. So rather than improving the school system it is, or reimagining the school system based on we all grew up in school and this is what we think it's supposed to look like, more or less, actually going back to what life skills are necessary going forward. And I would suggest that school needs to look a lot more like life. Mm-hmm. Yeah? And that learning needs to be an iterative process that is not measured except in terms of how well adjusted you are to existence. And therefore, all of those pre-existing classrooms then become places that we visit to access this subject or that subject. Anything that we need to learn for functional skills is taught in a one-to-one or one-to-few context because it's much more effective. Why leave people to fail? And actually, in the same way that we all have come out of our workplaces to gather here and then we'll go on to somewhere else and you're going to go for coffee and I'm going to go for lunch, there are so many different routes, and we have oversimplified our lives, and that's what's cracking our mental health. And if we could just open our minds to variety and not find it threatening, we'd actually all be a lot better adjusted to life.
Certainly. This is a question I most want to answer, so I'm so glad that you brought it. And there's so much I could say that I'll try and put down to a few points. What is the best year of schooling? It's actually reception, right? So what do schools look like? It's building on these two bits.
Nursery, actually.
It's nursery, yes. It should be like this. It should be this, but instead of the play pit and the sand pit and all that, you've got different events you can go to and listen to what you're interested in. So you take the best of private tutoring. What is a personalized plan? Why, and I was fortunate to have one of the best educations in the world, absolutely privileged and amazing.
At the lectern.
And yet, I thank the lecturer. Quite funny what I had. I haven't got my glass on today. But why in that, and I had as good an education as you can get, why did nobody in 13 years, from 5 to 18, nobody ever sit down with me, they had quite a lot of time with me, and say, what do you want to learn? What do you want to be? Where do you want to get to? That's crazy. You just go through. And when I was doing a project with the Department for Education, who do sometimes fund innovation, which is fantastic, I realized that the majority of students don't know why they're in school. Mm-hmm. There is no love of learning, but it's worse than that. They don't fundamentally understand what education is. Whereas those kids in the play stand, they do sort of get that they're exploring. So it should be exploratory. I don't hate the idea of knocking down some walls and having a bigger room and more people, but it isn't just you've got 5 classes a day and each one's this length and you've got to learn this many things. It is, what are the 8 career skills? The career skills planning is fantastic. Communication, teamwork, leadership, and it is removing as many exams as you possibly can. You've got to have your basic 3 R's. I agree. We need people to be able to do maths and be able to communicate. But beyond that, why aren't we teaching empathy and emotional resilience? What do you want to learn? So you have someone sits down with you personally each month, each year, your coach, your role model, let's call it a tutor. Why not? Let's get tutors in schools. What do you want to learn? Well, how are we going to achieve that? Well, let's not limit people then to this one teacher who's doing their best, when we've said that the entire internet and YouTube and ChatGPT knows so many of the answers. So let's teach kids a curiosity to go out and find it, because you would do better. And if I was a teacher, the first lesson I would teach is how to just use Google, how to just use YouTube. You can find and learn anything you want. What do you want to learn? And we are teaching out this curiosity by saying you've got to learn things you want to learn. So removing exams, much more collaborative, community-based learning, and of course, embracing all the technology. Personalized plans. There's so many good education companies. I won't talk about it the whole nother talk, but the UK really suffers with edtech funding. UK's edtech funding is a fraction of what it is in, say, America, or even many European and certainly most Arab and Far East Asian countries. So we need to get these, because there are people creating in this room and in our community these amazing solutions for personalized learning to get kids to whatever, just sit down in front of a computer and access the best teaching in the world. But we're sort of limiting this pre-Victorian age of you've got to listen to this one teacher, which I think is very limiting of curiosity, limiting of ability, and we end up with kids finishing school saying, "Well,
that's probably we just run out of time." So I think that's probably a very good point to end on there. I think that just that point of asking kids what they want to learn is quite powerful, I think. There's a
Putting the kid in the center of it. No.
There's a great documentary called The Cure for the Common Classroom, run by a school a traveling school, and they ask the kids that very question. And some of them actually break down into tears. They're utterly shocked that they have a say in this. And I think ultimately that's what it's all about.
Dame Alison, did you hear what we just said about schools? I'm a bit worried now.
So I think thank you very much for all of your insight. And I'm sure we could have carried on talking all day. But yeah, thank you very much. And I hope you found it useful.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent.
I think she's saying that we have a 15-minute break. Yes? And Dame Alison will be speaking with us at 10 to 12. Lovely friends online, go and take a rest break. Leave the Zoom room, go to the kettle. We'll see you in 15.
Give me a sign before it's too late. I don't wanna fall and make the same mistake. Oh, you know it's no good for us. This toxic love, but there's so much temptation running through my veins. I couldn't stop it if I tried to anyway. There must be a reason we end up at the same place at the same time. It happens every time when we're around. We always see each other in the crowd. Our friends just roll their eyes and say, here we go again. The story never ends. Heartbeats fast when you come closer, and they all say that I should know better, but I can't stop, can't fight this feeling anymore. Oh, the story never ends. The story never ends. Oh, the story never ends. You just have to try harder than you fight. You might be lost like sunshine in the night. You know what they say, life's about today. If you wanna be someone, you don't have to wait. You just have to change. to try harder than you fight. You might be lost like sunshine in the night. You know what they say, life's about to wait. If you wanna be someone, you don't have to wait. You just have to try harder than you fight. You might be lost like sunshine in the night. You know what they say, dreaming high like the stars, dancing through without clouds. And everything we search a meaning, every cloud has silver lining. As long as you are still breathing, don't waste your time, keep fighting. Even if you drift and fall, look down, mountain, still stand tall. Believe yourself and keep on running. Don't look back, stay dreaming. We fly away to the sky, shining bright like a sunshine, dreaming high like the stars, dancing through without clouds. And everything we search a meaning, every cloud has silver lining. As long as you are still breathing, don't waste your time, keep fighting. Even if you drift and fall, look down, mountain, still stand tall. Believe yourself and keep on running. Don't look back, stay dreaming.
I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow, I looked around, searched every building and home that I found.
Shall we? Well done, Claire. Very good, Lauren. Nicola's giving me eye contact as well. Got the eyebrows over there. Well done. Goodness me, that was progress. Okay, so Dame Alison Peacock is here. I know. I stalk her.
She does.
I do. We just go to the same parties.
Yep.
But you were there first. We're really blessed to have a friend in the Chartered College of Teaching. The Chartered College of Teaching is an awesome body that represents teachers and makes us feel our own authority, makes us feel trusted, makes us feel capable. And that's one of the reasons why many of us left working in a school or didn't even go into working in a school, because the accountability agenda is really, really painful to live under. The Chartered College are waving a flag for professional development in teaching, also tutoring. And that opportunity to come together as professionals is immensely valuable. So we're very happy to be associated and partnered with the Chartered College. And Dame Alison, the first time I emailed you during COVID, you replied to me in less than 12 hours. I said, I'm supporting tutors. You said, I want to help. And we've been talking about that ever since, because teaching goes beyond teachers, and the pedagogical skills that you speak about in terms of helping real people to do their best work is something that's always made a difference. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to let you enjoy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to colleagues online who are joining us as well. I represent, as you've heard, the Chartered College of Teaching. Well, who are we? We're a professional body. We're in our 7th year. We're completely independent of government. We're completely self-sustaining. We're a charitable not-for-profit. Our aim is to empower a respected, knowledgeable profession through membership and accreditation. Our membership encompasses teachers, teaching assistants, tutors, governors, anybody who works in education and cares about children, we care about you. So you are warmly welcome. And in fact, we also work with independent schools as well as state schools, so we don't require teachers to have QTS. What we are really keen to do, though, is to build the opportunity for teachers to develop their careers, to develop their professional knowledge, as you've heard from Julia. So I'm going to talk to you this morning about the importance of positivity and professionalism. There is a kind of lack of positivity right now. I know it's particularly as we come towards the end of the summer term. You'd think there might be more positivity with the sight of summer holidays, kind of almost, you can always smell the summer holidays kind of on the horizon. But the reality is, I think our profession is really suffering in all kinds of ways from all kinds of directions. I've just literally been downstairs on the phone to a journalist who was talking about, what else can schools do to narrow the gap for our young people, alongside everything else that's already been tried? And I said, well, actually, we need to recognize the impact of the pandemic. We need to understand that what has happened in a child's life, if you've got 2 years out of your life when you're not allowed to leave your home, when you're not allowed to go and play with your friends, when you're not allowed to be socializing with your peers if you're a teenager, that is very damaging. And the idea that we can just click our fingers and make it all right again is naive at best. The work that you do as tutors, of course, can be hugely helpful in this space. And I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to talk to you. So the notion that education transforms lives is at the heart of what I believe. I genuinely believe that individual teachers can make a massive, massive difference. Individual tutors can make a massive, massive difference to a child's life. What we know from the evidence is that you actually only need one adult, one trusted adult who believes in you, who inspires you to make you feel like it's going to be okay. You can be that adult. You need to be that adult for the children that you work with. I've been involved in research, and these are the books from Learning Without Limits. Learning Without Limits is a study of, we started off with a study of 9 different schools, primary and secondary, and all of these schools were schools where there were teachers. I was one of those teachers who were trying really hard to teach without labeling children. Now, when we were doing this study, this was quite radical work. Back in 2004, it was a really radical thing to be doing, to say, we're not going to be labeling children, because back in the day, and still now in many, many schools, children are divided up into groups. They are divided according to their so-called attainment in so-called academic subjects, regardless of your talents elsewhere in the curriculum. Children who are put into a group of hedgehogs know that a hedgehog is not going anywhere compared with the gazelles. So if you've got a class and you label the children, hedgehogs right the way through to gazelles, the hedgehogs know full well that the expectations on them are very low. I suspect, but not entirely, there may be some of you who are working with children who have neurodiverse needs, who may very well, in a normal classroom, be in one of those groups where they've been written off. Or maybe they're not in school anymore because it's too difficult, it's too challenging. This slide here, Transforming Learning Capacity, it's a detailed slide. I'm not really expecting you to engage with it, other than to see that there's a notion that as teachers, as individuals working with our students, we can lift limits. There are so many limits that are placed on individual students throughout their period of time in school, right the way through from when they first start school, all the way through the system. And those external limits are limits that it's very hard for the individual to resist. Added to that, there are internal limits that you place on yourself. And we will all recognize that kind of notion of imposter syndrome, or, if someone says to us, you're no good at that, or don't try that again, or is that the best you can do? Chances are you're not going to try very hard the next time because you need to self-protect. And then we do this whole thing in classrooms about saying, it's safe to make mistakes around here. Safe for who to make mistakes? Not me, the teacher, because I need to be sorted out. But it's all right for you to make mistakes. It's very hard to be able to be in an environment where you genuinely are valued for who you are. So I think the opportunity that you have is unique in being able to really establish the relationship, the bond, that trust that is needed, that reciprocal trust between you and the learner, you and the group of learners, that makes all the difference. At the Chartered College, we are absolutely committed to working with all teachers. And during Learning Without Limits, one of the things that I would talk about is about how do we find a way through for every child. So not what's wrong with the child, but how do we find a way through to help the child? That's a really powerful shift in mindset. So not what's wrong with the child, what's the label of the child, what's the education, healthcare support plan, or whatever it might be, what's the provision for the child? No, not that. What can I, as a professional, or together with my other co-professionals, what can we do to find a way through to enable this child to learn? To find a way through to motivate this child, to inspire this child, to believe in this child, to support this child, so that they're ready to learn. There's no shortcut for that. But when you get there and you get that kind of relationship, then anything feels possible. So when we had our inaugural conference, we wanted to include some teachers who were neurodiverse themselves and had additional needs. And we chose to invite a teacher who had a stammer. So I'm just going to show you a bit of this film.
My name is because I can't say my first name, my name is Mr. Ahmed. Don't worry about what people think about your stammer, because the second that you start to think about people, your stammer might tend to become a bit more worse. This is Stammer Support Group. The main reason why I made this support group is so that those people don't have to go through the same things that I went through. There were so many times where I just refused to put my hands up or take part in my lessons because I was just scared of what people would say about my stammer. In fact, there was a lot of people that did bully me. Can we make a circle?
These teachers are supporting me, and they improve my speaking.
Don't forget, if you're feeling nervous, you can put your hands at the back, you can put your hands at the front, as long as you speak very loudly.
We think Mr. Ahmed is a great teacher.
The good thing about this group is that if someone laughs, that we can laugh back at them because they have a stammer too.
It's true. So they see me struggling, I see them struggling, and it's fine.
We had that teacher at a panel for a national conference. The messages, I think, are really powerful. All teachers, all colleagues working with our children and young people deserve to be valued, but also they can model that actually different ranges of capacity to learn are not limits on what is possible to achieve. So if you have a neurodiverse profile yourself, if you have special needs yourself, if you are able to contribute and support children, that's the most important thing. This notion of resilience, I was at a mental health seminar yesterday evening that actually Julia wasn't at, so that was me managing to...
Did I miss an invitation?
Well, anyway. And at that event of CAM's specialists, mental health specialists, they were saying now the figure is 1 in 4 young people who self-identify as having a mental health need. 1 in 4. And that is, it's utterly shocking. The idea that we can expect our young people to develop resilience if we've got teachers who themselves are not resilient is it's a nonsense. So we need to think about the conditions that affect resilience. And I came across this diagram. The culture where we work makes a massive difference. And if we can be centered and calm and poised and our best selves when we're working with our students, they will be able to get from us those vibes of it's okay. It's okay here, it's calm, it's fine. I'm in a safe place where I can focus on my learning. And I think that's something that is really fundamental for your role. Post-pandemic, well, we're not, okay, we might be post the sort of trauma of immediacy around COVID, but the impact, as I was saying earlier, of the pandemic on our young people is huge. We can't just run away and just kind of say, oh, well, that's all right, then we'll just sort it all out. We need to really think about what has made the difference. So 2 years of being shut away, not seeing your friends and so on, but also the lack of regulation that you needed to have, the lack of being in a big group, the lack of being in different environments, with different kind of teachers. There were many children who thrived, actually, during the pandemic because they were taken away from all of that. They were taken away from the hurly-burly of the corridor. They were taken away from the kind of, you've now all got to sit here for an hour and think about this. They could think about things and do their work when it was best for them to do it. So there were many children who really thrived in that time. And many of those children have not returned to school. So they may well be children that you're working with. They may be children who find it really hard to just get back in and get on. And we need to respect those children and individuals for the people that they are. And we think about wider society. We've got so much more flexible working than we ever had prior to the pandemic. Why? Our young people, are just younger versions of ourselves. So why wouldn't they want to do that as well? I do think, however, the accountability agenda is beginning to shift, but only because of the awful events surrounding the death of a primary head teacher. Finally, I think there's going to be a move, and I'm certainly part of that. I'm part of a commission that's looking at how do we soften the accountability agenda, but how do we broaden what it is that we teach within schools and our definition of what learning is within school. And, collaboration and collective kindness is key. It's easy to say, but the reality is, if you can show kindness to your students, you might be the only person who does, in an environment where teachers are really hard-pressed, and feel under the cosh. I just love this quote. This was from a child. So I was on Twitter, and it was post the first main lockdown, and a parent posted on Twitter. She said, my 7-year-old has just come home and said to me, Mum, the trouble with school is it's just not bendy enough. And you kind of completely understand what the child means, don't you? I'm sure many of those children that you work with are children who cannot stand the fact that everybody has to do the same thing at the same time because it doesn't feel natural. Chartered college, professional body, aren't we great? La, la, la. Here's our charter. We've got a royal charter. We want to become the Royal College of Teaching. And I think the profession deserves that. It's the sort of thing that could be granted to us without any political cost. But wouldn't it be great when we have Royal Colleges for Medicine and so on? Shouldn't we have a Royal College of Teaching? I think so. Shouldn't I be the leader of the Royal College of Teaching? I think so. So that's what we're working towards. Now, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about professionalism, because I think the jobs that you do, the work that you do, means that you are absolutely part of the teaching profession. And what does it mean to be a professional? Well, I was giving a talk at a prestigious university at the beginning of the year, and the session before mine was run by one of the tutors, and she was saying this was to trainee teachers who were about to go into school for the first time, and she was saying, well, to be a professional, you need to make sure that you turn up on time and you dress smartly. I was like, well, surely there's a bit more to it than that. So I came away and sort of looked at, well, how can we define this? I think this first bullet point here, a restless pursuit to build pedagogical knowledge, skill, and compassion. I think that is at the heart of what it means to be a great professional. That whichever session you run, you kind of come away from it and think, that was great, but it could have been even better. Or maybe that didn't go too well. Where else can I look? What else can I do? How can I refine the work that I'm doing? How can I build the relationship further so that I'm really kind of getting that sense that I'm doing the best I can? There is something really important about being a professional that is about the pride in the achievement of others. So this is about when you're a teacher in the classroom and a child comes rushing up to you and they say, guess what? And you say, what? And they say, I scored a goal at football last night. Or guess what? I finished my book. Or guess what? I got a great grade in my work. Or whatever it is, there's a sort of sense of an energy around doing well that is their achievement, but you kind of have a bit of reflected glory. And you will feel that as well. So when your tutees do something that they didn't think they would be able to do in life, and they tell you about it, It feels really great. There's something about how we make sure that we draw our courage to do the right job in the right way from ethical values, that we offer a role model, that we do look after ourselves. I mean, nobody wants to be tutored by a wreck, let's face it. And that we think about pursuit of learning as a collective endeavour. And the very fact that you're part of this conference means that you understand that your role as an individual is important, but your role collectively can make it even stronger, even better. These Nolan principles are the principles that people in public life sign up to. This is what our politicians sign up to. Have a look. I know. It's bizarre, isn't it? They know they've signed up to. They know they've signed up to them, but somehow it just seems to have avoided quite. So, in all honesty, the role models that our children see, if the role models that our children see in public life, if they don't come up to their mark in terms of those principles, the people that they work with in their schools, they highly regard, they see you as really, really important. You are really important in your students' lives. You need to make sure, no pressure, that you present a role model to them that is somebody that they can look to, so that they're not influenced by the likes of Andrew Tate, and they're not influenced by the likes of some of our politicians. Not that our politicians and Andrew Tate all ought to be in the same breath, but never mind. And then on the right-hand side, we have these ethical leadership virtues, which is the virtues that the Chartered College is promoting, which were developed by professional associations, the unions, and so on, to really embody what it means to be a leader. And hopefully, you see those virtues as you're working within teaching. But if you don't, you need to embody them. We need to make sure our decisions are evidence-informed, because otherwise we're just making it up. So the more that we can engage with evidence, with things that are shown to work, the better, the more we can avoid edu-myths. And that's why we publish a journal 3 times a year. That journal is available to every one of you should you wish to join the Chartered College. And it's written by teachers and by academics. It's designed to be accessible, not dumbed down, but accessible for everybody. And this idea about moving beyond intuition, so we need to make sure that what works, if we're not careful, there's been research that's been done that shows that after 3 years, teachers who have got things that work in their classrooms carry on doing that for the next 25 years unless they're disrupted. So if you've got a way of calming the class down, you've got a way of introducing your lesson, you've got a way of delivering certain tasks, that will continue to be the way that you do it unless that's disrupted and improved. So we need to move beyond that to really building a research-informed repertoire, I think. So I've got another little video to show you.
Okay. They need to work on that, right? Yes, okay. Did you understand it though? No. Okay. All right. Huh? Oh, no, not this one. This is the grand finale of this. Yeah, that's the last one. That's what I was wondering. I don't know what they're gonna do next season because they did some stuff this time. Exactly what I was thinking. Oh, yeah. Right, don't bring that again. You know what I'm saying? Don't do the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was thinking that, yeah. Yeah. Like, go somewhere else with that, but don't bring it here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what I said. And then it was like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, what in the world? But don't do that here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Really? I thought the same thing. We think a lot alike, huh? Oh, that's crazy. Right.
Now that, I mean, apart from that being a charming little interlude, so you can get re-engaged in the content of the talk, there was a very powerful, very famous study that was published a couple of decades ago by Hart and Risley that talked about the fact that children from some of our less well-off communities suffered a vocabulary deficit. There was this sort of talk about the 30 million word gap, and this was all over education, and there were lectures about it, what can we do? But underneath that was a very deterministic view that said it's already too late, effectively. When children arrive in school, there's already a huge gap between what children can talk about and what some other children can talk about. That research was subsequently superseded. That research has been found to be flawed. It was carried out with a very small sample of children and families. What superseded it is research now that talks about the benefits of dialogue, just as we saw there. Turn-taking, back and forth, responding to each other, building dialogue is a much greater way, a much easier way of building vocabulary, building language acquisition. It's about valuing individuals. It's about listening, it's about responding, it's about critical inquiry, it's about developing argument, developing all the things that we do when we speak to each other. And I think that's the reason, just that one example there says to me, that's the reason why it's so important to be on top of what's being talked about in terms of research. Because if you hear one kind of buzzy kind of thing that's everywhere, and you then don't notice that actually that's been superseded, you hold on to the buzzy thing. Why wouldn't you? So we need to make sure that learning is career-long. At the Chartered College, we're really keen for people to become chartered teachers. If you have a degree and you are interested in studying to be a chartered teacher, then we can talk about how we might facilitate that. We also run a series of webinars on our website which are designed to be tackling the really knotty problems that our society has. So we have a kind of government-led agenda at the moment for education, which is all about knowledge. It's focusing on the academic. It kind of ignores the needs of a third of our society in schools in terms of those children who are already on a flight path at the end of Key Stage 2 that says you are not going to get your GCSEs. What are those children supposed to do between the ages of 11 and GCSE, which they've already told pretty much you're going to fail? There was a report by ASCL called The Forgotten Third, really powerful report. So we're trying really hard to work with the education community to rethink assessment, to rethink curriculum design, but we also want to work with leaders to help them lead inclusive schools. So units like this, which are available on our website, have videos, case study materials, really accessible, but they're meant to be thought-provoking stimuli for really engaging with key issues around inclusion. We also have materials about decolonisation of the curriculum. If you're working with a young person from the global majority, make sure that your curriculum materials, the things that you're doing, recognise who they are. Don't just expect them to just be kind of a homogenous version of the child that you're working with. And this particular study that is part of the decolonisation materials really struck me when I looked at it. It's a short video, but it talks about the fact that psychologists back in the 1940s, black psychologists working with groups of children, presented them with different dolls, and they said, which doll would you like to be with? And which doll would you like to be? Which doll would you identify with? And so on. And the black children were identifying with white dolls as these are the dolls I want to be like. Then we had the study has been replicated many, many times, most recently in sort of 2020 in Scandinavia, and the results were almost identical. So when people say there's not an issue, there is. When people want to sweep under the carpet this issue of diversity or lack of diversity, it's a really important issue. So at the Chartered College, I'm proud to say that the Daily Mail called us woke, so that for publishing these materials. But I think it's really helpful to engage with the wider debate. Let's just have a look at some tongue-in-cheek research.
I'm going to give you this chocolate chip, and you can eat it anytime you want. But if you don't eat it and you wait for 5 minutes, then you can have what's inside of this box. Okay? So we're going to go upstairs, and we're going to wait for 5 minutes, and then we're going to come back down. So you just stay there.
why I get a blue bow. I like pink bows. I think it's because this one is more fragile. And you get that one because it's really pretty inside. I think this is gonna be boring. Why? Because we just have to wait here doing nothing. This is gonna be boring. Do you think we could open the present right now? I think so. Don't you? Now what do we do? I don't know.
So that idea, I mean, that's based on the marshmallow test, obviously. It's based on the idea of self-regulation, deferred gratification. I used to think, when I was teaching early years, that children either could do this or they couldn't, you know? But actually the research of Professor Sarah Jane Blakemore, she's doing a lot of work around brain science, she has found that the skills of building self-regulation continue until the age of 25, which means that it's everybody's job to support children in building that capacity to self-regulate, which means that even in an individual one-to-one or a small group situation, providing children with choices is one of the key things that you can be doing to help them make good choices, to regulate their behaviors. So there are all kinds of things that all of us can be doing across schools. So again, it removes this notion of a deterministic, you either can or you can't, you've got something wrong with you, no, you haven't. This is about a continuum. You know, if you can't do something, it's about I can't do it yet, not I can't do it. And that's a really powerful model. We've been working with CAMHS workers. Now, you will know, I'm sure, that getting support from additional mental health specialists across the system is increasingly difficult. So if you're in a mainstream school and you have a child with profound needs, they almost have to be at the point of suicide before a CAMHS worker will, you know, the threshold is incredibly high until you can get that support. So we decided to approach the Association of CAM workers and said to them, can we provide some joint webinars? So these are webinars where we've got specialists in these particular areas of eating disorders, sleep deprivation, whatever it might be, self-harm, drug abuse, talking about what does the evidence tell us, what do we need to know, and then followed by another webinar, which is about what's the pedagogy, what can teachers who are already working in these particular issues, what are they learning about in schools, what are they trying out, what can make the difference. Now, if you are working with a young person who is clearly suffering in terms of their mental health, this is another resource for you to just help you build your understanding so that you can try and do what you can to help alongside hopefully many others. And of course, if it's a safeguarding concern, you would be passing that on. But nevertheless, building your knowledge and understanding of what young people might be going through is really important. The issues our youngsters are faced with now are very different from the issues that you all had as children. Certainly very different from the issues that I faced as a child. I mean, I was sitting opposite someone on the tube just yesterday, And she got a little strappy top on, so her arms were bare, and they were just absolutely crisscrossed all the way up. All the way up with where she'd been cutting herself. The survey data that was published last night showed us that children as young as 8 are self-harming, or they're seeing images coming onto their phones about self-harming. So this is not something that we can just push to one side and say, well, it's nothing to do with us, I'm just trying to improve their reading, because the children we're working with are in a modern society that is very, very challenging. So the Chartered College, we're just trying to do all that we can to help with that. Just to say, you know, these are the modules to become chartered if that's something you're interested in. And we're offering different pathways for leaders and mentors and so on. And this is the slide that shows how this fits with the DFE. The DFE are running national professional qualifications that are free for teachers. We're providing something over and above that is more rigorous, that is more difficult, frankly, but that also hopefully is more pertinent because it relates to the individual teacher, the individual situation they're in, the class they're in, the children they're working with. And what does the evidence say, and what do they say about what they can do to inform and develop their practice? And accreditation of any form is helpful. I know you're involved in an accreditation process here with tutors. It really does mean that you can proudly say, you know, this is what I'm doing and this has been accredited, and so therefore it's worthy of note. Thank you very much. We're also keen to encourage people to become fellows of the Chartered College. So if you are someone who has taught for more than 10 years and you feel you would like to become a fellow, that might be something that's interesting for you. Now, I'm going to show you another film now. I can't show this film pretty much without crying, so excuse me. But let's have a look at the power of a good teacher.
When you were younger, was there someone who kind of supported you or inspired you or sort of, you know, protected you from all the trials and tribulations of life and inspired you to sort of go on?
Yeah, I had a teacher at Chestnut Grove who taught me English. That was Miss McDonald.
Did you ever keep in touch? Did you see?
No, she left when I was in year 8. She left when I was in year 8, yeah. But it was just 1 year, but she was like, she got me really into literature. Like, I've always been obsessed with English, and obviously now I write lyrics. But she also did street dance. Not I was too scared to join. But like in the canteen, they used to do these dances and stuff like that. But yeah, she just, she was so bloody cool, so engaging, and like, she really made us care, and we knew that she cared about us and stuff like that. And it was just, she used to have all these gold bracelets on and gold, like, sig rings. And I don't know, she was bloody cool.
Yeah.
And so relatable and likeable that I really looked forward to my English lessons.
Yeah, because it's odd, actually, funny enough. Is this McDonald here?
She's here tonight.
I'm so proud of you. I didn't know that you were coming. That's okay, it's supposed to be a surprise. Hi, how are you? Oh, you look exactly the same. You look exactly the same. Are you still teaching? No. What do you do? Just dancing? No, I'm just looking after my family. Oh my just God. Dancing. Oh, sorry. Oh, don't cry. Thank you.
That's the power of a great teacher. You know, this is just to tell you, if you're not a member of the Chartered College, it's not, I hope, beyond your means to join us. I really hope that you do.
And if you're a QT member, you get a discount on that.
And if you're a QT member, you get a discount. Thank you, Julia. That's brilliant.
Is this what we do?
I know, this is what we do. This is what we do, absolutely. So just to finish, really, this is a picture of Maya Angelou. And I don't know if you know, but when she was a little girl, she was attacked. And in fact, she was raped. And the trauma of that attack was so profound that she stopped speaking. But she started writing poetry. And her teacher, Bertha Flowers, said to her, you know, Maya, if you're going to be a real poet, you have to perform your poetry. And so Maya began speaking again. This is the power of a great teacher. So whatever your role is in education, if you are working with young people in any capacity, and you can create that bond, if you can create that mutual kind of respect, if you can show them that you care, show them that you're doing your absolute best to help them, they will remember you, they will value you. It might not always feel like it, but they will love you. And there can't be, I think, any more important job, can there, in the world? So thank you very much for listening. We'll take some questions in a minute, but at the moment, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Okay, lovely friends, you've earned your lunch. So we've got 10 minutes. Questions for 10 minutes and then we're doing lunch? Awesome, thank you.
Can't have your lunch.
You can't have your lunch.
So thank you, yes.
You have to wait for your marshmallow.
So I'm sort of coming at this from a sort of anthropological angle, but there's something running through this, which is that it feels like the idea of the individual is a bit of a pernicious idea. I know that's a bit sacrilegious in a way, but I mean, Maya Angelou is a pretty good example of this idea, like in a traditional society, that it takes a whole village to raise a child, right? And that if you look at motivation and positivity, that's actually a collective attribute, right? And I think the research bears this out. It's if the school environment is falling to pieces, the individuals are not well, right? And I mean, I've been working with the DfE on a bit of the policy research around tutoring, and one of the big things that comes out from schools is we don't want more accountability, but we want a lot more best practice and support and communities of practice, right? So there's a call from schools to be communities again, to support one another. And you're sort of saying that. I understand you've kind of understand this, but this idea of being an individual and raising the next generation as individuals actually puts the burden of the collective on the individual, and that's why it's so crushing, right? And it's something that has to be paid attention to, because in some schools they've gone to team teaching, and suddenly when it's a social endeavor and people are supporting each other, it gets a lot easier, because that's how we're wired up, right? And that's a feature of our society, is that we're kind of taught to be individuals, but that's not real, actually. That's just how we're kind of socialized, right? And it only happens in what's called weird psychology societies, right? In traditional societies, this idea of the individual is much more secondary to the collective, right? You're not raised or socialized in that way. And that actually places a huge amount of stress on the individual, because being an individual is actually to be in exile, all right? You're not supposed to be in exile from the other members of the social species. So if you're taught to be an individual, that's actually a form of violence or punishment, right? And so it's kind of, that's, a lot of these themes are coming through in what you're saying, but it's like we're all, I'm as Western as anybody else. I'm affected by this. I'm married to someone from another culture, right? But it is a real problem. And if you look at the problems in schools and the epidemic of stress, and you've got children self-harming, why? Because they're isolated. Why? Because we've been told that's what it means to be a person, is to be an individual. That's not a good idea.
So I think what you're saying is how, I mean, I would really emphasize the importance of being part of the collective, and I would really emphasize the importance of collaboration and working together as a team, but the teams are made up of individuals. You can't get away from the fact that we are all individually responsible or not responsible for our own actions.
That's true, but you become that through the collective, right? There's no objective reference point for the individual. The individual as a part is made out of the collective. And if you go from, say, policy to individual and accountability, and you miss out the group as the mediator, that creates an untenable situation.
So that untenable situation was created during the pandemic. If you think about it, we had youngsters who were on their own potentially or with their siblings for months on end. So, and they weren't with people they might have chosen to normally be with. And then we kind of roll our eyes and kind of go, oh dear, what can we do about the fact that we've got all of the consequences of the pandemic in our schools? So I think the ideas that you're talking about are important, but I think they're part of the story. Yeah. And the story is where we've got individual children, maybe, who have chosen or needed to, or through no fault of their own, are not part of a class, not part of a system, needing individual tutoring or small group tutoring. We need to help them develop the sort of the self-efficacy and the identity that they need to do so that they can move back into society. We can't have a society of individuals. So I genuinely don't think we're opposition one with another. I think it is about, though, I agree the importance of team teaching, but even in team teaching, the team teaching that works really well is where there's a kind of dynamic between each of the teachers. And the children, it's almost like being with mum and dad or whoever across the family. They kind of bask in the little bit of rapport that goes on. If, on the other hand, you've got a team teaching situation where the teachers, quite frankly, hate each other's guts, that becomes very, very obvious very quickly, and everybody kind of exacerbates it. So all of this is incredibly complex. I mean, this is why I loved being a teacher. I love being a teacher because the job is impossible. I mean, it is. Every day, especially if you've thought that you've got everything planned out and you know what you're going to be doing. I mean, that is fatal because it never works that way. But it's never boring either, and it's increasingly, constantly, irresistibly about trying to improve. And that I'm sorry if that came across that it's all about on the individual. I think it is about how do we all do our bit to improve and enable teaching to be the best it can be. Big job to do.
There are questions from the Voice of the People online.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's what I've been doing. I've been busy tapping away, keeping the masses online entertained and informed. It's been brilliant. There's some great things coming through here. So there's a couple of questions. First of all is some people who go into tuition are ex-teachers themselves, and they may feel that they are an example of people leaving the profession because of workload or feeling like they work in a toxic environment. And so one of our members here has said, having recently been bullied, in inverted commas, out of a school, how do we continue to work within a school when not all have the same ethical value set or something similar? She said, if that doesn't make sense, and that certainly, I think, broadens itself out to tutors or those that might be working in schools as part of the NTP. How does anybody, I suppose, in education navigate those sort of toxic or varying working environments? What would your advice be?
So I think, first of all, I'm really sorry to hear about the colleague who's been bullied. Schools are all very different. So if there's a possibility of moving school, I would suggest move school. Stress comes when you want to go this way and something else is pushing you over here. So that is where the point of stress comes, and it becomes very difficult. So if you're working in an environment where their value system is here and your value system is over there, it's never going to be somewhere that you can confidently, happily work long term. It makes it impossible. But as I've said, there are so many different schools, there are so many different situations, and our children need us. So if you're in a situation where you feel you can't be your best version of yourself, try and go somewhere else would be my suggestion, as soon as you possibly can. I don't want to add to the kind of recruitment crisis, but I do think that teaching is such an important job. It's such a relational job that if you are feeling underloved, undervalued, under pressure, you can't give out in the way that you need to. Teaching is a lot about giving out to help others. Okay, we can take one more question and then we'll finish.
Thank you. We talk about being a collective. Teachers, tutors, we're all educators, we're all supporting, and part of it is imparting knowledge, but we are encouraging these students to reach the best that they can. But I find, as an independent tutor, it very hard to be able to communicate with the classroom teacher of the students that I'm working with, to find out what they're seeing, to find out what they would like me to work on, because they simply do not have the time, knowing that there's 30 children in the class and they can't get around everybody. What can I be working on with this student? At the same time, we don't want to be adding to their workload in having to communicate to lots of tutors. How do we get that relationship where teachers have the time and the respect is the wrong word, but it can feel like that tutors can be not second-class educators, but we're seen separately and we can't always get access to teachers to find out. How do we make that more of a collaborative endeavour without adding to the burdens.
Thank you. I mean, that's the reason that when Julia reached out, I responded so quickly, because I think it's incumbent on all of us to work together. We also encourage teaching assistants to join the Chartered College as associate members. There are many teaching assistants who work alongside a teacher all day long, but never maybe only have 5 minutes conversation with them on a one-to-one basis about what they're going to be doing tomorrow or how did today go. I think it is about culture. I think while we've got teachers who are so under pressure to do everything they need to do, they will prioritise what's in front of them for their well-being. There's more we can do. I can kind of say, from the position of being a teacher myself, that I can understand some of the frustrations that you will be experiencing. But we have to keep on trying, I think. It's really important. I mean, when I make myself sound like Methuselah, but when I started teaching, there were some schools I worked in where teaching assistants weren't even allowed in the staff room. You know, because it was like, well, teachers can have a staff room. You know, you go and get your sandwich wherever you want. So that kind of, that's moved a long way. But we still have work to do. And I think that, you know, the more that we can build the status of teachers and the status of the whole profession at large, the less there will be the need to kind of divide and rule. The more there will be a case of let's embrace anybody who is happy to come and help. Let's embrace, because that's the best way that you can teach. In the meantime, the young person that you're working with will be able to tell you the things that they feel are real priorities for them, that they are finding really difficult. They are the huge source that you need to be able to sort of tailor your lessons. So don't underestimate pupil voice as part of what you do.
Absolutely. I find I'm maths. A lot of students come to me and they don't know what they did. They can't name it.
No.
To be fair, I imagine there's a lot of people in this room that couldn't name the maths, exactly what they were doing. So actually, that's why talking to the teacher, we've just done this topic. Okay, I can now go. I know what topic they've...
So you only need a medium-term plan, don't you?
Yeah.
Once a term.
But actually getting that from a teacher who, is dealing with a lot. So it's not wanting to add to their burden of more emails, more admin, more that. It's how do we get that relationship where I can see where they're going. Okay, I know this student struggles with directed numbers. That's going to come in to this bit. I can go and underpin it ready for what they're going to do. Or they came out of this lesson, they didn't get it. And I've got students that will turn up to me and go, I did, this is what I did. Here's a page. I didn't get it. Okay. Time to change what I was planning to do today.
Yeah,
we'll go
good.
But to get that communication with the teacher is...
I recognise this work to do. I do recognise this work to do, but we need to start somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you again, and thank you so much for participating in the conversation. And everybody at home, we're going to go and take lunch. You're going to switch your screens off and you're going to go and take lunch. And we will see you in?
Until 2 o'clock, but at 1:15, you and Dame Alison are having a lovely conversation.
Right. So bring your sandwiches and come back and we'll do some chatting together and explore some ideas. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I tell you a secret? Will you keep it to yourself? Let me tell you a secret. No, you'll never believe it. You can fight it all you want, you just have to receive it. And I promised I wouldn't. Yeah, I swore that I'd never tell. Nothing wrong with a little lie. We're just breathing and killing time. Got no reason to change our mind. Nothing wrong with a little lie. No one knows how it do until we're feeling fine. No one knows all the corners and the back of your mind. No one knows how to love anymore, and I'm sure no one knows all the answers. No one knows how to love anymore, and I'm sure no one knows all the answers. Can I tell you a story? Can you keep it to yourself? Let me tell you a story. All the real happy endings, they don't live in fairy tales. It's the light in the morning. And I promised I wouldn't. Said I'd never ever tell. Nothing wrong with a little lie. We're just breathing and killing time. No reason to change our mind. Nothing wrong with a little lie. No one knows how to do until we're feeling fine. No one knows all the corners and the backs of your mind. No one knows how to love anymore, and I'm sure no one knows all the answers. No one knows how to do until we're feeling fine. No one knows all the corners and the backs of your mind. to water. You are the air I need to breathe. Reach to the surface from the floor. I'm still trying. Try to see beyond my dreams. As I get closer, you go far. Don't remind me of these broken promises of fall. Don't remind me of these broken promises of nothing at all. Something different about the way you look at me when you say something simple as my name, like it's running through my veins. I go miles away. We be in and out of worlds that you and I create. I know when the world turns black, we'll be dancing in the dark. When the world turns black, we'll be dancing and we'll run away. When the world turns black, we'll be dancing in the dark. Can I tell you a secret? Will you keep it to yourself? Let me tell you a secret. No, you'll never believe it. You can fight it all you want, you just have to receive it. And I promised I wouldn't. Yeah, I swore that I'd never tell. Nothing wrong with a little lie. We're just breathing and killing time. Got no reason to change our mind. Nothing wrong with a little lie. No one knows how we're doing, say we're feeling. No one knows all the corners and the back of your mind. No one knows how to love anymore, and I'm sure no one knows all the answers. No one knows how to love anymore, and I'm sure no one knows all the answers. Can I tell you a story? Can you keep it to yourself? Let me tell you a story. All the real happy endings, they don't live in fairy tales. It's the light in the morning. And I promised I wouldn't. Said I'd never ever tell. Nothing wrong with a little lie. We're just breathing and killing time. Reason to change your mind. Nothing wrong with a little lie. No one knows how we're doing, say we're feeling fine. No one knows all the corners and the back of your mind. No one knows how to love anymore, and I'm sure no one knows all the answers. No one knows how we're doing, say we're feeling fine. No one knows all the corners and the back of your mind. No one knows how to love anymore, and I'm sure no one knows all the answers. No one knows how we're doing, say we're feeling fine. No one knows all the corners and the back of your mind. No one knows how to love anymore, and I'm sure no one knows all the answers. We were 16 in the summertime when you saw me like a movie scene. We were crazy like a teenage crime. You picked me up and it had 69. Every night we snuck out. So I've been waiting by your house. Every night we snuck out. Till the sun will rise for the last time. Stay by your side. For you I stay by your side.
every second in the wake of the loss. I unravel under waves, so I'm tossed in the back and forth, the back and forth, in the back and forth, the back and forth. Sink a little deeper while you're trying to cross. When everything is blue inside of you, you get lost in the back and forth, the back and forth, in the back and forth, the back and forth. High tide, high five, wave after wave till it's you that I crave. High tide, oh bright, wave after wave, I don't wanna be safe. High tide, yeah. High tide, yeah. High tide, yeah. High tide, yeah. Every minute that I swim in those depths, floats I'm spinning as I limit each breath. In the back and forth, the back and forth, in the back and forth, the back and forth. As the lighthouse beams all over my wreck, parts of me are lost at sea of regret. Back and forth, the back and forth, in the back and forth, the back and forth. High tide, high five, wave after wave till it's you that I crave. High tide, oh bright, wave after wave, I don't wanna be safe. High tide, yeah. High tide, yeah. High tide, yeah. High tide, I'm trapped in the high tide. Wave after wave, I don't wanna be safe. In the high tide, swirling with the moonlight. We're so swept up in the high tide tonight. I'm swept up in the high tide. High tide, high tide, high tide. Hit the high tide. Hit the high tide. lost in a daze. Why do I feel like I have been here before? Find me a way from this place. I can't escape anymore. And I'm losing sight, unsure where I'll land. When I close my eyes, brings back who I am. Bring back who I am. Bring back who I am. I'm counting the days I have been walking, can't seem to find any door. I can't run away, stuck to the surface, can't seem to lose the floor. And I'm losing sight, unsure where I'll land. When I close my eyes, brings back who I am. Bring back who I am. Bring back who I am.
I want you to show me how to get to know someone like you, someone like you. I want you to know me, 'cause I know then you'll see.
Do we have questions? Andrea?
And then you're starting back.
Adrian? Oh, this is our new game. There's more than one Adrian in the room. You know, like in the classroom when you've got 4.
Can we make this conversation really intimate and for the two of you, and literally 15-20 minutes, and then we'll close it. This is about relationship. You spoke about the individual piece, about building relationship and that individual person and building them. We do it from a tutoring perspective, and I think there is big alignment there. And can we please capture that?
Okay, Alison or Dame Alison?
Alison.
Should have asked that years ago. The answer would have been different years ago. Are we ready? Andrea, your people in? So nice. Okay. Welcome back to the people at home. Goodness me, I sound like a BBC children's presenter. I wish. What you don't know, I'm blessing you that you have sunshine where you are as well, except our friend in Australia. Right now we are sitting in this gorgeous venue and we've opened up the roof because the sun is shining. It's come out for this lovely conversation. There's a beautiful breeze. And this is probably our most informal part of a very, very friendly event. And what we wanted to do here was do some questions and answers with Alison. It's like calling your teacher by their first name. And I feel like when we talk, we sort of have this, tutoring is always curly, isn't it? We were talking yesterday about how we're teachers that left the classroom because we didn't find our space there. And so we took our commitment to changing lives through education and we found a way to deliver it differently. And so I like to say that tutors are all a bunch of rebels and nerds. Yes. Right? So that's who you're talking to here. So we take our very sensible intentions and we hold them lightly. And we look for lots of good ideas and good solutions to the same problem. So I think I'd like to start with a question. Do we have a collection of questions, Andrea from online and Odette from in the room? Yeah, they're just going to come. Awesome. So I'll take the opportunity to ask the first question, but if you guys please will use the opportunity to prepare juicy ones like Charlotte did before. That was an awesome one. We were chomping at the bit to answer that. That was great. So I wanted to talk to you about collaboration and collegiality. So in Qualified Tutor, we are obsessed with raising standards in tutoring. Together. Why together? Because nobody can solve it by ourselves and because more shoulders to the wheel take us further faster. And because we want to raise a tide that ripples out into communities. So, are you kidding me? Shall we wait? Are we over a flight path? Yes. So, short, open questions, not long, complex ones. All I want to understand from you is what does working together in education look like?
So I think the idea that you work on your own in an individual classroom is wrong from the start because you're not on your own. You're with 30 youngsters and maybe we're the teaching assistant. So I think the whole job is collegiate, if you see it that way.
Yeah.
So, and the more that we can learn from each other and work together, the better the job is. You know, so there's a space for the kind of individual response, but there's also a space to build on each other's ideas. So if I recall sitting with a colleague after school one day, and we were planning a summer event at the end of term. And we had this idea, bizarrely, to have an outdoor circus. So we had this idea that we were going to have this outdoor circus on the field and that we wanted to have all kinds of acts for the outdoor circus. And so we started sort of saying things like, well, we could have a trapeze where they weren't actually walking on a trapeze, but they were behaving like they were walking on a trapeze. And then we started talking about a synchronized swimming activity without a swimming pool. And it just got hysterically funny. But the result of this was that more and more people got involved with all their ideas and the children got involved. And then the event was just ridiculously, crazily bizarre, but also brilliant fun. And there's no way that event would have even, I mean, if it was just me, I wouldn't have been planning a circus on my own. I mean, how can you do that? So it's just that idea of we build on each other, we make things better, that feels really right to me.
A circus is a good image for that.
LTF5.
LTF5, we're doing it in a tent?
It sounds great.
I'm fine with that, as long as there's bathrooms. So I think what you're pointing to there is how we build on each other's ideas. And the way that you're really cautious to cite the researchers and the sources for ideas and bringing those ideas from outside education as well as inside education. And I think that's really interesting. Do we have a question? Or I will take my advantage. Go ahead. Andrea, go ahead.
I wrote this down earlier. So, Dame Alison, I was going to ask, how do you see tuition working with a profession struggling with recruitment and retention, and how do you think the Chartered College of Teaching can address that? How tuition and recruitment can work together?
Well, you've got a group of people who've chosen to work as tutors, and then you've got another group of people who hopefully are keen on working in the classroom. I think they're parallel and complementary ways of working with children. If you're implying, is there a sort of sense of inequity because we've got some people who are tutoring a small group and others who aren't running the whole class because there isn't a teacher, No, I don't see that. I think it's parallel twin ways of working to help the children. I think it's putting the children first that matters most.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Is there a way that those what seem like separate spheres can become more parallel? And if you had any thoughts on that and how we can make that trajectory, as you said, more seamless between schools and tutors, where there seems to be a lot of people wanting to go into tutoring, and it's a growing area, as Richard from Prof said, that it's the third most competitive area. Yet teaching obviously is struggling to recruit, and whether you see a way through to fuse those two different areas.
I think there's more that we could do. So I think quite often teachers don't understand the work of tutors. They don't necessarily, they might be a bit pejorative about the role of tutors and think, well, they should leave it to us. I don't know. So the more that we can build mutual understanding and cooperation and learning from each other, the better, it seems to me. It's not going to happen in one fell swoop, but it could happen over time we could have case studies, we could have examples, we could do a podcast with tutors talking about the work they do. We have a Charter College podcast. There's all kinds of things we could do. I think it's just about sharing knowledge, and people get suspicious when they don't understand, don't they? From both sides.
So that's certainly what we've been working on in terms of transparency. So the alignment and helping people to know what tutors do and how aligned they are and child-centred they are.
Yep.
And Richard used the example of an old brand of tutoring that was about failing rich kids.
Yeah.
That's who tutors are for, which is a very, very sad and very small idea. And nowadays we're talking about a very big reach that's very closely aligned with teaching. I wonder whether it's almost like we're already down that path, and the job right now, it definitely feels like that this year, the job right now is to recognise and celebrate how far we've come. Because...
Yeah, and there's always more that we can do, and there's further we can go, but being on the journey is the most important thing.
I think it's the best bet. Yes, Daniel?
One question that I've come across, I've been doing a little bit of research in there, is do you think, what are the prospects for tutoring becoming part of the mainstream of teaching, if you see what I mean? So rather than asking teachers to accept tutors, to make tutoring part of teaching, does that sound like a possibility? Because you have a situation with supply teachers and supply teaching.
It's perfectly possible. The school system has enough, if it's open enough, and enough capacity to be able to do this. You could, I used to be a school leader. I could have, I could be thinking, right, I know that there are certain children that need additional support beyond the school day. Here is a group of people who are willing to provide this. Why wouldn't I want to either maybe employ them to be able to do that, or to work alongside them so that everybody can feed into the most important conversation, which is how is this child doing? And what else can we do to help this child? So I don't see any reason, there's nothing to stop that happening, apart from lack of imagination.
I think there's also that lovely element of letting the adults choose whether they want to be teachers or tutors as well, without stepping outside of school.
So isn't that as specific to what you're talking about rather than separate questions? I was going to say, because I used to be...
Sorry, hold on. No, you're going to have to start again. Otherwise,
no, I was just going to say about 15 years ago, there's a state school in Wembley in North London, and I used to be, they had 4 tutors employed, just as you're saying, but the head had decided to have insight tutors and students who are either doing really well or struggling would be taken out of the classroom, they'd come to us, and they'd have one-on-one science, and that was going on every day throughout the school. So I think there are schools who are using their funding to do such things.
That's a case study.
Yeah, so that was quite some time ago.
That's lovely.
I have to add to that, because when I finished university here in 2007, my first step to career in teaching was English as additional language tutor, but it was like sort of teaching assistant, but I also had private tuition for children who don't speak English as a first language. And that leads to my other question, is that when I was then being trained as a teacher, I think the syllables on English as additional language and neurodiversity probably was like 1% of the whole training. So I haven't been tracing whether it improved now or not, but like there's a definite need, particularly in London, but all other big cities as well. And, you know, being Ukrainian now, I can see it with refugees coming into the country. The teachers, by no fault of their own, are not trained how can we address that? How can I help?
It's a huge issue. I think for many years, having English as an additional language was equated with having a special educational need, as opposed to being bilingual being a real strength of what you can do. So there's so much, and the initial teacher training that we provide for our teachers is incredibly time constrained. So that it means it has to be something that is developed and taught within the school. So we have units at the Chartered College around supporting refugee families, about how we can work in a way that absolutely embraces the richness of heritage languages and what do we do. So, but it's not going to be, at the moment, on the initial teacher training curriculum. It's a very, very packed curriculum. It's very closely scrutinised by Number 10 as to what's on there and what's not on there. So it needs to be in terms of further professional learning, either in the school or individually. If your school doesn't provide it, come and seek it.
There's a mindset element to that, isn't there? Come and seek what your students need you to learn. And tutors do that all the time. When you're presented with a child who you're not managing to get through to, you know exactly what you need to go and find, yeah? A different resource, a different opportunity. So that mindset of being proactive is probably part of that.
Finding a way through.
Yeah.
That's always what needs to happen.
Andrea and then Helen.
Okay, sorry.
She's got the mic.
Sorry, Helen. I've got some more online questions here coming through. And if I just go back up to them. Hang on a second. So one is a generic question and then one is about tutoring. So one's about education. So this is the first one from Jade online, who says, do you feel the way we educate today is better than in the past? If it is, what has improved in education? Or if not, what do you think we could do to improve it? So I know, that's a biggie. Sorry, Jade.
So I think that schools are, on the whole, are better than they were. But I think that we're moving into a time where, in fact, we're too constrained. So I think we do need to think about how do we loosen the reins a bit? How do we provide more opportunities for creative learning, for subjects beyond the EBAC to be really celebrated at secondary? Because some young people live and breathe dance, and that is their whole raison d'etre, and we need to give them space to be successful in that space alongside others who might want to engage in the classics. So we need to, I think our curriculum needs to be broader. I think our assessment system needs to be much more adaptive. We need to be able to provide opportunities. I was at an event just last night, Julia was there, which was about...
It's beginning to hurt my feelings.
Which is about how do we make sure that youngsters who are working from home can still engage in assessment for GCSEs, for example, a brilliant step forward. So there's so much more that we can be doing. But I do think that education is kind of on a role to constantly improve. We can never sit back, though, and think we've made it, it's all sorted, and we just need to download the lesson plan and deliver it. I would never want us to be in that situation.
Can I... Oh, okay.
What was the second part of the question? I forgot it.
If not, then
I think you answered it about
okay, good.
Being about how to improve it. I've got one more online, sorry, just before we go to Helen, in case we don't get any more. This one is a tuition-specific question, and it was about your thoughts on why don't we have tuition as part of the school day rather than after school, and it should be part of, as Jeremy has said here, part of the Plan A. Obviously, I know that it exists as part of the NTP in some way, but obviously around that as something with more longevity, perhaps. Do you see that as being something that could work?
So I'm an advocate for quality first teaching. I really believe that keeping the group together as much as you can and giving high quality input that everybody finds accessible is really important. And if you get into taking children away from that to give them another high quality input but somewhere else, you potentially compromise the quality overall. Having said that, there are children in our mainstream schools who cannot access the majority of the input from the teacher, and that is for a variety of reasons, some of which is just that there's not enough specialist provision to support those children. And in that instance, maybe a more personalised one-to-one input that then results in some follow-on work alongside other peers could be a way forward. I think my sense is that it should all be about flexibility and quality and partnership. So the more that we've got teachers and tutors working together to work out what's the best way with the child's interests in mind, as opposed to what's convenient for the teacher or what's convenient for the tutor, if we put the child first and think what's the best possible diet that we can offer them through the day, both individual and collective, that will give them the optimum opportunity to be successful, that's what should drive it, rather than what's convenient for us.
Mm-hmm. Convenient is a call out, isn't it?
Thank you. I hope that's answered everyone's questions online. So in the panel this morning, the first one, there was a lot of conversation about the place of AI, ChatGPT, Google, all of that is rapidly developing as we watch. And it's not going to stop, we're there. When we're talking about personalised learning and putting the child in the centre, their interests, is there going to be a place in school? Do you think we're going to a place in school where we will be teaching more study skills, research, how do we learn, and then students going and using AI, using Google to go and research, to go and do their things, so that we are more soft skills, we're broadening the curriculum, we're looking at how that they can use those skills in the future in workplace? Because I did GCSE history, I don't remember and have never used anything about medicine in the American West. But I know how to write an essay. So I could have learned to write an essay on a subject I was more interested in. Does that make sense? And what's then the place of tutoring and teachers and teaching then in using AI and developing the soft skills as opposed to the very strict and very full curriculum that there is at the moment?
So I don't know how it's going to develop. I don't think anybody does. But one of the things that you kind of imagine could work would be that, for example, the teacher in communication with some bot, I don't know how it all works, but basically says, I want to be teaching this particular area of history. They deliver a part of it, then the computer then provides an illustration of something that the teacher's just been talking about that deepens the quality of the learning experience for the students in the classroom. So the AI aspect of it could be very much about working in partnership. I think it is really important that the human beings don't just sit back and wait for the answer to spit out from the algorithm, because it will be inaccurate, it will be wrong. I mean, my colleague Kat Scott at the Chartered College of Teaching last week was speaking at a conference, and she decided, it was about AI, and she decided, well, in preparation, she would ask ChatGPT to write her a research paper on the benefits of otters in primary schools. And lo and behold, a piece was written. It was incredible. It talked about the importance of children engaging with animals whilst maintaining safety, not losing their fingers. It talked about therapy within schools and so on and so forth. The references at the end of it were from credible people who had written about things, but they hadn't actually written about otters. And so you start to, as soon as you scrutinise it a bit more, you realise that what on the surface looked like a great solution didn't actually withstand scrutiny. Having said that, this is right at the beginning of this kind of technology. So the capacity for adults to be able to interrogate something and find it wanting will diminish. So we need to make sure that we are in the process of how do we work together to make this something that is meaningful for children and young people? How do we develop their criticality? How do we develop our own criticality? We're all subject to, well, I'm saying that because it's me. I'm subject on my phone. My phone sends me things that it knows I like. I get lots of pictures of cute babies. I get, well, yeah, but I don't get those images I was talking about earlier of self-harming because the algorithm doesn't think I'm interested in self-harming, or I might be interested in it. So that's quite sinister, actually. if we let ourselves think about it. So there's a lot we need to engage with, and fast.
So that's what I'm thinking when I mean the soft skills, that when they could go and research something, but then we as the teachers and the tutors are teaching then how to, well, where's your source for that? Is it a sensible source? So we're teaching the critical thought, that side of things, rather than the actual facts of the case, because the facts are out there on Google.
Yeah, so I was at Apple just before the pandemic. I spent a week in Cupertino at their secret.
Can you take me next time?
And I thought before I went, this is going to be like a sales pitch. I thought they were going to be throwing iPads at us and telling us to buy hundreds of them. And they didn't mention technology at all. What they were interested in was, how can we help educators to see that the huge tsunami of the impact of AI is going to swamp us if we don't have children who are capable of critically engaging, who can look at learning and understand it, who can look at news and go, does that make sense? Does that feel right? But we need to educate our workforce as well. So it's a big challenge. I think it's the right way to go.
Helen, that word that you use, sensible.
Doesn't usually come out in my vocabulary.
I was at the GP recently, and I heard them use the word sensible 3 times. There is something inherent in us sort of calling back to what's sensible alongside all this clever. There's a lot of clever happening at the moment, and to be able to keep ahead of it, there's going to need to be some balance that's coming from our own wisdom. I also have a question. Go ahead, Millie, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, it's not really a breakaway or an extra question, but you've pretty much answered it in your last comment. It's about empowering us educators with those tools as well, and actually remembering and keeping, as Kirsten always says, the child at the very heart and centre. These children, a lot of them, already know how to use these tools, and they might be misusing them unknowingly. Their parents perhaps have no idea which tools they're actually using and which information that is completely inappropriate for them to see they're coming across. And that's really hard as parents and as educators to navigate. But equally, we're talking about young people being able to connect with us and feel relatable. If we've got someone standing in front of a group of children who isn't particularly on board with becoming tech savvy themselves, how are those children going to connect? And it's boring for them if it's just go and Google this, go and do that. If they're already using these incredible tools that, if we do use them in the most positive way, will enhance their learning. And Julia's probably getting tired of hearing me saying this, but I always say, and it's a little cliche, we've probably all said it, but every child is a whole world. And like you said, with whether it be dance, in my case, it's languages. I'm a linguist at heart. We need to be given those opportunities to develop our interests. And as you said, why you had to learn your essay skills, but writing about something that, frankly, you probably didn't find interesting. I find an obstacle that we come up against a lot when we are talking with the teachers who perhaps don't necessarily want to work with tutors and see them as being different, is that acknowledgement that the children can still learn these skills, which life skills, we need to be able to live and adapt. And if we're so constrained by a curriculum and a framework that isn't adapting at, we can't adapt at the same rate as the AI and the technology. But we've got to do a lot better, I think, to keep up and acknowledge that the children know, in most cases, more than us about this technology. So again, it's not really a question, but I'm just feel really happy to hear that, well, your institution, for example, is moving forward in that way and actually promoting the positivity around allowing learners to develop their interests and personalised learning, and that it's not wrong and it's not against schools.
No, and I think one of the things that will need to shift is the high-stakes nature of many assessments. Because if you are engaging in a high-stakes assessment, there's everything in your incentive to put in that list of references and things that you haven't actually read, and your teacher might not have read either. So it's much. I think if we want to have honest dialogue with our children about what they want to find out, and the veracity of the information they're engaging with. We need to be much less about high-stakes assessment and much more about kind of long-term building a profile of knowledge and development that will set us up for life. We need to be much less worried about, you know, I think accreditation as it currently is, qualifications as they currently are. We need to think differently about how do we really build learning.
One last question, which is then, who is to regulate this space, especially in the context of it's global, it's AI, it's bigger than us. Is it Ofsted? Is it, what is the Chartered College got internationally? And also with links to industry, because it's industry that kids are going into, and also children's voices. How can we get them to have ownership over the regulation and quality?
So what we're talking about here is a huge revolution. And I think it's not about us waiting for the revolution. It's happening, it's already happening. And we have to kind of ride that wave. We have to work with what's happening. And I think, you know, in terms of who's going to regulate and all the rest of it, the alternative is that we have a system which is playing at educating, and the real learning goes on beyond school, or the real mislearning goes on beyond school. And that's a very dangerous kind of situation to be in. So I think it's incumbent on all of us to look to how do we work in a way that enables this different way of looking at what success measures are. You know, how can we judge whether or not a child has been given the best possible input throughout their for early years and their first years as teenagers, young people before they begin work? Well, I think we could look at them in terms of a profile of achievement and attainment. We could look at the skills that they have, the capacity they have to be kind. Are they able to work within a team? Are they able to think really hard? Are they able to engage in a kind of assessment that constantly builds and builds and builds until they get to the point where their eyes are watering and they can't do any more, so that we can really see what they're capable of? At the moment, we don't have those measures. We measure the wrong things. We stick them all in an exam hall and we expect them all to behave as if they're the same, and children aren't all the same. But that's a huge revolution in terms of schools and teachers and everything else. And while we've got teachers who are underpaid and under-resourced and, frankly, at the end of their tether, the idea that we're going to say to them, oh, by the way, can we just completely throw away the curriculum, throw away assessment, because we have to, because we've got AI coming and we need to work with it, it's enough to lose the whole teaching profession in one fell swoop. So I never said that, anybody who's listening online, I never said that we need to do this. But I do think, in all seriousness, change has to happen and we've got to work with it.
Gosh, that was really exciting.
No, we're finished. We need to finish.
That was a real no.
Sorry.
Will you email it, Kathleen? Will you email it or put it in the community and we'll follow up? Okay, fantastic.
2 o'clock back.
2 o'clock back? Thank you. No, but really, joking aside, Dame Alison has taken her time out of her mad schedule this week. This week was a mad week, and next week is as well, to be here with us, and that means the world. And it really answers all the questions, because the more we show up and lean in together, the more we are the change. So I'm happy for the kids, because we're here, and that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can we just also add that Qualified Tutor and the Chartered College are working really closely together. Kat and I speak regularly about a firm partnership of what tutoring looks like inside the Chartered College, and we're working through what that partnership, that membership looks like. The first step is we have membership available at a discounted rate as a QT member. That's the first step in. And then after that, it's much more events. They definitely want to do with us because we do it well. And also in regards to the learning that's available, we don't need to recreate the wheel. If the resources are there, let's use them. Let's collaborate together. So Alison, thank you very much, and your team are awesome. We love working with them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay.
But time will tell, yeah, time will tell. I thought that we were meant to be, but time will tell, yeah, time. to be. But time will tell, yeah, time will tell. I thought that we were meant to be, but time will tell, yeah, time will tell.
for you and I. We can't ignore everything going on in between us. In the light, in the dark, you're my witness. All my life, been waiting for you and I. We can't ignore everything going on in between us. In the light, in the dark, you're my witness. I can't you and I. We can't ignore everything going on in between us. In the light, in the dark, you're my witness. All my life, been waiting for you and I. We can't ignore everything going on in between us. In the light, in the dark, you're my witness. I can't lie, I'm into you. I can't hide from the truth. Caught my eye, pull me closer.
Oh my baby, got me staring at you. So I'm crazy. Won't you bend that for me? We won't stop. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. I can take you down for a ride. I take you around my life. Jaywalking, crosswalking, live locking with you. I know it, you know it. We make it. Staring at you, so I'm crazy. Won't you bend that for me? We won't stop. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. Heaven is feeling not far away. Why can't we fall in love for a day? I want to fall in love, baby, just for the night, just for the night. Heaven is feeling not far away. Why can't we fall in love for a day? I want to fall in love, baby, just for the night, just for the
in the morning, 5 in the morning, I'm all out of breath. Don't make me forget it, don't make me forget all the reasons I gave. Stuck in your bed, high as the ceiling. Love how you taste. Yeah, it's easy, yeah, to walk out the door and then never look back. There's no reason now to keep screwing over the feelings we have. So I keep coming over, breathing your cigarette smoke. Keep coming over. You make me feel something real. Make me feel lucky. I keep on falling the further I get. Don't be mistaken, there's still some parts that just don't make sense. Stuck in my head, I keep on thinking, why won't we stay? Yeah, it's easy, yeah, to walk out the door and then never look back. There's no reason now to keep screwing over the feelings we have. So I keep coming over, breathing your cigarette smoke. Keep coming over. You make me feel something real. Make me feel lucky. I'm alone in the dark, can I be where you are? You were gone from the start, now you tear me apart. I gave you my trust, but you treated me like I couldn't see. I thought you were the one, but I know that I'll never be the girl that you need. You need. You would feel the same if you were at the back of her mind. Suddenly the rain swept away the dust from my eyes. I'm alone in the dark, can I be where you are? You were gone from the start, now you tear me apart. I gave you my trust, but you treated me like I couldn't see. I thought you were the one, but I know that I'll never be the girl that you need. You need. You would feel the same if you were at the back of her mind. Suddenly the rain swept away the dust from my eyes. wanna be where you are. You were gone from the start, now you tear me apart. I gave you my trust, but you treated me like I couldn't see. I thought you were the one, but I know that I'll never be the girl that you need.
Okay, so my watch says it's 10 to 9. Who's been paying attention? Which means my watch doesn't work. Which means we're going to start. What's that? It's right twice a day. Oh, I made it up on the chair. You flew up onto this chair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I was placed on it.
I did say fly. Just give me a second. Who's on the chat? Is Andrea here? Oh, Andrea's doing that. Helen, we need you. Thank you, darling. Odette, Helen's going to run the chat. Helen, can you let me know that? Can you let me know that everyone's there, please? Okay. If you're at home and you're listening in, we know that the day is long and there's a lot of juggling to be done. If you're emptying the dishwasher, that's totally fine. If you are able to continue to communicate with us in the chat, we'd very much appreciate it because you are as much a participant as the people in the room here, and we immensely need your participation for us to move the conversation forward. If you have insights and questions, please add them to the chat. Helen is on chat duty, and she is really, really very, very good at it, except when she goes off on one with chocolate. So I'm going to ask you to redirect her back, please, if she starts with chocolate. I love you. So I'm joined now by two extremely accomplished people who are bringing volunteer tutoring at scale to the students who need it the most. And really, this is the antidote to that question that we discussed earlier about the old vision of tutoring, where it's for the most privileged and for the least successful and for a group of people that nobody around here is particularly excited about helping in their... We are really aiming towards an inclusive, embracing, positive approach to tutoring. And Jen from Action Tutoring and Yulia from Svitlo do this all day. So there's going to be a little bit of why and a lot of how in this conversation, because I could celebrate you all day, but really what we need to do is find out how you're making it work and what the specific texture of that is. So who the volunteers are and what they need to be most successful, how you ensure their success, and all of that. I promise, only going to ask you the questions that you already know the answers to. But what's important is that everybody else in the room is dead curious about how it's done. So I'm going to first ask you to introduce yourself, and at the same time, please give us a little bit of your tutor story so that we can put you in context.
Great. I'm Jen. I'm the Deputy Chief Exec of Action Tutoring. I joined the charity in 2015, so I've seen it grow from quite a small national charity to a much bigger one in the last few years. I'm a former teacher, so I know the classroom side of things, but always wanted to have a bigger impact. And my role now, overseeing program delivery and impact and quality, enables me to do that through the work of Action Tutoring. And in terms of scale, this year we'll have about 1,700 volunteer tutors, all doing lower volumes than in particular private tutors, but from a really diverse range of backgrounds. And maybe I'll pause there, so maybe further
That was
questions
a good tweet.
will go into
Please,
that.
I love that very much. Thank you. Julia, go ahead, please.
Hi, I have a lot more to say about how it started. Yes, hi everybody, I'm Yulia Kosko. I'm Ukrainian born. Have been in the UK since 2007, as I said earlier, and I started my career in a primary school as English as additional language coordinator, then got my teacher's degree, then I worked in state primary school for a while. And then I started an education consultancy, and that got me into private tutoring because lots of my clients needed help for the school placements that we were offering. And this is all important because being Ukrainian, when the war started, my parents were there, and from Zaporizhia, which is like, you know, the nuclear atom, the nuclear power plant. It's like 80 kilometers, I think, from our house. So, of course, it touched me personally, and I was trying to help, like everyone else. And I got in touch with my teacher that used to teach me, and the power of teaching, that used to teach me. And I wanted to see how I can help. And she got me introduced to her class of children. That was second week of the war, where Ukraine was all over the news in the world, and those children had no education. They were running into bunkers like every 40 minutes, 30 minutes, because there were sirens all the time. Their parents were always panicking, of course, and they also didn't have that exposure to international media, thinking that the whole world is supporting them. They felt completely abandoned. So I started by talking to them myself and telling them about my story, and then I posted a few kind of call-outs on LinkedIn and Facebook, and within 2 weeks we had 40 volunteers and 200 children from that school and other schools who were introduced to Svitlo. Svitlo means light in Ukrainian, and we were given that name by one child who is 16 now. He was 15, and he said that he thought that his life was over, but then it has just begun, because now he's finishing first year of A-levels in Harrow School Online, predicted 3 A stars, and we're going to try and get him into Cambridge to study mathematics. And this is one of the cases. We have lots of different cases, but basically what Svitlo Education is now, from March 2022, it was like a snowball of, you know, just like rolling, and lots of people came on board other than volunteers who, you know, this would have not been possible without them. We have lots of companies giving us support and pro bono services, and we're a registered charity now because of the law firm that helped us. We have free licensed Zoom accounts because of Zoom, and the list is huge. You can check it all on our website, which was also given to us as a, you know, gift by one of the tech companies. And the way we position ourselves is an extracurricular school in English. So we have an English test for Ukrainian children before they can join the kind of all the classes. Not because we are selective, but because all our volunteers are native speakers, and we need to understand that they will be able to understand the volunteers. The children who don't pass the English test, then they go through 3 or 6 months of English, intensive English learning only before they join the school. And our school is about life skills. And that really touched me when you mentioned that school has to be more about life skills. So the idea behind Svitlo is that Ukrainian children can still access Ukrainian curriculum. Some had their schools bombed, they're online. Some are very close to war zones, so they also have their education, Ukrainian education online. Some go to school physically every day, but we start at 1 o'clock UK time, which is 3 in Ukraine, and we offer up to 6-7 lessons a day that they can choose from. And it could be personal finances, or a book club, or TED Talk, or now I attended EBRD conference last Friday, and they were talking a lot about anti-corruption, and we're going to start anti-corruption course, and how to tell propaganda from you know, a resource that you can trust. Everything that is needed for any child in any country, but also for Ukrainians particularly, to get them out of that history of being, attached to a Russian Empire and then Soviet Union. The literacy rate in Ukraine is very high, but the actual skills and social skills and just simple saying no thank you instead of no when you're offered, a cup of tea or something, this is what we tried to do. And we have 2,000 children unregistered in Ukraine now. They kind of drop in and out depending on the situation. But yeah, we are now kind of, sorry, I'm summarizing it all up, but the big idea of the charity is to bring up future social and political leaders of Ukraine who will have the European and world work ethics and can be equal to every other nation that speaks English or doesn't.
That was glorious and really, really inspiring. And anything that we can do to support you, we'd be proud to.
Thank you. So any volunteers, teachers or not teachers, are very welcome. And another part that I just discussed with Jen, and I thought I mentioned it, but obviously it was just to Jen. But we have a group of GCSE students that we support here. So we have some volunteers offering online lessons in small groups to children who moved from Ukraine within last year and had to sit, they moved and ended up in year 11 at the beginning of academic year, and they had to sit GCSE. So imagine not, coming from traumatized experience, not having English as your first language or very little English, parents who don't know what the system is, what to do, and quite often these children are the ones taking parents to the banks and shops and translating for them. So they have that kind of role of being an adult as well, and they have to sit the exam. So we had a small group this year, and we started our course for next year to support year 10s going into year 11.
Fantastic. So my next question follows smoothly on, and I'm going to take it to Jen first. Who are your tutors? Who are your volunteer tutors? What's the background? What's the motivation? Tell us.
Well, they're incredibly diverse. We have age 18 to 82 in terms of the age demographic of our tutors.
No, 8-year-olds.
18-year-olds,
Okay.
not 8-year-olds, sorry. And they come from various different career paths. Some are in university, studying for the degree. Others are in the world of work and have some time to give. And then there's the retired community, which is as diverse as any of the others, is what we've learned in the last few years, but perhaps they're looking to use the skills and maybe have a bit more time to give in a volunteering capacity. So that is quite unique about what we do. Often volunteer organisations target a particular type of volunteer. Actually, what we're looking for is the motivation of why they want to do it. So we have plenty of private tutors who then do volunteering with us as well. And those who are former teachers, but also those who have the skills, but maybe need the structure and the support and the kind of logistics all done for them. So they need to have strong subject knowledge, an A-level in the relevant subject, have a degree or the life experience a degree provides, but we do pretty much everything else. So once they're vetted for that subject knowledge, we can train them in the curricula. They use our resources. We have a team of teachers or former teachers, who look after quality and all the lesson planning and assessments that we do with them. So it means that we have this wonderful community all across the country that is both tutoring in-line and in person, and comes from this range of backgrounds that often isn't represented in the communities our communities of pupils are quite diverse. So we're really trying to ensure that the tutors in their environments, because often the schools and the teachers may not be. So it's really nice. And I love when you've got a school in Merseyside working with a tutor down in Brighton and connecting across the country really raises aspirations as well.
That's lovely. There are so many rich areas to explore there, specifically the idea that children are working with tutors with a broad range of life experiences and the aspiration and the context that they benefit from there. I think that's really, really inspiring. Could you tell us a little bit Julia, about who your tutors are, and then also, as Jen said, how do you build them up to being able to deliver?
Yeah, so we have similar situation with very diverse background of tutors. We're also partnering up with schools. Our youngest volunteer is 14, and he's an Indian. He's teaching children about Indian culture. His mom is also from India, and she teaches maths, but we call it Indian maths because they're different methods, or maths from India, I think it's called. So I think Svetla is a lot about opening up the world and learning just about, you know, everything that other than the war. We do talk about the war as well, but we're also trying to give them part of their childhood back. And our volunteers initially were people who were just really angry with the situation in Ukraine and the, you know, Russian army attacking, and they just wanted to help. They just wanted to not feel useless or, you know, helpless. So that was the initial drive. I think it's still now. It is about that, but we have a very child-led curriculum, or we kind of develop our curriculum depending on children's needs. So, for example, we had some partnership, we still have partnership with Pearson Academy online in America, and they gave us lots of free spaces for children to join their school. And I was their mentor in the group. We had like 15 children. And then they were asking me questions that, to me, you know, having an 18-year-old going through education here felt so simple. Like, how do I, you know, just find this? So I was like, ask your teacher, email them. And they realized that they don't know how to email teachers. So we had a course about emailing and the little small talk. Whoever got the email from me, I apologize, because I'm not very good at it. But like, you know, a little kind of first few sentences, you don't get to your question. And then at the end, you need to end in a
Most of us add
way.
it afterwards.
Oh, well, yeah, well.
All right.
I wouldn't know what to say. But basically, you know, these things. And we are hiring our first paying position would be as a charity. Everything has been run by volunteers and trustees. So we are going to hire now a head of academics who will be taking a big load of me, you know, monitoring the teaching. And because of our free licenses with Zoom, we have all our lessons recorded, and then the teachers can use those through Zoom accounts as well. So there's, I think, lots of like technology and being part of the community that we offer now, which wasn't there last year.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you know, the children, honestly, they are, all children are amazing and sponges, but like, you know, trying to, like, comprehending that they are there and what they're going through, and they text. We had some children texting me or write an email to the teacher saying that I'm really sorry, my house has been flooded by the dam now, and I won't be, you know, showing up to lessons this week. Please forgive me, or something like that. Like, so it's yeah. But any background.
I'm seeing some interesting similarities and comparisons. You're at the sharp end of trauma.
Yeah.
And you're working with students with needs, and you're working with this agile curriculum where you can deliver whatever seems to be needed or available, with this broad idea of building leaders, which is really exciting, and you're answering the government expectation in mostly maths
and
English. Science?
No science.
So it's fascinating to think how volunteer tutors and the model of volunteer tutoring can be so agile. And it strikes me that probably the key to success is going to be leadership and management. So communicating with schools is, of course, you're probably awesome at that. So let's explore what those communication paths are, because we've all been talking all day about how to keep lines of communication between tutors and schools open. And it seems to me that's one of the things that your successes must be predicated on.
Well, I don't think we've entirely cracked it, but it's certainly something we consider as a partnership, and that's how we set the expectation from the beginning. Our mission statement is about partnering with schools. We're not a service for schools, because we need them to help us inform tutoring so it's most impactful. And frankly, they know the young people better than we do. We're going to be dropping into their lives maybe for a couple of terms, but we're not going to have the rounded picture of those individuals, their school journeys. So we need their input. And on a very practical level, we need them to get those young people in the place at the right time so we can deliver tutoring that can come down to those simple things. But as a former teacher, I feel like I'm allowed to say, it's really hard to communicate with teachers. You know, increasingly there is more and more administration and less time to do it. So trying to communicate with schools, we're looking for the sweet spot of someone who has the authority to make decisions, but with the time to action. And that's a really tough combination. And it's not the same person in every school. So one thing that we've learned over the last 11 years is be creative with who you find as your key person for your day-to-day. You need a senior leader buy-in, that's a given, but we need someone who has time and authority for action as well. Doesn't mean they're great on email, so you might need to wait till they finally give you their phone so you can call them, or jump on the walkie-talkie if the team go to the school that day if they're out doing duty. So it's about being creative and being a little bit relentless until you do it. But we need their interaction, and in the past where partnerships have not worked, it has come down to us needing more from the school in terms of logistics communication.
I think what I always feel when I talk to you about the way you do things at Action is that it's really sensible. Yeah, that it's really sort of thought through and considered, and you know that it's not always going to go well, but these elements of finding the right person is really intentional, isn't it? And and the whole thing unravels if you don't find that person. I would suggest that you also want buy-in from that person. They need to know what change can happen. So can we draw you now to wins? What does success look like? Give us some wins.
So the particular demographic we support is disadvantaged pupils, but those who are at risk of not passing, and that could be their expected standards at SATs in year 6, or it could be their grade 4 at GCSE. So for us, the simple answer is them getting a passing grade in the subject we're supporting is the win, the success. And that's what we report on, that's what funders, that's what volunteers want to know has been happening. But the win actually that most commonly gets talked about is confidence. And how that little ear, that little voice in your head when you're sitting in the exam, you can do this, you got this, you know, that support, knowing they've had a person like back them the whole way up until their exams, that is really hard to quantify, but that is absolutely the theme that we see coming from teachers, from the pupils themselves, and then hopefully shows in the grades as well, ultimately. So success is more than just the grade. It does matter because we live in a world where that door closes. You know, we are operating in that scenario, but we know there's more than that the tutors are providing.
Julia, tell us some wins.
That's amazing. I think you're absolutely right. In terms of it's about touching, individual lives. Well, we're very small, so we don't have like huge, very young, sorry, we don't have huge track record in terms of where our students end up going. But of course, at the moment, it's saving their mental health and showing them a ray of hope on their future, I think is the main thing. No matter whether they just attend a few lessons and they have, this kind of, because you can imagine the teachers in Ukraine, what state they are in now, and how that reflects on their teaching as well. Like, if you have, personal issues or you had an argument with your partner and then you're coming to school, it's different than if you had a happy week. So imagine going through war and then being happy and trying to teach, trying to be happy and trying to teach children. So I think every day we're touching someone's life in a different way. Our volunteers do, and that's our biggest power. But then we also have, other than, hope and confidence and everything that you have mentioned, it's all applicable to Svitla students here or in Ukraine. We also have the support that they need for advancing their education. So as I said, we have like a partnership with some online schools. We're going to try and help boys who are 17, 18 in particular now to apply, like smart boys who, would want to apply to universities abroad and continue their education rather than be enrolled in the army. So it's issues like that. But in terms of working with schools, we have two sides. So I'm mainly the person working with schools in Ukraine, trying to tell them about us and work with teachers and see how we can support the teachers as well. But also we are partnering up with schools here, offering our expertise on Ukrainian culture and language, and maybe explaining how English system or British system works to Ukrainian families, parents, particularly of younger children, any translation, but also tutoring for GCSE. And that's
I think there's a strong theme in terms of cultural literacy, isn't there? How you write an email. We have one of our tutors, Sarah Lynn. She says that when she came from Canada, her husband explained to her that you have to accept a cup of tea when people offer it. There are rules.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think understanding the please and thank yous, and understanding the norms is a massive piece of being that trusted adult. You're raising the child in that way.
Yeah,
and I think that you mentioned something about cultural literacy in terms of being a teacher and knowing that it's okay to say it's hard to get in touch with teachers, yeah? And we say that without any judgment. We just say it because their plates are full, we're here to help, so we have to keep our systems as light touch as possible and actually bring our shoulder to the wheel. When I started off in my school, it was not doing well. And the first thing that I did, the bell was broken, the school bell was broken, so I used to go around and tell them the time, 10 minutes before the end of the day, so that they didn't come downstairs late. And sometimes leaders just need to see what's needed and bring it. So I have a completely different question for you. I want to know about the story that you tell that motivates people to volunteer as tutors. What motivates them?
Well, I have one particular story that I like to share, and we're fortunate that we have thousands of great stories, but this one has always resonated with me. And we had a school whereby Year 11 cohort were going through the last days of sort of that school and its special measures. They were the last year group to see it at its kind of bad days. And the younger groups were a different demographic culture of people, and the teachers had helped shaped it. And this one individual in Year 11 wasn't set to pass any GCSEs. And when one of the team from Action Tutoring were talking to the teachers about who you're going to put on the programme, they went through the list and said, oh, well, we won't put him. And the team member said, well, why? Oh, well, he's not going to pass anything, and he won't turn up. And we can't have all our pupils like that, because that's a huge amount of need, but 1 in 20, it's worth a shot, right? So we convinced the school to put this individual on, and he did not want to come to tutoring after school, particularly because it clashed with football. And half the time he was in detention anyway, so you had this negotiation of pulling him out of detention for tutoring. Eventually got him there, and he really, really clicked with his tutor. It was a total chance. You can have we've done so many different things about how you match pupils and tutors. I don't know. I think it's just magic sometimes. You can't predict it. It worked. And he didn't always come. He didn't always pay attention. And actually, he didn't end up passing his GCSE maths or any of his other subjects, because he was so far behind that it was too late. But I remember the thing, and this is why it's a success story, and I think it's motivating, is that his teacher of maths came and found my colleague after one session and said, what's happening in here? What's happening with this pupil? And I go, well, why? And like, well, we've just got his first ever maths homework in his entire schooling journey. What have you been doing? And that, for me, is about the power of not just tutoring, but that role modeling, that person that's investing in them. We tell our pupils the tutors are volunteers. We want them to know that's how much they want to be there. They're not being paid to be there. They actually, are there for other reasons. And that often is quite motivating for the pupils as well. And I just think that's a phenomenal story, because that's more than, maybe a better mock grade. it's a shift in mindset that potentially has wider implications. That young person's now saying, actually, if I try, maybe I can succeed. And yes, it didn't happen in time for the GCSEs, but we're hoping it's going to be better life choices for
Isn't
him.
that gorgeous?
So I love that story.
Thank you. I love that story too. I love it because it has a messy ending.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Life's not perfect.
No. So we have 5 minutes. I would like to speak to you. Can I have a show of hands, please, to know whether or not you have done any volunteer tutoring, please? Also online. Okay, so now I would love you to bring some questions to Jen and Julia, based on the fact that almost half of this room have volunteer tutoring. So what's worked for you? What hasn't worked for you? What are the questions that you would like to bring? Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Charlotte.
I hope you don't mind, but we
Love
are a
it.
room full of rebels, so I'm not going to answer that question, but I just want to big Julia up. Is that all right? I didn't work with Julia for very long, but I did a couple of lessons with Svitlo, and they are the most beautiful children. But I just want to say there's a video going around, and if you haven't seen it, it's Richard Human and that wonderful work he did. If you don't follow Richard Human, please do.
Or follow Svitlo.
Well, yeah, of course. follow Svitlo as well. Duh. But there's a video going around of some work he did. He's a geography teacher, and he asks the children what they want to learn.
Yeah.
And they did some work on Argentine tango, wasn't it?
Yeah, dance.
And this beautiful, this gorgeous girl and her father created a video of themselves doing the Argentine tango, and it's the most moving thing I've seen for a very long time. Much more moving than the lessons I did.
We've
with
got
them.
salsa dancing after this.
So honestly, it was just beautiful. And if you, that's all I have to say.
Fantastic. And that's the creativity and the agility and the open-endedness. Please, go ahead, Kathleen, go ahead.
How do you recognize the work of the volunteers that you have? Because of course they're there out of their own will, and they have their own motivations to be there, whether it's experience, whether it's, as you said, extra time, or just wanting to make an impact, a good impact towards the cause. How do you kind of like reward them or acknowledge their effort? Is it just sending an email of thank you? Do you give them a certification of like, oh, you volunteered this how many hours? Or do you kind of like gather them in an event where you say, we appreciate you, this and that? Do you do any of that for them to keep them encouraged, or is it non-existent yet?
Yeah. No, it's a good question. Shall I take that?
Yeah, I'm going to take notes.
Well, first and foremost, it's about our young people. So the tutors come second, and we are unashamedly, that's the most important thing. But tutors, we can't do what we do without the volunteer tutors. So celebrating their success and their efforts is a really big, important piece. I think most, if not all, of our tutors are most rewarded by seeing the young people make progress. So we're really intentional about sharing that and the successes, and any feedback we get from schools or from their pupils. In our pupil survey, they write thank you notes to their tutors. On a kind of organisational scale, those who want a community, we do tutor socials. There's quite a number of Action Tutoring pub quiz teams across the country. Next month we have our London-based picnic for all the tutors to come together and share, and not everyone wants that community, but we offer it there. We have a series of kind of events, and we nominate our volunteers for the National Volunteering Awards, and one recently won Student of the Year. And last year we won the Queen's Jubilee Volunteering Award for charities. So two of our incredible tutors went to Buckingham Palace for a lovely day out.
That is fabulous.
So we try to do
So every
like
6 weeks, 2 tutors go to Buckingham Palace?
Not that was 11 years in the making.
I think that's absolutely fabulous. Julia, would you?
Yeah, we have on a very small scale similar. So we have a community on LinkedIn, WhatsApp group. We have some freebies that we give in terms of signing up to the, Zoom or Lesson Up or, other free licenses that we got. Of course, children speak for themselves and their success stories. There's a volunteer from Ukraine, a few volunteers from Ukraine who helped me run the school, and they are in constant communication. And we actually, when I meant child-led curriculum, it's actually child-led running of lessons as well. So we have a prefect, we have a house system, we have a prefect, we have student council, and all those children take very active part in running the school. So every teacher, before they start, they would have an interview with me or like a session, video session, and then they would have the first session with the children that I attend, and then the prefect of this, after the children have been introduced to the tutor, the prefect will write to them. We have a template of the email that they
with
send.
A friendly hello.
With a friendly hello.
Very good.
And the student council has devised that template themselves, and they would write and say, I'm here to help you, and So I think that warm atmosphere is what
absolutely lovely.
We've tried with the picnic. I kind of ran out of energy, but I'll try to do that in autumn maybe.
Okay, so I have a tool for you. This Sunday is World Tutors Day.
Yes.
And we are able to gift thank you credentials. So I would strongly suggest or request that you write thank you cards to those tutors.
Absolutely.
It's just a quick form. And even if you can get the students or the teachers or the families to write those thank you cards, or even if they're from you, it's a beautiful piece of leadership because it persists. And it gives them a sense of confidence to go forward. What we haven't discussed, and we don't have time for because it's a great big thorny subject, is quality assurance in volunteer tutoring and impact evaluation. So if you could book that in for next time, please, dear. Thank you very much. Everybody online, you have a 15-minute break, and then we're going to be coming back and sharing some more ideas with you. You may have noticed that I gave the title for today's session yesterday. It was a trick. I was just testing you. It's a different presentation today. It's not the love tutoring story. It's membership that makes a difference. So that's what we'll be talking about in 15 minutes' time. I'm looking forward to seeing you then.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes it feels like I'm just walking on an endless road, like I got somewhere to go. Sometimes I'm feeling scared, but I don't wanna walk alone. You're the hand I wanna hold, 'cause you are everything to me, babe. I don't wanna see you hurt. You should know your worth. You are everything I need, babe. I don't wanna see you frown. I will never let you down, 'cause it's only you. No one compares to you, no. I'll keep fighting and I'll never let you go. Whoa. It's only you. No one compares to you, no. Let me love you and I'll never let you go. Whoa. Sometimes it feels like I'm just walking on an endless road, like I got somewhere to go. Sometimes I'm feeling scared, but I don't wanna walk alone. You're the hand I wanna hold, 'cause you are everything to me, babe. I don't wanna see you hurt. You should know your worth. You are everything I need, babe. I don't wanna see you frown. I will never let you down, 'cause it's only you. No one compares to you, no. I'll keep fighting and I'll never let you go. Whoa. It's only you. No one compares to you, no. Let me love you and I'll never let you go. Whoa.
You're an old soul with your ripped jeans on. You love rock and roll, going out all night long. Miss Independent, no, you don't need no one, but I hope I see you tonight. You're that instant classic, old-fashioned type. No, you like dancing on your own with nobody in sight, and people don't understand you, but I don't know why. 'Cause nothing looks better than that old school vibe. Nothing looks better than that old school vibe. First to get up for karaoke, and you're always terrified but keep it low-key. But you sound better than the radio. When you get that mic, you put on a show. And if you don't, you should know, you should know. You're that instant classic, old-fashioned type. No, you like dancing on your own with nobody in sight, and people don't understand you, but I don't know why. 'Cause nothing looks better than that old school vibe. Old school vibe.
Let me tell you how it's gonna be. Yeah, make it clear to me that you care for me and I'm on the scene. Oh, let me know what you're gonna do. Yeah, will you tell the truth? Never break the rules, cause I'm down for you. Oh, yeah, I'm overcome with all this emotion. Yeah, cause I don't know the ways to your heart. And I'm overcome with all this commotion. You know it's hard, baby. I'm always running back to your heart. I feel this crush, but I know it's just a fantasy I'm feeling. Oh, oh, I love the time you gotta make up your mind. Oh, you gotta make up your mind. You gotta make up your mind. Oh, you gotta make up your mind. Let me tell you how it's gonna be. Yeah, gotta work for me, gotta take the lead and be there for me. Oh, let me know what you're gonna do. Will you tell the truth and never break the rules? Cause I'm down for you. Oh, yeah, I'm overcome with all this emotion. Yeah, cause I don't know the ways to your heart. Yeah, I'm overcome with all this commotion. So please don't lead me back to the start. Yeah, you know it's hard, baby. I'm always running back to your heart. I feel this crush, but I know it's just a fantasy I'm feeling. Oh, oh, I love the time you gotta make up your mind. Oh, you gotta make up your mind. Oh, baby, can't you see? Can't you see? Oh, baby, make up your mind. Let me know what you're gonna do. Will you tell the truth and never break the rules? Cause I'm down for you. Oh, yeah, I'm overcome with all this emotion. Yeah, cause I don't know the ways to your heart. Yeah, I'm overcome with all this commotion. So please don't lead me back to the start. Yeah, you know it's hard, baby. Always running back to your heart. I feel this crush, but I know it's just a fantasy I'm feeling. Oh, oh, I love the time you gotta make up your mind. Oh, you gotta make up your mind. You gotta make up your mind. Oh, you gotta make up your mind. You gotta make up your mind. I tell myself, take it slow. These wings have yet to unfold, and I'm still healing from the last escape, crawling from the darkest place. But I believe that you could break the mold. Isn't it funny how I'm already back to where I first fell in? Thought you say me too, shadows haunt you, and you've been where I've been. Isn't it funny how I'm already back to where I first fell in? Thought you say me too, shadows haunt you, so tell me where do we begin? You can keep us both afloat when we're lost out on the coast. Just bring me what I need. Bring me what I need. What I need. me too. Shadows haunt you, so tell me where do we begin? You can keep us both afloat when we're lost out on the coast. Just bring me what I need. Bring me what I need. Take it slow. These wings have yet to unfold, and I'm still healing from the last escape, crawling from the darkest place. But I believe that you could break the mold.
I don't know why you hide, standing behind those eyes. I don't know what you're trying to do. Every time you pass by, I don't know why I start to smile, but I know that it feels right, yeah, I know that it feels. And I don't wanna drive into another lonely road, standing without you, standing all alone. Cause I just wanna know you bad, cause I just wanna know you bad. I don't know how, I don't know how to find something I can't find now. I don't know how, I don't know how. Tell me how to do this right now. I don't know how, I don't know how to find something I can't find now. I don't know how, I don't know how. Tell me how to do this right now. Even though I will try to give me another chance to trying to get to you. And I don't wanna drive into another lonely road, standing without you, standing all alone. Cause I just wanna know you bad, cause I just wanna know you bad. I don't know how, I don't know how to find something I can't find now. I don't know how, I don't know how. Tell me how to do this right now. I don't know how, I don't know how to find something I can't find now. I don't know how, I don't know how. Tell me how to do this right now. I get up, time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to
Down so that we can start the next session. Thank you so much. Thank you, Georgina. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Lauren. Love that. Love that.
See, Claire has got here just in time for your session.
Hello, welcome. Okay, so could the BFFs come and join us, please? Have you heard this story? No. They've never met.
Aww.
They speak to each other on the phone almost every day, and today's the first day that they met.
That's great.
I know. She's crying again. You cry, if you cry, I'll cry. Welcome, come and sit down. I just told them your story. The BFFs. Okay. Are our friends online with us? I'm really sorry, we started late. So what we'll do is we'll make up the time, because now that you guys have had a nice longer break, for more biscuits, brownies, only salad at home. What we'll do is we'll run this session until 4, and then I'll hand straight over to Ayush afterwards. And that is because I don't want to rush what I want to share with you. And I think that flexibility is what we need right now. So it always is that when we get to this part, when we get to this time in the festival, it always... Hannah, could I have the first slide, please? Oh, I got this! Yeah, but you look so good behind that desk. It always is when we get to this stage of the festival that the gear changes. There's a change in gear from buckling in, warming up, creating that chemistry between us, to actually setting some next steps. So we have another day of the festival tomorrow, and the way that we've scheduled the conversation is really intentional about how it grows and develops the thinking that we're doing together. I am well aware that some of these ideas are really old and have been percolating in your minds for a really long time, about teaching and tutoring and education, the future of education and the needs of children being child-centered and inclusion and all of those things. And yet there's always more to do, and we here are innovating. So we're looking for our next steps. Who was it earlier? Somebody said, oh, Carl, you said it. I hope it gives the people in the participants a moment of inspiration to see what you're going to do next. And every time we get together, somebody tells me what they've created since the last time we got together. And Charlotte, you asked me before, whether I feel it's going well. And I feel like I know that last year went well because of how today feels. And I'll tell you about today next year, because really what we're doing is we're on a journey together. So what I need to show you now is the next steps of the qualified tutor journey, because yesterday we looked at love tutoring and how that's grown and developed and supported people all through the way. And I think like any kind of farming, we don't even know what seeds are out there sprouting, and they come to you at the right time. And yesterday, we also spoke about quality assurance and the kind of behaviors that are likely to set you up for success in tutoring, whether you're an online school, whether you're an independent tutor, whether you teach 120 children a week. Oh, 160 children a week. There are so many different delivery models. And so quality, it's almost like quality first tutoring. Yeah? That structure that's enabling that is what we've been speaking about. Now, what I want to show you now is how Odette and I have brought it all together. And that process has been massive, because taking big ideas and making them accessible and building them out into baby steps, like anybody who's ever built a curriculum or anything that is supporting learners, is complex. And taking complex ideas and making them simple and accessible is the journey that we've been on. So I wanted to start with the importance of belonging. This is one of my favorite things that I don't know much about. There's a lot of them. This is blue zones. So blue zones are the places in the world where people live the longest. And there are places in Japan and places in California. And what's fascinating is there is no similarity in the weather. And there is no similarity in these places in the education system. The similarities are in how humans behave. And I think that this whole section here about belonging, loved ones first, right tribe, purpose, are the pieces that I am passionate about speaking to. I will almost never talk to you about healthy eating, so you have no worries there. But I do think that these opportunities that we have to get together are really, really interesting because they help us to develop our own well-being. Dame Alison spoke about poise, being able to show up in the classroom or in a tutoring session with poise. And poise is a really interesting word because that's inside out. That's not being that beaten down, morally injured human that many of us have been in the past. It's really setting yourself up as a person for success so that you can overflow to the success of the people that you're supporting. It's really trustworthy behavior. So being that trustworthy person who finds their tribe, who invests in their loved ones, who has a sense of belonging, how is that done? Because that's what I'm really, really engaged with right now. This is me. These are some of my clubs. These are the places I belong. In a Terry Pratchett book, in my kitchen, preparing for a bonkers festival that involved lots of flowers, with my kids at dinner, in London and Jerusalem, as a qualified teacher, flirting with ADHD, eating kosher food, binging on Netflix, sharing Spotify with my children, which is extremely annoying because they keep messing with my algorithms and I end up listening to Cave Town when I want to listen to Marvin Gaye, and fair trade. And fair trade for me is a symbol that you've heard me talk about lots and lots of times, because I want qualified tutor to be the fair trade of tutoring. I want to provide parents, schools, tutors' clients with a quality mark that assures them that this tutor is through and through. And I want it to be that easy to recognize. Why? Because parents aren't specialists, because parents aren't educators, because parents don't have headspace. They're jolly well spending a heck of a lot of money. Let's make it easy for them to make good choices. The stakes are high. What we need to do is all the thinking to make it really, really simple. And that's what Odette and I have been engaged with. And then I stumbled across this last week. Charlotte, will you read it for me, please?
Communities fill the space that Google and ChatGPT can't.
Communities fill the space that Google and ChatGPT can't. I just repeated it because I remembered about the microphone. What does that mean to you? Let's have a pause point. What does that mean to you? Because it knocked me sideways when I read it. And then put your hand up, and then contribute an answer. And Andrea's got the microphone, and it's all happening.
It's like a baton.
Oh no, I'm having an Annika Rice moment here.
The human touch.
The human touch.
I'll try and be quick, but earlier I think when the panel was up and they couldn't put that word about communities coming together, particularly physically. And I want to use this in the as non-religious as it can be, but that sense of the spiritual connection, something that's more transcendent than just the physical and so on.
Agreed.
Spiritual, and however you want it to be.
Awesome. Go ahead, you do it. Do the thing.
I was just going to say a sense of belonging to something, something real.
I think I love this quote.
I know, right?
It is profound. I think there's a sense of something that is greater than yourself, that's beyond you, that you can contribute to, that you're a part of, right? And that you get to be a part of. Which is it's a position of privilege, and it's a place where you can just give. And I think giving feels so great. And that's what this makes me think of, right? You know, I get an answer from Google, I get something I need from ChatGPT, but a community just offers me a place to give someone a hug. And that's so wonderful.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Wait, but I have to take notes.
To be honest, it was very, very similar. It's like what we've been saying all day. We can impart knowledge and we can teach, but of course, being there for our learners and actually being their person or their space where they feel safe and they're working at their pace for their interests, all of those things. That's what creates their community.
So it's about holding space.
Yes.
Nicola and then Vicky and then Nicola.
Mine was connecting, but also mine was there is something, even without us meeting in person, when I stumbled across the group, I can't remember how I came across it, and I wasn't a Facebook or anything else like that at the time. When I came across the group, there was something about the community that something which is intangible, because it is, was made tangible. It was like, I think I used this phrase with someone earlier, I've now got my washing line and I've got a hook. And this is my tutoring. This is my ground. It's grounded. I think that's what it means to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Community is your grounding. It allows you to land.
I've just got 3 words. I do like things in threes, but it sort of springs to mind to sort of summarise a little bit. Positive, trusted relationships.
Positive, trusted relationships. So that's a whole workshop. Should we do that? Should we do that? Let's do that. Positive, trusted relationships is certainly going to be a requirement for any community, right? Building trustful spaces. So we've already spoken about the need for it, and now we're defining what that would look like. Kirsten, did you have a contribution? Or Lauren? Yeah.
It feels like home being here today. Doesn't it? Does it not feel like home? But I genuinely believe that, I said this yesterday, but I would have given up without this community. And it makes me quite upset to say, but genuinely, this is home.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Just to reiterate, no, it's okay, keep going. I'll tell you in a minute.
Well, I think the danger of not having communities and the ChatGPT thing, I'm a big fan, as you know, of it. But without it, we can get and our children can get into the space where they believe that those things are real and that there is a human connection there. And as those spaces get cleverer and cleverer, they seem human and they seem connected. I mean, I talk to ChatGPT all through the night. She always talks back, and I've been accused of being a bit in a relationship with ChatGPT, but people have, and there have been people who have formed what they think are relationships like that aren't real.
What they think.
And when that's cut off, they can be very, very physical, as if it was a human connection cut off. So forcing ourselves to take the time out like this and invest in real human connections, and remember that Google and ChatGPT are the tools that allow us to be more human, not in any other capacity.
And free us up to be more human. Okay, so the word that I wrote down was spontaneity, because in addition to these healthy behaviors and the security that they give us, there's also this energy, this excitement that something new can happen. So really, this came out of an online conversation with Ellie Bagel, who's not even in the room today, who was on one of our first training cohorts. And he posted this because he's working in AI at the moment. And I picked it up, and I posted that question about how do you research thought leaders? And David Spinks replied. And he said, "This makes me so happy." And all of a sudden, rather than being a Simon Sinek, he's one of us. And I made him happy, and I brought his idea to it. And he's a human too. And those spontaneous, interconnected opportunities that we create, alliances that we create, are so interesting because they're open-ended and messy, and we don't have to solve them, but we do have to simplify them. Is this what I wanted next? No, it's not. So we've spoken about safe, skilled, and supported, and we've spoken about relationship responsiveness and reflectiveness. And to my mind, everything that we've discussed in all the panels fall into those categories again and again and again. And now it's time to discuss how. So how are we going to build these good behaviors that are going to take us where we need to get to? And I'm hoping that the answer is about membership. I think these slides are in a really, really challenging order for me. So this is what I wanted to ask you. And I want you to lean into this. So I gave you my list of places that I belong. And I included Morrison's. And I included the Chartered College of Teaching. No, but really, Morrison's play the best music. They play 90s music. No, I'm not allowed to go in there because it's too much impulse buying. You know that. I've been thinking a lot about participation recently, about choosing my communities, about choosing where I belong. And I am a skilled consumer. I know how to choose the right vegetables. I know how to not get duped between the real Nescafe and the pretend Nescafe that's exactly the same pattern. My mom used to fall for that every time. My mom's Israeli, so she doesn't easily read the labels. So she picks up the visual cues and she's like, yeah, that'll do. Yeah? But we have been trained to be skilled consumers, and we have to be critical thinkers. There are some behaviors that I have decided recently not to participate in because they don't work for me, they don't make sense to me, I'm not aligned with them. So I think participation awards get a bad rep. But I think that there's a lot about participation that we could be really intentional about where we choose to participate, which communities we choose to be members of. So if you had to, and you've all got notepads in front of you, well done. If you had to list for me 5 places that you participate, can you give me those, please? 5 places that you participate. Could be your school environment. Or just think them through. I want 5 places that you participate. Where are you part of? So let me go back to where do you participate? Places that you feel at home. Okay, let me know when you've got them. I said 5 because it's the last one that's the juiciest. They don't know Brent Cross. You know I didn't put Waitrose. They don't let me in. Come on. Bring him.
I was about to say, I've got the mic, so...
Come on then. And the mic.
Well, QT, because
yes.
I'm a suck-up.
You do... No, but you participate. Yes. You participate. And I appreciate that. And famously, when I get things wrong, Helen calls me and kicks my behind.
Gently.
And says,
gently kicking.
And lovingly and trustworthily, and that's really important. That's participating. Thank you. Go.
My church.
Yes.
My friends.
Yes.
My town.
Yes.
Wait a minute, that's 4. You'd never guess I tutor maths, would you?
Have you not got another one? I'll give you maths.
Maths.
There you go.
That's 5. I can count.
Nicola, have you got them? Jason, I'm coming to you next.
Who am I running to?
Nicola.
Yeah, I've got more than 5.
Yes! She's a participator. Give her an award.
Yeah. Local primary school.
Yes.
I'm a governor. Parent groups. And a Facebook group called Not on Amazon, which is something I participate in a lot, about people who are selling their independent creative wares.
Interesting.
That's quite a good thing for me. And a charity called Plant Life, because plants are a big part of my science.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Pass it on to Jason.
So this is...
He's going to do 17. You know he is. Come on.
No. I can count. Counting is big. Sorry, there's a music maths pun in there somewhere. But we'll go for it. Yeah, well, we go to 4 usually, actually. So you were bang on. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. Well, it does actually. Oh, great pianist over here.
Okay, so we're participating in weak maths jokes right now.
There's plenty of material there. I have not really thought this through. My village. Hayley, tiny village north of Whitney. None of you know where this is. So anyway,
Andrew,
shout out to Hayley. I suppose like my student sort of kind of community, as it were. I sort of feel at home when I'm teaching wherever it it is that I'm doing that in the various guises that I do that. But sort of friends, family. And now I'm running out of things to say here.
That's fine.
I'm going to...
That's fine. Andrea, what does the people say?
There we go. So Jade has just given us plenty. In fact, she's been on fire on the chat all day. She's been brilliant.
Awesome. Jade, we love you.
And Jade has just said her participation areas are her tutoring centre. Slowly, which I've not heard of, which she said is an app for sending virtual letters to pen pals. Love that. Busu, which is a language learning app where I help people learn English. All my online tutoring companies, so Lingo Ace, Tutorlo, Fluent B, and Litera. Gosh, she's so good. And Netflix as well. She shares that with you, Julia. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. One more. Who wants it? Kathleen?
I don't go out a lot, but work.
Yeah?
Social media. Family and friends.
Yes.
That's free for me.
Okay.
Cutie.
Okay, so why did I ask you about that? Because it's about being proactive and stepping into, yes? And there is no such thing as membership or belonging or finding your tribe passively. Now, there's also such a thing as readiness. So if you're not ready, that's fine. But when you are ready, I want you to know what Qualified Tutor is doing, okay? So Charlotte and I just had a conversation. Wouldn't it be nice if more people knew what this felt like, because it helps? So that's what I'm going to give you an opportunity to explore today. So we've done a heck of a lot of thinking, Odette and Hannah and I, about what you need and what that looks like. What does tutoring need? And we came up with DBS. and we came up with events, and we came up with coaching, and we thought about, nerd features over here, an onboarding tracker. Am I right? Yes? So that you don't have to hold all the information about where all your tutors that you've taken on are at the same time. And the people who are using it are flying with it and showing us what it can really do in a way that we didn't even know. We came up with tutors need this, and you said that to us recently. You said, you make things before I know that I need them, yeah? And then what happens is, we then copy how you use it. And that iterative, creative, spontaneous process is what membership and community really is. There's no end to this activity. But what I'm asking you to do is to opt in to what we're creating here. QT membership has immense benefits. Odette spoke to Amazon last week and told them, don't worry, we'll help you find more clients. We did. Don't worry, Amazon will help you find more clients. They wanted us. She's amazing. Odette is out there hustling to make sure that tutors have everything they need. Every platform, every teaching tool, every resource, Oddbox, baked goods. Yes. Why? Because we're hot people, and these are the things that we need. So we are proactively stepping forward to make sure that you have what you need. And it comes down to the digital credentials. So if you're a QT member, you get one of these. And that's where the magic starts, because that's where I need you to be proactive and put it on your email, and put it on your website, and put it on your social media, because then people say, what's that? And the minute that people start saying, what's that, we've got a fair trade. Yeah? Because I didn't know about fair trade, and I didn't know about slavery and the production of chocolate until I saw a fair trade sign, and it disrupted my thinking and asked me to think deeper. So we know that we need membership, but really what we need is participation to turn it into community. So I'm inviting you now to find out a bit more. And Odette, could you do this bit for me, please? Have we run out of time? No. What do you want? Just a bit more direction. Okay. So QT membership is an ever-evolving concept based on bringing tutors everything they need. And what that looks like today is far advanced of what it was 6 months ago. And I'm pretty confident to say that in 6 months' time, it'll have evolved again, because this is a spontaneous process. But if you could just explain, please, to the people in the room and the people at home why they need and we need them to opt into QT membership, and lay it on thick. Lay it on thick. They're ready.
They're ready.
But you have to stay in the white box, otherwise bad things happen. Am I right?
I normally stay behind the scenes. Hello, everybody.
She's shy, she's shy.
I'm really shy. QT membership is something beyond special. And every time we add to it, we are adding to it based on your feedback. QT is a grassroots organisation. Every single one of you have made an impact on what it is today. The more members we get, the more it will grow, because the more we understand what we actually need. So QT membership, you can have your CPD training, you can have your enhanced DBS with your digital ID checks at the lowest rate you can get out there. You can have access to discounted, off-call accredited qualifications. You tell us what you need, we'll go and get it. We were talking about double glazing before. I said, I'll go to the double glazing companies. You work for
She will?
I will. I will go.
Insurance? You did insurance last week?
We've done 2. We've just, Markel's in. We've got the insurance. You want a roof like this? Right, we'll find out who does these roofs and we'll go and get it. Because we know if you are happy, the students are happy.
Yes.
And that in turn makes the world a much nicer place to live. What you guys are doing, and Julia leading it forward at Qualified Tutor, is beyond amazing. We hear
people talking about policy and regulation. We've got Claire from Pearson in the room, and we're working really closely with them to work out what it is that Pearson can do to help the tutoring world. We're working with 4 different teams at Pearson at the moment, and we will absolutely nail it. And we know we will, and the team at Pearson know we will. But what we need from every single tutor is to opt in. Yes. This is about leadership. It's not about sitting and going, oh, well, I don't do that. Oh, in the schools they do it like that. I'm not interested. We were talking earlier, Carl and I had a glorious conversation earlier about, I can go and knock on the door at Westminster. We're live on YouTube. They're not going to listen to us. We know that that's not going to happen. But what we can do is create the change. And when we create the change and make the noise, they'll come knocking on our door. And they already have. They've come knocking on our door, asking to see what we've created, and said, oh, well, I don't need to make it. No, you don't need to make it. We've already done it. And that's what we do. We become that change. And we need every single one of you next to us. Yes, Julia is the face of Qualified Tutor. However, every single one of you is part of that. And if we do it together, we'll do it quicker. Mm-hmm. And because we're not regulated, we're not being stopped by anybody. We're just going. And we're going and we're going. No one's stopping us. Because everybody wants to actually be part of that change. We're not under any regulation to be stopped. We can create exactly what the industry needs, but we need every single one of you next to us. Not behind us, not in front of us, next to us. Of course you can, Vicky.
I just, every now and then I have to just say something.
The best.
I think what you two have done, and somehow that little bit has just summarised exactly everything. What you've done, and we can talk about the word safe, you can talk about the word trusted, but literally, I feel like I could trust you and our community with my life. But I believe in what you're saying, and there's no second guessing. You have got the children's best interest at heart and our best interest at heart. And whatever, you are so active with your listening and so responsive, and don't just do it. You know, we talk, it's not like anything else I've ever known. I just had to share that.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Vicky, that means a lot.
Yeah. Hannah can take some of that as well.
Hannah, absolutely. Hannah, Julia and I talk quite a lot about...
do we talk quite a lot?
We do talk quite a lot. We do quite a lot as well. But one of the things we pride ourselves in is how we behave and how we show up. Julia asked me if she could go for a little snooze earlier. And I said, no, you can go at 4 o'clock. When pencil spaces take over the stage, and then because she knows pencil spaces and she's already using it. She loves it, but it's really, really important that we show up and we're part of it. If you're going to say you're going to do something, we're going to do it. We show up with integrity with everything that we do with you. And every time we work with partners, Pencil Spaces, we've built the most amazing relationship over the last year. And we have a really trusted, open relationship that then results in great things for you guys. The membership is totally flexible to meet your needs. And someone said to me, I think it was Claire earlier on, he's like, it's just really affordable. And we're like, yes, we're not greedy. We just want to, everyone wants to pay their mortgage and their rent, let's get through it. But what's really, really important is that we have every single one of you next to us. We do it together. And that's why raising standards in tutoring together is so important.
Mic drop. Thank you, my darling. Thank you. So now you know where the magic really is. I think in your goodie bag, there's 3 months free QT membership. So if you don't have it yet, please make use of it. In 3 months' time, you absolutely won't want to live without it. This is not a sticker. This is community. So I'm going to pause here because I'm exhausted. And I'm going to thank you for participating. And I'm going to thank Ayush for partnering with us in making this event happen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're going to hand over to Ayush? We're going to take a break.
We need to set up. You need to set up.
What am I supposed to be doing here? I thought that we were finished, baby. We don't have to talk, I guess that you know. 'Cause you were not that honest with me. You don't have to explain me, yeah. Are you really sorry? Yeah. Are you already over it? Yeah. It's not for me, I think it's for you that you bring me gift. Doesn't mean I love you. You put a love on the highest and you put in the fire to me. How can I forget that? It's not for me. Are you really sorry? Yeah. Are you already over it? Yeah. We don't have to talk, I guess that you know. 'Cause you were not that honest with me. You don't have to explain me. Yeah. Are you really sorry? Yeah. Are you already over it? Yeah. It's not for me, I think it's for you that you bring me gift. Doesn't mean I love you. You put a love on the highest and you put in the fire to me. How can I forget that? It's not for me, I think it's for you that you bring me gift. Doesn't mean I love you. You put a love on the highest and you put in the fire to me. How can I forget that?
Eyes wide, tongue-tied, midnight. You can say all that you want, but you and I were meant for this. You know, sometimes we hide behind this illusion that we're done. Oh, please see that you're wrong in this. I don't fall in love 'cause I'm here tonight. I don't wanna say it, but it just feels right. I took a pill just to pass the time. I want to stay at the back of your mind. We're saying it over, and don't get me wrong, but I'm done with these games. But I'll hold on to faith. You and I are stuck on this. I can't seem to let us go. It's not too late. Just don't lose your faith this time. Should've never let this go. No, we were the catch on the summer nights. Kids in the street that got it right. Every time I felt to let go. Every time I felt to let go. We've seen it all before, and don't get me wrong, but I'm done with these games. But I'll hold on to faith. You and I are stuck on this. I can't seem to let us go. It's not too late. Just show it your face this time. You can knock me down, but I'll find a way. She said you don't know. She said you don't know. If this is what you want, if you wanna go, I'll have to go and let it breathe. But I'll be waiting here, you see. I don't know if everything will be alright. Sometimes you gotta let go, 'cause I gotta let you go. We are young, we are floating like the sun. We are golden, we are young, we are floating like the sun. We are golden, we gonna live forever, forever. The afterlife, we gonna live forever, forever. The afterlife. We are young, we are floating like the sun. We are golden, we are young, we are floating like the sun. We are golden, we gonna live forever, forever. The afterlife, we gonna live forever, forever. The afterlife. I'm not afraid of the coldest rain. Keeps me awake from the golden days. I'm not afraid, I don't feel the pain. Lead me to the golden gate. I fall right back into memories. Forgot about the past, I slowly drift away. Yet it never really is what it seems. Feels like I'm drowning in despair, knowing that you won't be there. I'm not afraid of the coldest rain. Keeps me awake
not afraid of the coldest rain. Gives me away from the golden days. I'm not afraid, I don't feel the pain. Lead me to the golden gate. I'm not afraid of the coldest rain. Gives me away from the golden days. I'm not afraid.
Waste another day, eyes on my display. You say we need a change, and I feel that you mean it. You mean it. But you're so right, we're losing track of time, buying things online, and it's not like we need them. We don't need them. So can we just slow down? The only thing I'll do is lay here next to you. We need to slow down.
Started in a little bit. And as we get started, it's always good to oxygenate the system. So may I invite you to stand up? Yes.
Oh, the Americans in the
Yes,
room.
yes. Oh, the Americans. Take a deep breath. Ah. Ooh. All right, the left. Okay. And a right. How's that? Okay. Who wants to touch their feet? Yeah, not everybody. Me neither. All the stuff will come off. Well, I would like you all to remain standing just for a minute. Just for a minute. It's good for the blood flow. Please repeat after me. I am good with technology. I am good with technology. Come on, louder. I am good with technology. One more time. I am good with technology. I love technology.
I love it.
I love technology. And technology loves me. I love technology.
I love technology.
And technology loves me.
And technology loves me.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So I wanted us to get into the mindset of remembering that technology is merely a tool for us, right? And if we recognize that it is there to serve us, then we start dancing with it just like we dance with our salsa partner, right? And we learn how to make it work. So I say all this as we are encountering some little technology challenges because, as you can see, these displays are not on yet, but that's not going to stop the fun. I believe that we're going to turn this on momentarily. So as we do that, I just want to get to know you guys. And to our folks who are dialed in on Zoom, kindly respond via chat. So who here teaches any of the STEM subjects? Math, sciences? Woohoo! Oh, quite a few STEMs here. Okay, amazing. And how about on Zoom? Yeah, coming in. Okay, who does not teach the STEM subject? Awesome. What do you teach? English. Awesome. Geography. I love geography. Very cool. Okay, great. Now, as you teach these subjects, I'll show you a bunch of cool tools that technology that is available at your disposal. I also want to learn a little bit about, who teaches online versus in person. So who teaches online? Oh wow, practically everyone. Who teaches in person as well? Okay, awesome. All right, love it. And what tools do you use? Shout out the tools that you use, just so I have a reference point of what kind of,
Hardware or software?
Software tools. So who uses Zoom? I heard Zoom. Okay, amazing, great. Who uses other tools besides Zoom?
BitPaper.
YouTube.
Do you count that?
Yes, of course, I count YouTube. So okay, we have people who use YouTube. We have people who use Zoom. What other tools are being used by you guys? Gmeet. Okay, very cool.
Whiteboards.
Okay, very good. Any other tools you'd like to share? Lesson Space. It's a great tool. Sorry? Bramble. Okay, perfect. Any others that may not have been mentioned yet?
BitPaper.
Pencil Spaces. Thank you. That's great.
MathBot. MathsBot.
Maxbox.
MathsBot.
Oh,
it's got an S on the end
MathsBot.
because we're English.
Got it, yeah.
Sorry.
When I'm at the airport, I do use my British accent to get upgrades. It works really well in America. But when I was in line for my flight from America to the UK, this is my first time in the UK, I was telling my wife, I was like, gee, for once in my life, I can't use my trick, because, you know, clearly I won't be the only one. So, yeah, that was quite unfortunate. And any of the other accents I do, like the Indian accent, don't really, you know, serve to my advantage. So, yeah. Gentlemen, how are we doing with Life's Good? Life's getting gooder. Okay, no worries. No worries. Who says we can't innovate? So, you know, I'll share with you a little bit about my story and a little bit about how we got to where we are and how are we getting to serve people. Circa 2016, my dear wife and I were at our baby moon. She's, by the way, allow me to introduce her. Her name is Swati. She has lost her voice. She is our COO. Sukhmeet, my very, very close friend, high school buddy. We go back more than 20 years. And also our head of engineering. Sukhmeet is the brains behind a lot of the wizardry that we will be showing you. And my son, and our son, Ashay. He is 6 going 16. Packs a punch and a half. He speaks 9 languages. A lot of the technology that we have innovated actually, you know, are literally being used by him, and we can see that works to great effect. He's been, you know, he does fairly advanced math and all of those cool things, but he's not special. It's a child's brain that is special. And every kid has the ability to go places that I don't think we understand yet, right? We're working with Carnegie Mellon University's learning science departments. Carnegie Mellon University has the most advanced research team on learning science. We're also working with Stanford University. We're working with some of the world's experts on learning science. And what we're finding out is that the technology we've built turns out it is the most sophisticated that there is. Some of our clients, you know, have reviewed more than 300 products. And then they send us an email of extreme upset. They're like, where were you guys hiding, and why didn't you tell us, you know, declare yourself to the world earlier, because we wasted all this time. So, you know, I'm really proud of the technology and the solutions that we've put together. What we're getting to present to you is truly the cutting edge. We are at this point the company that has built the most sophisticated, the most effective learning solutions, and I'm really excited to get to show you them. Now, as teachers, and you know, you are my favorite people, as tutors, you're providing the gap. You're filling the gap. You're making connections with students. You know, my life was transformed by my tutors because they transformed my relationship with learning in ways that my school teachers weren't able to do. And because of my tutors, you know, and I should name them. I had a tutor by the name of Richard, sir. Sadly, he's no longer with us, but you know, he changed my life. And the reason he changed my life is because one summer I didn't want to do homework, and I said, hey, actually, I want to use my Lego set to make a dice system, which would randomly come up with a number. And we did that. That's all we did. We you know, I mean, we somehow assembled a bunch of random tools to make this dice system. And that changed my life because suddenly I realized, gee, we can make stuff. I don't have to be limited by my textbook. And, you know, I then went on to very fortunately have a few other tutors who, you know, folks like you guys just, you know, changed the game for me. I've been very fortunate to have had the opportunity to work at Google, to work at Facebook, to work at McKinsey. And a lot of these opportunities I don't think I would have had I not been touched by tutors like yourself. So thank you for what you do. And, you know, thank you to my amazing tutors as well. We at Pencil are on a mission to empower you to transform lives. That's what we do. That's why we wake up. That's what gets us excited. And our method of doing that is through providing you breakthrough, absolute cutting-edge technology. We want to be the Ferrari to your Schumacher. Does that make sense? Yeah. When I talk to a lot of you, you tell me that I have a flying car, and then I say, tell me more about your flying car, and that's kind of the picture you start describing to me, right? Which is cool. But, you haven't yet had a taste of what a real car can do. A purpose-built system that is meant to go fast, that just works. That's what we're building. I had the pleasure of chatting with Vicky earlier on and sharing with her some of the things that we do for math. And she got pretty excited. Vicky, do you want to share a little bit about what we got to talk about?
Yeah, so
I am a bit of a car guy, so I'm just going to leave that up there.
So Nicola had very kindly introduced me to Pencil Space, but I was still very much, I just don't really understand how it's going to be better. For me, I'm very happy with PowerPoint. I'm very happy with having all my tabs open. And really, for me, Pencil Space is, we can both be on the screen at the same time and both type at the same time, which I know is really cool. But apart from that, it's a lot of, if you're neurodivergent and you're a slow learner, for whatever reason, like me, it's an awful lot to put yourself through just for that benefit. And then the magic happened. Because I saw how you can use Pencil Space in a way that literally I was hooked. I was hooked with what it could do. I was hooked with the ease with which I could do something. And I think it is very much the flying Land Rover versus the Ferrari. Definitely. Or even a three-wheeler. That's probably more like it. And I think I don't know about anyone else, but if perhaps you don't quite love technology and you don't quite yet think you're any good at it, things can change. And as we all know, it's just the way we're taught. And a good teacher is good.
Thank you. So who wants to see some of this stuff in action? Awesome. Let me pass the microphone. I'll leave it here. Okay. So let's show you some. Okay. Let's do this. So I'm going to offer you a literal mic drop. See, I'm slow sometimes. So let's show you some cool things. But before I do that, I just want to again, I love technology. Technology loves. Thank you. So I'm going to share with you really quickly one of the things that Vicky and I were playing around with. So in Pencil Spaces, you have this really, really rich library of applications. It's a tool chest with a lot of cool tools that you can now see right over here. And in these tools lies the solution to a lot of the challenges that you may experience while teaching. Let me give you an example first, and then I will go a little bit deeper into how we can, support your experiences. So, number one complaint that tutors have is when I need to teach, I have to alt-tab and screen share, and there's a lot of distraction. And I do a lesson with one student, and I have all my material there, and then 10 minutes later, I'm doing a lesson with another student, and all the material and all the context that I've created disappears. I see a lot of nodding heads. You can relate. Let me show you something fun. I am here on a lesson with Sukhmeet and Cherry, right? Hi there. So we have this video call going on, and by the way, if I wanted to just bring them all into a video call only mode, I can, right? This starts to look and feel a lot like Zoom, right? And if I wanted to screen share and choose a window, I can always do that. So in Pencil Spaces, what we've done is the floors are low, but the ceilings are extremely high. right? So when you get started, it will look and feel like, gee, what's the big deal? Great, we're doing our job. We want you to feel like there's no big deal when you see it for the first time. But let me start showing you some of the magic. So I'm going to go back onto the board. And one of the many apps that we have here is the Mathigon Polypath. So I'm going to grab this geometric shape and notice how I can unfold it. Pretty cool, right? Now, you may think, and tell me if you do, you may think I'm just screen sharing. Who thinks that? And, you may logically believe that I can just screen share this. It's a cool tool, but I can screen share this. Fair? Sukhmeet, go ahead and help me unfold this object.
Raise your hand.
Raise my hand.
He's doing it with his mind.
One more time, let me explain to you what just happened. I am 1,000 miles away unfolding this object, right? And now Sukhmeet can do that too. All right? What we've done is we have turned this tool into an interactive tool, right? Not only this tool, in fact, anything on the web, period. We've turned it into an interactive experience. So I'll just illustrate by grabbing a fractions tool here for a moment, and I'm going to show you a few more examples like this. So here I'm going to drop a half. And Cherry, why don't you pick another number and let's try to, okay, fine, I'm going to be a little more assistive here. Cherry, why don't you sum this up to a half? And so now my student
Sorry, but the board is currently private on my end.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
I have made, so this is me playing advanced moves without knowing that I did them. So we have all these controls. You see I'm on this board, and you see it's private to a bunch of people. So what that means is you can actually restrict access. So you could have multiple students in the space at the same time, but not everyone can see that board. This is a fairly advanced move, and if it's causing confusion, don't worry about it. But if it's making sense, then you now know why this can be quite powerful. So I'm going to change access and let Cherry see the board as well, as she can now do. This leader mode capability, by the way, allows me to bring people along with me. So no matter where I go, they come along with me, and they can see exactly what it is that I am seeing. All right? So now Cherry's cursor is here, and Cherry's going to grab a fraction block of her choice and put it onto the board. Pretty cool, right? So now when you're working with your students, regardless of what their levels are, you have all the tools available. Let me show you something a bit more complex. So let's say we pop open the Desmos graphing calculator, and notice I have all of these running in parallel, right? If I wanted to, I could have all of them running in at the same time, right? So I'm going to do something along the lines of y equals mx, okay? And it's pretty cool. I can animate this, right? So really show to my student what happens as the m value changes. I can even go into my library of math manipulatives and grab a protractor, right? And when I get this protractor, which I think may be hiding somewhere up top, I have put way too much stuff on this board for my own goodness. But there we go. And now you can superimpose the protractor on the tool. Just think about that for a moment. How would you normally do that? There's no way you could normally do that, right? This is really cool. This is how Richard Sir taught me tan theta. He helped me connect the m values to the angles. And, I just understood trigonometry at a deeper level because we had made these connections early on. It's pretty cool, right? Needed this yesterday. Who can relate to the things that I've shared thus far? Yeah? English. Absolutely. Let's do some English. What is something that, do you use Google Docs to write essays? Kind of? Okay. Do you sometimes have multiple versions of those essays? No? You might. You might.
I'll be honest with
you. It's something I'll talk about when I meet. Who am I going to be meeting via email?
I'm happy to meet with you personally.
Yeah. I work slightly differently.
Okay. Cool. I'd love to learn more about it for sure. Of course. Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
It's there. Oh, there. So it's really interesting looking at how you can be visual with maths, and I can see how that might work. Obviously, similar to Charlotte, a lot of what we do is either word-based or scaffolded-based, or it might be that they piece things together. And so it would be, how can we make that more interactive and intuitive? Are there things there that we can pull across really for tutoring, sort of? So I use like Jamboards as well as slides. And so how is this sort of, I suppose, how can this be more intuitive than that? Because it is quite, I'm not going to lie, and Charlotte might agree, it's quite clunky. And it's really difficult sometimes, other than scrolling through slides and Jamboards, to see what everybody is doing. And they often, unless they scroll themselves to each other's boards, they can't often see in real time what others are doing.
Right.
And the beauty of group work is being able to do that.
Like this.
So what I can envisage is seeing just almost like a blank screen, or say we're doing description, and you want to see their basic brainstorms to begin with. So a picture in the middle, and I work with up to 18 at a time, online at times. So I want to see all 18 all sharing at the same time on the same board. That's the kind of thing I'd love to see.
Can be done. Would you like to start screen sharing for a moment? And I'll show you a couple of tools. So it's not like we don't have tools for language or literacy. We work with anywhere from kindergartners to very advanced students, college students in the tool as well. One of the tools that we have here is a UFLI word mat. This is extremely popular in the US. I don't know if it's used here much or not. So let's say I want to, and I must admit I'm not an expert in this domain, but if I want to grab a consonant digraph and then, spell out, let's say, Christmas. So I do CH and then R, yeah. And then thank goodness, my English teachers are not around. Oh, it's not that. Right? But you get the idea in terms of being able to construct this together. And, just to illustrate the collaboration again, Sukhmeet, would you like to grab an M and spell out the rest of the word here? Right? So he can do that collaboratively with me. Right? So that's to show you one example. All right? Or if, let's say, just to zoom out here for a moment, we were using the dictionary, right? We can use that collaboratively, right? We were writing essays. We could, have 2-3 versions of our work side by side and work on that collaboratively. Or let's say I had a PDF document that I wanted to review. I'm going to grab just because this is one that I remember off the top of my head, grab a PDF document, right, and put it onto the board, and we can read and discuss that document collaboratively as well.
If we wanted, the best way to then use a graphics tablet to be able to then write on that,
You don't have to rely on a graphics tablet, but, if you...
If we wanted to annotate, sometimes we might have a passage like that, but we want the learners to be able to type their own.
Yeah.
Or I might, or any of them, or particularly me, I might want to. So at the moment, I would use a remarkable tablet.
Sure.
And I would highlight and literally write my own comments.
You can do that. So literally highlight.
But how would I use what I want to?
So use a Wacom tablet. Yeah. By the way, we are partnering with Wacom.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
It works with the Wacom.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So you have the ability to, as you can see on that side, the ability to highlight as much text as you'd like, right? And then bring people along in that process. And, Sukhmeet and Cherry are coming along with me, by the way, because I have leader mode on, right? So I can bring their attention with me no matter where they are. And then, of course, you have a sticky, you have all of these tools. Speaking of these tools, because I know Vicky was very excited when she saw this, drawing and writing out fractions. I'm sorry, I'm switching out from writing for a moment. Of course. So let's say you had to who here has struggled with writing fractions out clearly? Yeah, pretty annoying, right? Yeah, so let's say I have 1 1/3 plus 2/7, and I want to do all of this divided by 3. How cool is that? How cool is that?
Comment, it's worth the wait.
Do you see that? Oh, yeah. Do you see the badness of my handwriting here? Yeah? It's so cool when you can get your point across, right? And then work with the student on the material instead of having to fight the system, right? We're also doing a lot in the world of students who have special needs. So for example, the background color that I'm using is one of the approved optimized colors for students with dyslexia, right? We even have fonts, and the research on this is quite divided, but from our tests, we've seen really strong response where you can use open dyslexic fonts to again make it easier for students with dyslexia to read the material that's put on the board. We're also doing text to speech, speech to text. There's a whole lot of additional capabilities coming to once again enhance the. Should I not touch this? I will not touch this. See, very good. So, there's a whole lot of additional scaffolding and support that's being added, and that's not all. On top of what's happening inside the virtual classroom, let's now step outside the virtual classroom for a moment and look at the corridor. Because a lot of tools talk about what's happening inside the workspace, but we also invest a lot in what's happening outside it. Number one, everything that you do in a space is durable. It stays there. And these are all the virtual workspaces, all the pencil spaces that I'm a part of, right? So every space that I've ever been in is just there, that I can pick up from exactly where I left off. It's very, very easy to say, for example, I met with Susanna.
I was about to say, in a moment,
Okay,
when you get to...
fantastic. Let me show you guys this, and then I'd love to take the question. So I just searched for Susanna. I had a great meeting with Susanna a little bit ago, and I can enter the space. And you know what's really cool? Every single thing we discussed in that meeting, every single scribble, every marking, is just there exactly how we left it, right? So, she made some notes. We had some detailed conversations. It's just there. We are handling all the scheduling of sessions as well. Who's annoyed with scheduling, especially those of you who are running large centers, right? If there's a single cancellation, that can be such a nightmare. So we're building technologies to help you with all the center management, all the virtual center management in real time, session scheduling. What happened in the session? Did the tutor speak the entire time? Was that a good session for the student? What do the survey results tell us?
Ayash, quick question in regards to scheduling. Are you building your own scheduling tool, or are you partnering with other organizations?
Great question. So we are fully integrated with Tutor Cruncher, right? They have a very powerful solution, and we work seamlessly with that. But there are skills and situations whereby people need very specialized systems, and then we work with them on building those specialized systems, which are outside of the zone of any of the solutions that exist in the world today, right? And in situations like that, our analytic systems, our scheduling system, our attendance systems, they kick in a really, really powerful way. So what we're working towards is providing you with a complete system, a complete, unified, seamlessly integrated system that just works. Another thing that I'd love to tell you about, and then I'd love to take the question, is, we have breakout rooms in Pencil Spaces. We have tutors who have tripled their income, 3x'd their income, just by using Pencil Spaces. How? They run tutoring sessions in parallel, right? They might have a 6th grader and an 8th grader. You can't do a group class with a 6th grader and an 8th grader, right? But what they do is they run sessions in parallel, right? they will provide some prompts, some questions to the 6th grader, right? And they say, go start working on this, and I'll be right back, and they go work with the 8th grader, right? That 8th grader makes some progress, and then they come back to the 6th grader. And the students love that because, you know, especially the 6th and 8th graders don't like the feeling of someone helicoptering all the time. They want that 2 minutes of separation. It actually helps them feel a lot less anxious, right? I'm sure you would know the research around this even more than I would, Kirsten. So, you know, it's very, very powerful and effective in those types of scenarios. What's the question?
So Tia is asking, how about for teaching
Tia.
languages, particularly for children with autism?
Thank you so much for asking that question. So while I don't have the necessary expertise to speak to the autism part of it right now, there's a member of our team who does. You know, my son, sitting right here, learns Japanese on Pencil Spaces. He learns a whole bunch of languages, and he learns music as well on Pencil Spaces. So I'll just try and pop up his Japanese class.
Whilst you do that, Tia says that she's fairly new at teaching a student with autism, so she's looking for any tools or materials, activities, anything that you've got.
Yeah, we have several students with autism who make use of Pencil Spaces, by the way. And the reason why Pencil Spaces really, really works for them, and different, you know, autism, while one word, has many flavors as well. For one of them that I know more about, the ability to bring him along, right, and hold attention is being really, really effective, right? And our leader mode does a great job with just directing, managing attention. And then being able to really challenge the student as well. This is a very brilliant child who is on the Pencil Spaces platform. This is my son's Japanese class. His teacher is based out of Japan, and I now know where and how he's getting all his Mario situations from, but you know, this is literally his classroom. And Ashe, would you like to talk a little bit about what you are doing in your Japanese class? What, if you'd like to share anything about any of the above, I'd appreciate it. Ashe, come. Yeah, well, the board is, there you go. Do you want to tell us about what that is?
So there we were spelling things. So these are just letters, the things on.
You can look at my computer.
That's not working.
Okay, here we go. Just focus on that, don't worry about that.
So if you see letters, then those are like letters. If you like see the whole thing, then it'll have all the letters. So like if it would be like bow sound, then it'll be like a, I, U, E, O. If it's a K sound, it'll be ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. M sound, mami, mu, memo. So whatever sound it is, that's how it sounds.
So Ashe, I have a question for you. How is Pencil Spaces different from Zoom? Because I know you took a bunch of lessons on Zoom as well.
That there's a whiteboard on Pencil Spaces, like as there's a whiteboard on the computer, on the TV. So in Zoom, you could not do all this. So how would you learn by learning languages? Because now you can't write, read. At least you can write if you have like a piece of paper, but.
Very good.
But then you want, they will tell you something if it's and then you won't kind of understand what they're talking about for you to sometimes write. So then it'll be hard to learn.
Thank you so much. So you at least have one person who's learning.
Thank you very much. My next question was going to be about the way you did the fractions to ask, and probably a silly question. It's obvious that it can. So you're writing with accents and things with the different languages. It just picks them up automatically.
You know, I am not a Japanese teacher, so I don't know how this is happening.
With any language that might have different characters or accents or
We
stresses.
do have advanced supports for those capabilities. In fact, you know, this is kind of a fun one, and I'm just gonna, I don't have. This is another cool thing. You see how this board is locked? Mm-hmm. If you notice carefully, all these tools are faded out. The reason is because the teacher, Asha's teacher, has locked the space. Meaning I, the student, can come back and review, but I can't just go, go to town and scribble all over. I just, there's a ton of content protection and management control that's built in. How many of you teach chemistry? Is it pretty annoying to write those equations, right? Let me show you. In Pencil Spaces, the same formula editor that we were using, you can also use to write out complex physics, chemistry, math formulae, and it just works. It's really, really delightful. I would love to have you guys ask me more questions as I draw those equations. So if you have who has questions?
Just got one over here.
Kirsten, go for it.
Actually, this is a me one, not a chat one. In terms of reviewing afterwards, so the space is still live for them to go. Is there any way to export it? Because I currently use BitPaper, which allows me to export as a PDF so that they have notes that they can either print out or the parents can see what's going on for that lesson. Is there that capability?
It's an excellent question. And this is a hotly debated question at Pencil. And sometimes we make opinionated choices because we want to advance the ecosystem, right? Who here prints emails? You used to. So some people print emails, and we think that's a horrible idea in this day and age to print emails because you're like, why are you printing emails, right? I mean, it's a waste of paper for one thing. So we made this really hard decision. We, by the way, have the technology to export PDF. We actually turned off the feature because we realized that it's causing bad behavior, right? It's causing people to then not advance and take advantage of all the fullness of the capabilities that we have in our platform, right? So we therefore turned it off because we think that the student and the parent are better served by actually entering the space and seeing in fullness the context of the work that is being done. Otherwise, our canvas is an infinite canvas, and that A4 piece of paper is not going to capture the application that was being used to represent the ideas, and then people walk away with partial information, and then that causes confusion. So we decided that we're not going to let that happen. Just to finish my earlier promise of probably the only chemistry equation I still remember. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? This would be such a pain to remember all the LaTeX for. It's just done. More questions, please.
Oh no, I was just going to say, like, you have a little subscripts and secret scripts.
Yeah, it just gets it. It just gets it. And you know what's really cool is you can actually, so now for advanced moves, you can actually go back in here, click in here, and make changes to this as well, right? So if you want to then, exactly. So there's a whole lot of tuning that you can do to your work.
I was going to say, just linked to that. Well, can you do the same, like say you did something not very good? Oh, sorry. Can it translate a not great, drawing, I suppose, a diagram into something a bit, the same way you do the equations, if you did a kind of like not great.
If you want to draw diagrams, we actually have Chemix built right into Pencil Spaces. So this is a tool that can be used to draw out an entire lab setup.
Oh, wow.
Right, so there you go. You don't have to deal with these, poor tools and whatnot. You can just, work with the application. And again, it's collaborative. So you're not the only one, meaning, Sukhmeet, if you wanted to, let me bring him to me. Sukhmeet, go ahead and change the size or change the color of the liquid or whatever you'd like. And he can make changes as well. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, very cool.
One more thing that I would love to show you is anything on the web, absolutely anything on the web is available to you in a collaborative format. Just to make my point clear and to, celebrate geography a little bit. So let's say I'm going to go to Everest Base Camp. All right. I grew up in Nepal, by the way. So this is everybody thought I've been to Everest, but I haven't. Sorry to disappoint. So here we are by the Everest Base Camp, right? And you see how I'm panning around, right? Suki, would you like to pan around? This does wonders. This does wonders to the conversation that you have with the student, because what used to be a lean back watching TV type experience with screen shares becomes a lean forward, super engaged, tell me what's going on, I can do stuff experience. And then I, as the student, have agency to engage and interact and ask questions.
Yeah, can you use this space for arts lessons? Like, for example, different brushes, colors, and...
Yes. In fact, we have students doing that. And just in case you're wondering, I'm going to sidestep here. This is, first of all, my homage to the greatest British... Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, the reason why this slide is here and the story's going on, because what I wanted to tell you guys was, look at your software, okay, and see if it looks like it's from the 90s. Okay, if it looks like it is from the 90s and, has 90s fashion going on, it's kind of a sign that you should look ahead because you're really holding yourself back, right? So that's why those images were there. I couldn't think of a better way to make my point. So to answer your question, for art education, we actually, so I love art. I did a lot of art in high school. In fact, that's really all I did. And we've got a bunch of really exciting things for art. So let's say I want to teach someone composition. So first off, you have a full image search system here. So let's say I want a waterfall, right? I do a search for waterfall pictures, and look, I get this beautiful gallery of tons of waterfall pictures. I'm going to choose this one, hit upload, and now I want to change I want to grab a brush, right, or a marker, and the color of this marker is going to be the same color as these rocks, all right? Confirm. And now I have a thick brush that is the same color as these rocks, right? And so now I'm going to do my color study, and I'm actually going to even change the background of this board, right, to, maybe this color, right, and so on. And I can do that too, right? So there's a ton of tooling and capability for art, but, the story won't be complete if I... Many of us are ex-Google people and ex-Facebook people, and we're very proud of making cool stuff. That's what we like to do. So one of the things that is in Pencil is also an AI image generator. So if I say, make me a painting of the London Tower Bridge, of the painting of the London Tower Bridge in the style of Picasso. Dali. Okay, make me a painting of the London Tower Bridge in the style of Dali. Who the heck knows what's going to happen? But I think this account that I'm in is disabled for this feature. This is a very premium feature because each image costs us a lot. So sorry, I can't show it to you right now. But one art teacher has done things like, if you go to my LinkedIn, company LinkedIn page, you'll see this. Pictures of Steve Jobs in the style of Picasso, Leonardo da Vinci, Dali, etc. And you'll see that. And it's a very cool way to teach composition and artistic style, right? And it's just all built in.
I have lots of questions, but can you talk me through some of the features for safeguarding kids online? Is there a waiting room? Can you share different spaces with different teachers? Can they come in and out? And can you add students into classes once a class has already started happening? And where you shared those live web spaces, is
Yep.
there a safe search on there? You're not going to have kids like suddenly the
Yeah.
whole class has got...
You can't search for inappropriate content. Okay, there were 4 or 5 questions in that. No, that's great. So can you add students in the middle? Yes. Is there safe search baked in? Yes. In fact, Suki made that technology happen. Thank you, Suki. Waiting room is under development. You can control access to each space. So, access can be such that anyone who has the link to the space can come visit it, or you have to be explicitly invited to a space in order to be able to access it. There's even additional safeguarding. So when you're inside a space, what are all the controls that you can have? Can you turn on your camera or not? Can you edit the board? We have individualized controls as well. Is there another case that you had in mind?
Also, with recording of classes, do you record the video element of the classes?
Yeah.
And is that available to only the people that were in it, or how
So
does that
it,
store? And
it can be configured.
And also the analytics that you're capturing, what are those?
Yeah, so we are capturing a lot of rich analytics. Here is a sneak preview of what some of those are, and then if you're in our if you have a technical team, or if you have certain specific requirements, because we work with academic researchers who have very, very specialized information requirements, at which point we then generate the data for that. But for most of us, details like how much time was spent in the call, for how many minutes was the space in the background, meaning that the student alt-tab and was not actually there, but made it seem like they were there, right? We actually send you an alert. Time with microphone on, camera on, how many times did you raise your hand? There's tons of information here, and what we're adding is a really rich set of visualizations so that you can, again, quickly interpret the data as well. I have one question here and one question here. Go ahead.
So from Jade, where she's asking, what are some of the additional applications you're thinking of adding? What's in the pipeline, or what's on the wish list to add to the platform?
We have an application review process, so we have a very large number of applications that want to be in our platform, but we review these applications for quality. We do limited tests with these applications to make sure that they're actually going to be accretive to our clients. If any of you have applications that you would like to see in here, that goes a long way, right? Because we want to prioritize applications that some of you have at least vetted and have found to be useful. So that's the process there. But the class of applications where we're doing the most amount of development are actually more around the administration and the assists that we provide. One of the things, Kirsten, that I forgot to mention earlier is we have enterprise-level controls where every space that is created, the institution administrator will always have access to, right? So, any of your tutors can't just randomly create a space and quote-unquote block you out of it. So again, some of these get into fairly specific implementations, but that is what we do.
So I want to have my lesson where I see all my students and I have an application open that they can see at the same time.
Yep.
I want to record it, but when I see the recording, I don't want my students on that recording. Is there a way of doing that?
That is being developed.
Excellent.
Yeah.
How long will that take?
That, I think, is going to happen towards the end of the year, towards October, November.
Yeah.
Because so what we do is essentially we give you the control on whose videos you want to eliminate and whose videos you want to include, just checkbox
But I can still see all of them as I'm teaching them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, that just has to do with the recording.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in fact, you can create multiple different recordings as well.
Excellent. And I'm sorry, can I just ask one question that goes with that? So at the moment in Zoom, you can obviously control chat so that only they can chat to you and not everyone and anyone else. So in terms of the control I want to give the kids, brilliant. And then is it very quick when, say, I want, because what I feel I could get in danger of is kids just, when I give them control, they're very good, but I don't want them just messing about. So is it very quick when I want them to write something very quickly to all have control and then come away when and then stop it when I don't want them to have it so they don't start scrawling all over the screen?
Yes, it is. So Sukhmeet right now is a participant in this space. Sukhmeet, go ahead and write 2 + 2 = 4 for a moment. On the board? Yes, please, on the board. Might just need to pick. So far, Sukhmeet is being nice and he's following along. But Sukhmeet, suddenly go nuts, man.
Okay.
Okay. And now I have blocked him, right? So now he can't do anything. Oh, wait a second. He can. Why can you still do that? Did I not make you a participant?
I'm a host, sorry.
Oh, you're still a host? Okay. Sorry. Oh, sorry. When you're with the head of engineering, he gets some special powers. Were he a regular student, though, he wouldn't have been able to do so.
So if I had 16, say, students all at the side, and somebody started to go a bit silly, I could just quickly...
Yeah, you could. That's what that lock icon is for, lock
and
button.
so all the kids would come on.
Correct. And you can also do that selectively, meaning I want only one person to be able to write and no one else. That also you can do. Yeah. Yes, please.
When I was playing with this the other day that I noticed, and it might be helpful for people, the backgrounds, you not only got the colour, especially for those that find that helpful for dyslexia, I saw grids, small grids, big grids.
Yep.
I saw dot grids, which is for the maths nerds. And I saw lined, as in like lined paper, was on there for those that are doing, Charlotte's a little bit of writing for those that want to be able to do phonics or writing things. I just thought that was a useful one to demonstrate for people. Maybe not in home.
Very thick pen, though, but yeah.
Can you blur your background?
Pardon?
I'm gonna stop.
So, go ahead.
On your profile, can you blur your background like you can in...
I'm sorry, profile background?
On the video.
Like there, on you.
On the video, so on
Your
Zoom
face,
you can blur.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you can. That is also in the process of being shipped. One more fun thing you can do is you can actually put the video on the board itself. So, that is fun if you want to, obviously. But, beyond adding humor, it's really useful if you have a video stream that you're looking to share, like a screen share. You can put that on the board as well. Folks, I've only shown you maybe 50% of what we can do. I haven't shown you the learning management system. I haven't shown you any of our course solutions. There is so much more inside of Pencil Spaces that I haven't shown you. The ceiling on Pencil keeps going up and up. We keep innovating, but we keep making the entryway simple and accessible. The application is localized in more than 40 languages. There's a mobile experience. There's so much more to show you. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. Thank you for indulging us, for checking us out. And, last but very, very important point, Odette here is an incredible ambassador and champion for the community. This is, Pencil Spaces is available to you at the incredible price of...
£1 for the whole year.
Yes, we will never do that again. But, our new price, it's not like it's going to be exorbitant. We will obviously look to be, comparable and cost-effective compared to any alternative in the market. So, if you're used to paying, again, I don't know my dollar versus pound, but,
between 10 and £15 a month.
Exactly.
For you guys is with Pencil Spaces and the other platforms that are available. So to get it for £1 for the whole year, we only have these seats available until the 31st of August, and it's available in your goodie bags. But if you're a QT member, you have access to it already.
That's the QR code, so we invite you to take advantage of the opportunity. And again, thank you so much. You guys are such a wonderful audience. Thank you for staying back late for this, and again, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
I ain't trying to hide it. We both did our fair share of fighting.
Gentlemen, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. We're kicking off 9 o'clock with the Connection Breakfast, but the first session will be at 10. So Enjoy your evenings. Those of you that are at the private dining event this evening with Julia, we look forward to seeing you. 7:15.
It's my medicine. You can take my love and my heart. You make me feel safe and it's fine, it's fine. I just want you to stay close.